Family Immortal Cultivation. Starting as a spiritual farmer, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1276 Ghost Immortal Chain. But at this moment, the old demon Zujin Soyan Sai in Maple Leaf City actually sacrificed two special 4th level talismans. As the two talismans flashed, they turned into cultivator. There is a hidden nascent soul. But why do the auras of these two cultivators look the same? But their auras are a bit strange. Why do they have a bit of talisman aura, and why do they look the same? Even a bit like Ling's genius nascent soul cultivator Ling Pengyun. As soon as these doubts came out, it immediately thought of a possibility. Could it be an incarnation talisman? As soon as this thought came out, it immediately felt relieved. If Ling Pengyun of the Ling family was here, it would probably be a bit troublesome. After all, Ling Pengyun had the combat power to instantly kill a demon king in the late nascent soul stage decades ago. And this move is difficult for even the old demon Zujin to do now. Therefore, the old demon Zujin was actually particularly afraid of Ling Pengyun, whom he had never seen before. Even if it weren't for the news from the Sea Dragon clan in the Boundless Sea Cultivation realm that Ling Pengyun had already arrived there to fight for Xinghe Pavilion, the old demon Zujin would never have left the front line of Sangxianfang City to risk attacking the Ling family in order to avenge his own clan. As for the incarnation talisman, it is a special talisman that requires 10% of the cultivator's own soul and 10% of his essence and blood to have a chance to draw it. And once this is accomplished, the talisman will also have 10% of the cultivator's own strength. Therefore, the old demon Zujin is not afraid at all, and even a little sarcastic. Such means should be taken out to show off. According to its estimation, let alone two Ling Pengyun's incarnation talismans, even 5 or 10 would not change anything. After all, its cultivation is as high as the realm of Yuanying perfection, which is enough to suppress it with its powerful strength. Moreover, it sent messages to its fellow Yuanying middle stage people who had gone to Mixing City to gather information and had escaped the disaster, as well as to the several demon kings who were besieging Lingbao Academy, another large Yuanying force nearby, and Binqian Lao Jiao in the main battlefield of Sangxianfang City, seeking support. In this way, even if it was difficult for it to break through Maple Leaf City and kill Yan Sai and others by itself, as long as it could entangle Yan Sai and others for a day or two, they would definitely die. At this moment, the two Ling Pengyun incarnation talismans in Maple Leaf City actually shot out a fist-sized colorful sphere. Moreover, the speed of these two spheres was extremely fast. In just a moment, they crossed a distance of 100,000 miles and directly arrived at the vicinity of Zujin Lao Yao. How can this attack be so fast? The old demon of Zujin was startled, and quickly transferred all his demonic power into the 4th level upper grade spiritual treasure Zushin Demon Flame Mirror, and used it to transform countless powerful fireballs to attack, hoping to destroy the two 5-element spheres in this way. But who would have thought that the two spheres were extremely strange? Whenever a Zushin Demon Flame fireball bombarded their bodies, they were like nothingness, and the fireball could not touch them at all. Instead, they would be swallowed directly by the strange spheres, and finally there was no movement. But whenever this happened, the 5-element light on the surface of the two spheres would shine brighter, as if their power had increased, swallowing other people's attacks and turning them into their own resources. How can this attack be so domineering? The old demon of Zujin frowned. After thinking about it carefully, it suddenly thought of a method. Ling Pengyun's signature move is the 5 elements abyssing void wall. And the two incarnations are of the same origin, so it's normal that they can perform this move. And now it seems that Ling Pengyun's move is a bit mysterious. I just don't know if the 5 elements abyssing void ball that Ling Pengyun used in his two moves is really an invincible hole that can swallow all attacks. After this thought, his face finally showed a bit of seriousness, and then he used his best attack method. In just an instant, he transformed into a fiery red seal, and as the seal flashed, it immediately turned into endless virtual sky demon flames. But in the end, those demon flames gathered together and turned into a golden red spear that was more than 10 feet long. Moreover, his aura was overwhelming, and one could even clearly feel the infinite violent flames and the extremely powerful Zhengjing power contained in his body, as if it was enough to destroy the world. This move is the Golden Demon Flame Spear, the clan protecting magical power of the Golden Tiger Clan, one of the 5 branches of the Void Sky Demon Flame Tiger. It is a superior magical power, but because it is a magical power that breaks the gang, its power is more domineering than ordinary magical powers of the same level. As the old demon Sujin moved his mind, the golden demon flame spear suddenly turned into a ray of light and flew out. The space it passed through was directly shattered by it. For a moment, it was like a crack in the sky, with a mighty momentum. And its speed was extremely fast. Soon, it collided with the 2 5 elements abyss and nothingness balls. A huge breath fluctuation swept around. Then, one could hear a series of shattering sounds. The sky space was like glass, shattering one after another, as if the sky was about to collapse. The earth cracked. The world would be destroyed. The movement was huge. But fortunately, this was only a small-scale fluctuation. Even if the Dao Lords of the Transformation God fought, it would be difficult for this world to be directly destroyed. Just as the old gold demon expected, the 5-element annihilation void balls transformed by Ling Pengyun's 2 incarnation talismans contained the effect of swallowing, but the power of the broken gold demon flame spear was so extraordinary that they could not swallow them. In the end, they burst open because they reached their own limits. This was also the first step of their real attack. As the 2 roars sounded, the heaven and earth within the surrounding 10,000 miles were shaken. An attack method close to the level of Yin-Yang perfection suddenly rushed to the broken gold demon flame spear. It was precisely because of this that even though the broken gold demon flame spear was stronger, it was still shaken by the explosion, and the spiritual light dimmed by 3 points. But what surprised the world was that the 2 attacks of the 5-element annihilation void balls did not fall. The broken gold demon flame spear magical power was stained with a large amount of 5-element annihilation power at some point, and this power not only contained the effect of absorbing spirits, but also contained the effect of explosion. And the more it exploded, the more the 5 elements annihilation power would be. In a moment, countless explosions sounded continuously. In the end, the spear that was powerful enough to match the full strength attack of a Yin-Yang perfection strong man was completely worn out. It can still be like this. The old Zujin demon was shocked. You know, ordinary superior magical powers can hardly have such an effect. Unless, this move touches the true meaning of the transformation of the spirit, and has the opportunity to transform into a great magical power of the transformation level. The old Zujin demon couldn't help but shudder. If this is true, then Ling Pengyun's body is particularly dangerous. After all, the 2 incarnation spirit talismans that have 1/10 of his power are really extraordinary. In this case, how can Ling Pengyun be weak? It is possible that he has the power to kill a Yin-Yang perfection strong man. Those who have a condensed of 5 elements Yin-Yang are indeed extraordinary. The old Zujin demon was a little discouraged for a while. After all, Yan Sai in Maple Leaf City is Ling Pengyun's wife. If he is killed, it will undoubtedly provoke Ling Pengyun. This is a bit troublesome. After all, I came here only to avenge my fellow tribesmen, so as to avoid trouble from other fellows in the tribe, but those troubles are nothing compared to the trouble of provoking Ling Pengyun. After thinking it through, the old demon of Zujin turned around and left. Although this move puzzled Yan Sai and others, Yan Sai did not intend to let him go. After all, the old demon of Zujin knew the strength of the 2 incarnation talismans of the family. If he was allowed to leave, it would inevitably spread outside. At that time, the Black Dragon Lake clan would certainly pay special attention to this. It is possible that the next time it comes, it will be the army of demons. For this reason, it is reasonable to keep him. It is obviously difficult to do this relying on the strength of the Ling family alone, so Yan Sai immediately sent a message to the ghost fairy lamp on the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun of the family. Senior, it's your turn. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful ghost power came out of the family ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun, and then the ghost fairy lamp suddenly appeared. Then a huge black iron chain flew out of his body. And it was like a long dragon, constantly swimming in the air, with an extremely fast speed, even faster than the Yin-Yang perfection void gold old demon who was fleeing. Therefore, it didn't take long for the iron chain to catch up with the void gold old demon. Although the void gold old demon used various attack methods to bombard the iron chain during this period, it was difficult to hurt it at all. In the end, it could only use defensive means and transformed into a light curtain to protect itself. But the iron chain was so overbearing that it actually rolled up the defensive light curtain and dragged it towards the bear-killing city. The void gold old demon was immediately shocked. This method is a bit too overbearing, and there is no breath, which is really strange. Is it because its own breath suppression method is too strong, or is it more mysterious? But this move does not look like a magic attack, but a magic treasure. But even if it is a 4th level top grade magic treasure, it should be difficult to stabilize its body after being bombarded by my previous attack methods. Could it be a magic treasure with a foundation of transformation? If so, it makes sense. But how could the ghost cultivator in Maple Leaf City, whose cultivation is only in the early stage of Yin-Yang, have such a magic treasure? It is said that even in the Red Buddha demon sect, the only powerful magic transformation force left in this world, there are not many magic treasures with a foundation of transformation. Moreover, there must be no such mysterious chain magic treasure among them. This means that this mysterious chain is a magic treasure that has never appeared in the world, or has appeared in the world but has not been circulated in the world. But then again, even if it is true, this kind of treasure is generally in the hands of powerful people. For example, the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger Clan, where the Zujin Old Demon is, has several spiritual treasures of the foundation of the God of Transformation, but most of them are in the hands of the God of Transformation ancestor of this clan. Only 1 or 2 have been passed down, but they were taken by the 2 old monsters of the clan who have reached the perfect nascent soul stage. In this way, even a big demon like the Zujin Old Demon is not qualified to master this kind of treasure. Not to mention the ghost cultivators of the early nascent soul stage like Ling Pengyun. But then again, he has this treasure after all. This means that either he has an extraordinary background and is valued by a powerful God of Transformation, which is why he was given the treasure, or he had a great opportunity and got that treasure by coincidence. It is precisely because of this that although the Zujin Old Demon has greed in his heart, he dare not have other little thoughts. After all, if the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun is really valued by a powerful God of Transformation, I am afraid that after he succeeds, even if he hides in the clan of the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger, he may die. But it is a pity to miss such a treasure. For this reason, it had an idea in mind and wanted to report this to the clan. Although it could not afford to offend Ling Pengyun, there were several old monsters in its clan who were descendants or disciples of the old ancestor of the clan who had transformed into a god. They also had extraordinary backgrounds, and the magic treasures of the foundation of the transformation into a god were also of extraordinary value. It was thought that it was enough to rouse the greed of those people. By then, as long as they could succeed, the old demon of Zujin would definitely have made some small contributions and could get some benefits. But the old demon of Zujin was a little puzzled. All the means of communication in its hands were ineffective, and even a rare 4th level upper grade means of communication was useless. Strange. I don't see any means nearby that can block such high-level communication spirit objects. The old demon of Zujin was puzzled. Then, it really thought of the signs, so it put all its thoughts on how to escape from the strange iron chain, so as to prevent the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun from having any powerful means that would threaten its life. On the other side, in Maple Leaf City, you still want to use the communication method in front of me. The ghost fairy lamp floating in front of the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun was full of contempt. Yes, it was it that blocked the communication methods in the hands of the old virtual gold demon. However, this is not a special method. It is just that it simply used the great magical power of the ghost fairy domain to transform the surrounding 100,000 miles into the ghost fairy domain. In this way, unless there is a 5th level communication method, there is no way to contact the outside world. As for the fact that the people here and the old virtual gold demon did not find the ghost fairy domain, it was naturally because the ghost fairy lamp did not make it appear. In addition, the method is at the level of a great magical power. Even if the ghost fairy lamp's cultivation is not high and it is difficult to exert the full power of this technique, it is not something that ordinary cultivators can easily touch. In addition, the ghost fairy lamp does not intend to use this trick for the time being, but just to prepare for future troubles. After all, once it is used, if outsiders see that this method is the great magical power of the ghost fairy domain of the ghost sect of the transformation god ghost sect, it will be troublesome. According to its investigation, the current overlord of the far north immortal cultivation world, the incarnation god force, the extreme cold immortal palace, was one of the culprits that destroyed the ghost immortal sect where it was. If it knew that the ghost immortal lamp was still alive, it is estimated that the incarnation god of the extreme cold immortal palace would come. After all, It was originally a true Tongshan ghost treasure, a rare item. Even though it is now severely injured and has lost its past cultivation, it still has this foundation. As long as there are enough resources, it has a chance to re-enter that realm. As for the strange chain it hit, it is part of its body and a few main body attack methods. It is precisely because of this that the chain is indestructible. Unless the attacking spirit treasure of the Incarnation God Foundation or the means containing the true meaning, you can't hurt this thing. But these two methods are not available to ordinary people. And the old virtual gold demon obviously did not master these two methods, which made it difficult for it to break free from the shackles of the iron chain. It was a little helpless. Is there nothing I can do if I don't want to cause trouble? What kind of world is this? Chapter 1277 Ghost Immortal Explosion. Helplessly, the old demon of the virtual gold could only focus on the battle situation to prevent its own defense from being broken. At the same time, it used this to delay time and wait for the support of the Black Dragon Lake clan. Long before, when it saw many nascent soul cultivators in Maple Leaf City from afar, it knew that it would be difficult to capture it by its own strength, so it asked for help from the Black Dragon Lake clan early. It was precisely because of this that its previous communication was not blocked by the Ghost Fairy Lamb's Ghost Fairy Realm Great Divine Power. As long as the support arrived, the Black Dragon Lake clan would be able to guess that the Iron Chain was most likely a treasure with a foundation of transformation. The Black Dragon Lake clan was not strong in the first place. At that time, it would be particularly tempted by this. And with its strength, it was not afraid of Ling Pengyun, who was suspected to be powerful in the Ling family. Therefore, at that time, the Black Dragon Lake clan would definitely take action to rob the treasure directly. Indirectly, the old demon of the virtual gold would naturally have a chance to escape. Moreover, although the treasure was extraordinary, it was not surprising for the power of the god transformation. In all likelihood, this clan would not risk offending the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger clan behind it and kill people to silence them. It's a pity that this treasure is not for our clan. The old Zushan Demon still had some awareness of the overall situation, so he sighed slightly. At this moment, he suddenly saw several Yin-Yang auras emerging from Maple Leaf City again. He turned his head and saw it, and his scalp was numb. There were suddenly 12 Yin-Yang spirit ghosts in Maple Leaf City, and those spirit ghosts were extremely wealthy, with 2 or 3 spirit treasures and ghost treasures. In this way, the strength of these spirit ghosts was not much worse than that of Yin-Yang of the same level. How could there be so many spirit ghosts? The old Zushan demon was secretly shocked. Could it be that the Yin-Yang ghost cultivator created it again? His eyes immediately fixed on the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun in Maple Leaf City. For a moment, Ling Pengyun's status in his heart rose. This boy must be extraordinary, don't mess with him. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis suddenly came over him. If you count the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun and Yan Siai in Maple Leaf City, there are as many as 18 nascent souls. Even if these nascent souls are all in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul, the number is really large. Although the old demon of Zushan is strong, he can't hold on. It is precisely because of this that in just a few hundred breaths, the old demon of Zushan fell into disadvantage and was unable to resist for a while. Seeing this, Yan Siai, who was in Maple Leaf City, suddenly brightened up, and she immediately called out to the nascent souls present. Everyone, the time has come, just use the killing move. After saying that, she immediately pinched her hands and used her strongest killing move 5 elements pure yang mysterious thunder. In just an instant, she immediately shot out a 5-color mysterious thunder containing pure yang energy. Because Yan Siai's cultivation has reached the limit of the early stage of the nascent soul, the power of this move is quite extraordinary, directly reaching the realm of the late stage of the nascent soul, which can be said to be extraordinary. For this reason, the old demon of Zushan, who was already at a disadvantage, did not dare to underestimate it, lest his own defense means be consumed too much power by this attack. But what surprised it was that in this moment, some powerful attack methods emerged in Maple Leaf City. Ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun used the 4th grade upper grade black fantasy flying sword obtained from the ghost fairy secret realm of the Hongzhou world in his early years as the source, and directly performed the ghost fairy sex superior ghost sword magic ghost fairy destruction sword. Although his cultivation is weak, his sword intent has already reached the 4th grade realm of the sword, and the flying sword is of a higher grade. For this reason, the power of this move is actually a few points stronger than Yan Siai's 5-element pure yang black thunder, and even touches the means of the perfect cultivator of the nascent soul. It's just that the cost of performing it is relatively high, consuming all his ghost power. Lingxiao, who possessed the moral golden saint body of the family, also used the pure yang superior divine power pure yang 5 elements mysterious thunder. This move has been popularized in the old Liu family. After all, Ling Pengyun had already obtained this technique. As for the old true lord Xiangxing, he used his 4th level middle grade natal formation, the Xiangxing Yuanmi formation, to directly transform a huge meteorite weighing more than 7 million jin. Its power directly reached the realm of the late nascent soul. The red flame fire phoenix of the Maple Leaf Li family had ordinary means at first. Even though it had the bloodline of the burning demon fire phoenix, it had a small number of bloodlines and did not receive any powerful inheritance. For this reason, it used the superior magical power 9 nether sky fire meteorite technique that it had obtained from Ling Pengyun some time ago. Suddenly, a meteorite condensed by the 9 nether mysterious fire appeared. Its power was also extraordinary. Although it was not as good as that of Yan Xie and others, it barely entered the realm of the middle nascent soul. As for those ghost spirits, they inherited some ghost magic from the Ghost Immortal sect, so they also used some powerful ghost magic. In addition, although Ling Pengyun's 2 incarnation talismans had consumed all their spiritual power due to the previous use of the 5 elements destruction void ball, they were not ordinary talismans, so they were special. Therefore, they took the 4th level soul returning pill that had been prepared long ago, and immediately recovered their spiritual power. With this as the source, they once again cast a powerful 5 element soul returning void ball. The combined power of the two can be close to the Yin-Yang perfection level of the move, but this move really consumes spiritual power, so the spiritual power of the 2 talismans can be said to be completely consumed. Because they are the bodies of talismans, their bodies are weak and it is difficult for them to take the soul returning valley in succession, so they directly transformed into incarnation talismans. When the old demon Sujin saw this, a strong sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. If these methods appeared separately, it could block them with one hand. But unfortunately, they appeared at the same time. In this way, the power was very strong. Damn, are you trying to kill me? For this reason, it quickly used various defensive methods, and even the 4th level defense or attack talismans on its body as trump cards were sacrificed all at once. In an instant, with countless roars, the old virtual gold demon was immediately overwhelmed by the attack. Waves of spiritual power emerged and spread around, not only shattering the nearby void, but also the hills on the ground. For a moment, the nearby thousands of miles were devastated, as if it had turned into a Jedi. But what surprised the world was that after all the aftermath stopped. The old virtual gold demon did not die tragically because of this, and he stood in the Jedi, just a little embarrassed. All kinds of 4th level talismans were shattered. Only the light curtain held up by his 4th grade top grade defensive magic treasure protected him, but this light curtain was also full of cracks, as if it would break at the next moment. For this reason, everyone was shocked. As expected of a demon king at the level of Yin-Yang perfection. Only Yan Xie had expected that her husband Ling Pengyun was a strong man of this level, so she knew the strength of Yin-Yang perfection strong men. For this reason, the previous attacks by her and others were able to force out many 4th grade talisman trump cards from the old Zujin demon, which was already good. Moreover, the old Zujin demon had sacrificed more than 10 4th grade talismans before. In all likelihood, he no longer had such talismans on him. In addition, his 4th grade top grade defensive magic treasure was on the verge of breaking. In fact, now was a good opportunity to kill him. For this reason, Yan Xie immediately called everyone. Everyone, I still have some cards in my hand that I haven't used yet. Please take the spiritual objects that can restore your spiritual power or ghost power and follow me to fight again. Ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun and other family masters and the 12 Yin-Yang spirit ghosts immediately did so. But the recovery pills they consumed almost exhausted the family's resources. After all, 4th level recovery pills are extremely rare, and 4th level pills that can restore ghost power are even rarer. If the family did not have the ghost fairy lamp sitting in charge, it would be difficult for the family to get such pills. With these pills, the ghost power or spiritual power consumed by Ling Pengyun and others was immediately restored, and some powerful methods were used again. It was for this reason that Qin Huafeng and Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin, who were a little hesitant, did the same. Yansei took the opportunity to sacrifice the remaining 20 or so 4th level talismans of the family. At the same time, she sent a message to the Ghost Fairy Lamp. Ghost Fairy Senior, I hope you can help me. The Ghost Fairy Lamp spirit sighed helplessly and finally agreed to it. Okay. But after the matter is done, I want the Demon King's nascent soul and his 4th grade top grade defensive spiritual treasure. Yansei was not surprised by this. After all, the Ghost Fairy Lamp was not a family spiritual treasure, but only an external aid. But no matter what, it was good that they were willing to help at this time. Moreover, with the family's nascent soul and the second wave of desperate means of Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin and others, it would be difficult to keep the old virtual gold demon. For this reason, the help of the Ghost Fairy Lamp is very important, otherwise if the old virtual gold demon is not destroyed, there will inevitably be other troubles in the future. Moreover, the Ghost Fairy Lamp only wants the nascent soul and defensive spiritual treasure of the old virtual gold demon, which is not a high request. After all, the remaining body of the old demon is as valuable as his 4th grade top grade virtual sky demon flame treasure mirror, and there are probably some treasures in the storage instruments on his body. For this reason, Yansei immediately agreed. As long as the senior can help me kill the monster, everything will be fine. Seeing his response, the Ghost Fairy Lamp waited until the attacks of Yansei and others hit the defensive means of the old demon of void gold, and no longer needed to control it with spiritual consciousness, and then it took action. In an instant, the world changed suddenly. A large area of black fog emerged in the void and enveloped Maple Leaf City. Moreover, this fog was extraordinary and contained the power to isolate spiritual consciousness. As a result, the cultivators in the city not only found it difficult to see everything outside, but even their spiritual consciousness could not penetrate the black fog. For a moment, they lost control of the battlefield outside. The same was true for the true lords such as Yansei. For this reason, the old true lord Xiangxing, the red flame fire phoenix, and the cultivators in the city, who did not know why, panicked. How could this be? Is there another powerful enemy coming? Yansei and other Ling family cultivators knew the details, so they were not surprised. The black fog was created by the Ghost Fairy Lamp to prevent the cultivators in the city from seeing the next situation outside. Moreover, the methods of the monks in the city have already played a role, and there is no need for their spiritual consciousness to control it, so this move will not affect the battle situation. And as his spiritual consciousness moved, the great magical power of the Ghost Fairy domain that he had already arranged suddenly appeared. From the inside, you can clearly see a huge black curtain covering the surrounding 100,000 miles. It can be said to be amazing. But from the outside, there is no trace of the black curtain. It is precisely because of this that the appearance of this black curtain did not alarm anything in the outside world. But the old demon of Zujin, who was inside the black curtain and was the only one whose vision was not blocked by the black curtain, saw this scene clearly. Although it was a little embarrassed because of the second wave of desperate attacks by Yansei and others, it was from the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger clan of the God Transformation Force after all, and its foundation was extraordinary. It actually resisted this move, but it was also severely injured. Later, because of its extraordinary eyesight, it actually had its own means through this black curtain, and its spiritual consciousness could not detect the situation outside through the black curtain, so it speculated a possibility. This method has some shadows of the Ghost Immortal realm, the sect protecting supernatural power of the Ghost Immortal sect, which was known as the #1 sect in the history of the Ghost Dao tens of thousands of years ago. And judging from this method, it must be a method of the level of a great supernatural power. Could this method be the Ghost Immortal realm in the legend? But isn't this method said to have disappeared with the destruction of the Ghost Immortal sect? How could it be possible to reappear in glory? Thinking of this, it trembled and immediately fixed its sight on the Maple Leaf City covered by the black curtain. Although it is now difficult for it to see everything in the city clearly, it could see a nascent soul ghost cultivator in the city before. And that person had a small lamp magic treasure that was suspected to contain the foundation of a deity transforming spiritual treasure. Come to think of it, the small lamp magic treasure looks a bit like the Ghost Fairy Lamp, the sect's deity transforming ghost treasure. The only difference is that its cultivation level is a little lower, but there must be some similarities between the two. After all, it is rumored that the Ghost Fairy Lamp of the Ghost Fairy sect is best at cultivating spirit ghosts, and there were suddenly 12 spirit ghosts in Maple Leaf City before, which is an extremely rare thing. In addition, the iron chain transformed by the small lamp is incomparably strong, and it is suspected to contain the foundation of a deity transforming spiritual treasure. The old Zujin demon immediately understood everything, and at the same time, it couldn't help feeling a little excited. That ghost cultivator is really lucky, he can even get the means of the ghost sect. But this is a good opportunity for me. Although that opportunity has no effect on me, if I can snatch that opportunity and hand it over to my Zushin Demon Flame Tiger clan, I am afraid that I can at least be rewarded with a spiritual treasure containing the foundation of the transformation of the spirit. Although the ghost immortal trace of the transformation of the spirit ghost sect has long been destroyed, this world has experienced hundreds of thousands of years, and only a dozen transformation of the spirit forces have emerged one after another. And the Zushin Demon Flame Tiger clan behind the Zujin Old Monster is the oldest transformation of the spirit force in this world. Therefore, whether it is the information of the transformation of the spirit forces that have long been destroyed or the information of the few transformation of the spirit forces that exist today, the Zujin Old Monster knows it clearly. It is precisely because of this that he knows how strong the foundation of the ghost immortal sect that was destroyed tens of thousands of years ago is. For this reason, whether it is for self-protection or to grab that opportunity, the Zujin Old Monster intends to use some real trump cards. As his thought moved, he immediately used the Void Sky Demon Flame Tiger clan's superior magical power to enhance strength, the Void Sky Demon Divine Transformation. In just an instant, his cultivation level almost doubled. This also made him realize a trace of the existence of the true meaning. Indirectly, his strength increased greatly. With my current strength, I estimate that one hand can deal with my previous self. The old demon of the void gold was overjoyed. But just when it was happy, the shocking ghost fairy domain suddenly exploded. Its internal area actually shattered directly. The entire space collapsed, and everything turned into nothingness. The old demon of the void gold was stunned. This is not a simple space shattering, but a space collapse. It is estimated that only those who truly grasp the true meaning can have the chance to resist this move. Chapter 1278. After a while, when all the abnormal movement stopped, the space within nearly 100,000 miles outside Maple Leaf City turned into nothingness. The endless void that was hidden behind the stable space suddenly appeared. Countless infinite strong winds suddenly emerged. Because of the huge number, even the old demon Zujin, who had used the secret method to enhance his strength, found it difficult to resist. What's more, he was directly sucked into the endless void by the huge strong wind. The strength of the strong wind here was even stronger. There was also a huge suction force that made it impossible for the old demon Zujin to escape. Even because of its appearance, it disrupted the normal gravity. It was like dropping a small stone in a stream. For a moment, because of its existence, several small gravity forces suddenly flowed out near it. And because these gravity forces flowed in different directions, they kept tearing the old demon Zujin. In the end, he was forcibly torn into countless pieces of minced meat. At this moment, a huge suction force suddenly appeared in the stable Maple Leaf City, and it gently pulled the body of the old demon out of the endless void, and finally landed in front of the ghost fairy lamp in Maple Leaf City. Then, he took away the Yuan of the old demon and his defensive magic treasure that had been injured, and handed the remaining body to Yan Sidai, and sent a message to her. Fellow Taoist Yan, as agreed, the remaining property belongs to you. Also, although the space in the city has not collapsed, the surrounding space has turned into nothingness after all. In this way, it is like floating without roots. Even if it were not for the ghost fairy mist I conjured to stabilize the void, it is estimated that this city would be lost in the long river of void. But I can't maintain it for a long time, so I hope that fellow Taoist and the cultivators in the city will leave here as soon as possible. But fellow Taoist, don't worry. When you plan to leave, I will temporarily use the ghost fairy mist as a source to build a ghost fairy sky bridge for you to help you leave this dangerous place. When Yan Sidai heard this, her surprise increased a little more. First, it blasted the 100,000-mile space and turned it into endless void. Now, it can even use the ghost fairy mist to build a ghost fairy bridge across such a place. This method is a bit too strong. After all, the old virtual gold demon died under the strong wind and endless gravity of the 100,000-mile endless void. Yan Sidai swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but secretly said, "The predecessor of this treasure is indeed a 5th-level Tongshan Lingbao, and judging from the appearance of Senior Ghost Immortal, It seems that detonating the powerful means of the ghost immortal domain is particularly easy. But it is true. According to Brother Penxing, as the cultivation level of this treasure increases, the space inside its body becomes larger and larger. At the same time, it can also use this space as a place to store ghost power, and this undoubtedly allows Senior Ghost Immortal to have a large amount of ghost power as support. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel a little envious. If he could also have such a means of storing spiritual power, she could completely continuously perform those magical means that consume a lot of spiritual power but are more powerful. In this way, she would be able to achieve the effect of killing enemies across levels. At the same time, it was precisely because of this that she felt an inexplicable fear of the ghost immortal lamp. Fortunately, the predecessor of the instrument spirit that gave birth to this treasure is relatively friendly to our clan, otherwise if he is an enemy of our clan, it would be troublesome. Then, she transmitted a message to the ghost immortal lamp. Senior's methods are truly extraordinary. Sai really admires them. The ghost fairy lamp spirit transmitted a voice. It's just a trifle. If the previous demon king who had reached the perfect nascent soul stage had comprehended the true meaning of the divine transformation level, he could have used this as a source to temporarily resist the gale and gravity of the endless void and escape. Yan Sai was speechless. The reason why the true meaning of divine transformation is called divine transformation is naturally because this method is originally a divine transformation method. Under such circumstances, those who can comprehend the true meaning are mostly divine transformation. Of course, there are also some powerful nascent soul perfectionists like the old void gold demon who can barely comprehend this method. But there are very few such people. Even in the old divine transformation forces such as Xinghe Pavilion, there are only 2 or 3 of them. Moreover, this kind of nascent soul perfection cultivators are generally very powerful. If the old void gold demon had this strength, it is estimated that he would have broken through Maple Leaf City long ago. Afterwards, she chatted with a ghost fairy lamp for a few more words, and she let the ghost fairy lamp transform into a ghost fairy bridge. Although the entire bridge was made of black fog, it stood in the endless void in a special way, unaffected by the strong wind and gravity. It was as if it had become one with the endless void. And this is exactly a small trick of the great supernatural power of the ghost fairy domain. After all, this method has some means of evolving a world, so it is based on the way of space, the way of blood, and the way of ghosts. For this reason, it is very handy in the way of space. This also made Yan Sai secretly amazed, and then she said to the Li family's guardian spirit beast, the red flame fire phoenix, in the city. Dao, quickly let the cultivators in the city leave the city along the Black Fog Bridge. This city is the border city of the nascent soul power of the Maple Leaf Li family, so the Li family has gathered hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the city. If these cultivators are allowed to stay here and wait for the void to collapse, they will surely die miserably, which is tantamount to first-class tragedy. And with the power of the ghost fairy lamp, it can barely escort them out. However, long before that, the ghost fairy lamp had transformed into ghost fairy fog that covered the entire Maple Leaf City and the surrounding areas. Therefore, both the red flame fire phoenix and the other cultivators in the city were somewhat unaware of the ghost fairy lamp's previous killing move and the situation outside. For this reason, in their minds, if they go out casually, it is tantamount to walking into a trap. But then again, Yan Sai's means are extraordinary after all, so everyone couldn't help but take a closer look at the Black Fog Bridge that suddenly appeared in the city. When it found that it was difficult for the divine sense to penetrate it, and that it also contained some special power, the red flame phoenix hurriedly asked Yan Sai, "Madam Ling, is this Black Fog Bridge the passage to some secret realm?" But Madam Ling, the Yin-Yang perfection monster in the outside world has not been eliminated after all. If we leave easily, wouldn't it leave behind that disaster? By then, if it bypasses our border city and directly kills into our Li family's territory, it will be over. I hope Madam Ling will stay here for a while and help our clan. I will thank you with a heavy gift afterwards. Of course, if Madam Ling insists on leaving, it's fine, but I and the monks in the city must stay and take charge. Although it misunderstood Yan Sai's intention, it did not see death as a sign of returning home, and it must stay in this border city. It also has a way to escape. As early as 100 years ago, when it, Ling's family in Shiangxing Pavilion seized the Moon Shadow secret realm, it constructed a special node in this Maple Leaf City in a special way. As long as you master the method of opening the secret realm, You can easily enter that place from here. In this way, if this city is really broken, it can use that method to lead a large number of cultivators into the Moon Shadow secret realm, and then return to the Li family's land through the node that connects the secret realm to the Li family's land. It is also true that various secret realms are regarded as treasures by major forces. When Yan Sidai saw that the red flame fire phoenix thought too much, she asked the ghost fairy lamp to remove the ghost fairy objects around it and the ghost fairy fog covering the Maple Leaf City. For a while, whether it was the red flame fire phoenix in the city or the other cultivators, they all saw that Yan Sidai had an inexplicable monster body, and its appearance was somewhat like the Yuanying Perfection Void Gold old monster that had caused trouble before. At the same time, they also witnessed a feed of the outside space collapsing into endless void. How could this be? Countless cultivators exclaimed. Then everyone fixed their eyes on Yan Sidai. Even the true lords such as Qian Huifeng were the same. But there was a little more respect and fear in their eyes. After all, it was difficult for ordinary people to create such a grand scene. Even Qian Huifeng changed the way he addressed Yan Sidai. Madam Ling, could it be that you created such a scene? Yan Sidai did not intend to reveal the extraordinariness of the ghost fairy lamp, so as not to cause trouble. For this reason, she pushed out the Xinghe Pavilion, the power behind the family, and pointed to the remains of the old virtual gold demon beside her. Yes, the Xinghe Pavilion in the Wubianhe Xiuxin realm once gave me an extraordinary quasi-5th level treasure talisman, and I just used it, but fortunately, I barely killed this demon. Although the old red gold demon had expected this, he was still shocked. According to the strength of the old virtual gold demon before, it should be difficult to kill it with a general quasi-5th level talisman. Moreover, it is difficult for ordinary people to get such talismans from the Xinghe Pavilion in the Wubianhe area. And there have always been rumors that Ling Pengyun, who is pregnant with the 5 elements of the Ling family, has a close relationship with the Xinghe Pavilion. For this reason, it immediately thought of a possibility. That fellow Taoist Ling, I'm afraid he has a somewhat extraordinary status in the Xinghe Pavilion, and even 9 out of 10 have been valued by the Xinghe Pavilion's ancestor of transformation. And if so, I'm afraid that fellow Taoist Ling will have a chance to transform into a spirit. As soon as this thought came out, it couldn't help but feel a little envious. At the same time, it became more respectful to Yan Sidai. If that's the case, Madam Ling, you have undoubtedly lost a quasi-5th level talisman this time, and this war was caused by my clan, so I'm really sorry for this. After saying that, it took out all the 4th level spiritual objects on its body and handed them to Yan Sidai. Madam Ling, our clan does not have treasures such as the quasi-5th level talismans. We only have these things. I hope you can accept them. Otherwise, I would feel bad if you were to use them for nothing. Yan Sidai was happy when she heard this. The power of Senior Ghost Immortal is useful. It was not difficult for her to guess why Qian Huifeng was so generous now. And she did not refuse. She raised her hand and took all the things handed over by Qian Huifeng. She also agreed with Ghost Immortal Lamp in private that the spiritual objects would be divided 50-50. Once this matter was settled, Yan Sidai began to call Qian Huifeng and others to leave Maple Leaf City along the Black Mist Bridge. Because there were many monks in the city, it took a long time to finish this matter. As Ghost Immortal Lamp thought, Maple Leaf City, which was originally standing in the endless void, was suddenly blasted to pieces by countless strong winds. And the surrounding void was also like this. Even in just a few breaths, Maple Leaf City no longer existed in the world. Seeing this, the Red Flame Phoenix felt a little emotional. Fortunately, I brought the spiritual veins and formations in the city with me before. As long as I have time in the future, I can build a border city somewhere else. But this space is probably hopeless, unless a great man uses special means to repair it. But fortunately, this space is not big, and it will not have any impact on our clan. Although the endless void stretches for about 100,000 miles, it is only equivalent to the territory of a giant force. You know, as a Yuanying force, the Maple Leaf Li family controls tens of millions of miles of territory. Afterwards, it simply chatted with Yan Sidai and others, and then took a group of low-level cultivators who left Maple Leaf City to a safe place and built another border city. It was also named Maple Leaf City. Of course, the spiritual veins and formations brought from the original city were also arranged in it. Seeing this, Yan Sidai immediately found the Red Flame Phoenix and said to him, Fellow Taoist, now that the troubles encountered by the nobles have been resolved, I wonder if you can follow us to support Lingxiao Academy, the last ordinary Yuanying force still in the middle? The Red Flame Phoenix naturally had no objection to this and agreed immediately. But in order to protect the safety of the family, it borrowed a Yuanying spirit ghost from Yan Siai. And Yan Siai agreed because the Red Flame Phoenix was more effective than that spirit ghost. After this matter was settled, Yan Siai and his party rushed to Lingxiao Academy. At the same time, in the depths of the boundless demon domain in this Hongzhou realm, in the Zushan Valley, the clan of the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger Clan, there is a huge quiet room, which is specially used to place the life tablets of the Yuanying demon kings of this clan. When a giant Zushan Demon Flame Tiger station here saw the broken life card of the old Zushan demon, whose cultivation level was as high as the Yuanying perfection realm, his expression changed immediately and he reported the matter immediately. In the end, this matter actually alarmed the second elder of this clan. Not only is he a Yuanying perfection strong man, but he has also comprehended 70% of the true meaning, which can be said to be extremely powerful. In addition, his lifespan is still very long, so he is also called a seedling of transformation. It is precisely for this reason that even though the Endless Demon Realm has launched an attack on the three major transformation forces of the Righteous Alliance, the Four Immortal Alliance, and the Extreme Cold Fairy Palace in the Central Plains Zeuxin realm since the beginning of the world destroying chaos, he did not participate in the front line, but stayed in this safe clan land to practice in silence. When he learned that the life card of the old Zushan demon was broken, he felt a little sad. After all, even if there are not many strong people of this level, even in the Zushan Demon Flame Tiger clan, one less will have a great impact on the clan. Moreover, if this revenge is not taken, it will really affect the morale. For this reason, he immediately summoned a fellow from the late nascent soul stage who was good at escape techniques and said to him, "Hurry up and go to the northern wilderness Zeuxin realm to find out about Sujin's tragic death." Chapter 1279 The End of the Plan. On the other side, in the northern wilderness Immortal Cultivation world, after Yan Siai and the others left the border city of Maple Leaf family, an ordinary Yuanying force, Maple Leaf City, they went straight to the Lingxiao Academy, the only one in danger nearby. After all, their strength is relatively strong, so this support was particularly smooth. And the Lingxiao's engine of this academy particularly agreed with Yan Siai's plan, but like the Qian Fire Phoenix of the Maple Leaf family, they were a little worried about their own forces. For this reason, they also borrowed a Yuanying spirit ghost from the Ling family. Once this matter was settled, the Yuanying combat power of Yan Siai and others reached as many as 19. They were Yan Siai of the Ling family, Ling Lihao with Immoral Golden Holy Body, Ghost Cultivator Ling Pengyun, Ghost Fairy Lamp, and the remaining 10 Yuanying spirit ghosts in the hands of the family and Ghost Fairy Lamp, as well as Ling Pengyun's 2 incarnation talismans. Xiangxing Lao's engine of Xiangxing Pavilion, Qian Fire Phoenix of the Maple Leaf family, and Lingxiao's engine of Lingxiao Academy. For this reason, Yan Siai saw that all the ordinary Yuanying forces in the northern wilderness Zeuxin world had turned into danger, and there was no longer any worry about the consequences. She directly led this group of people's Yuanying combat power to the north to support the front line of Sangxianfang City. However, they had been making a lot of noise in the past few days to resolve the small battlefields in various places. For this reason, the main force of the demons that was besieging Sangxianfang City once again sent a group of demon kings to investigate the situation, so as to prevent the old demon Zujin from being unable to handle it. But it was this view that made the demons discover that the old demon Zujin and other demon kings who had rushed here before were missing, and discovered the bold movements of Yan Siai and others. Of course, they could not do as Yan Siai intended, and they did not know that Yan Siai and others still had many spirit ghosts in their hands, as well as the powerful person with extraordinary means, the Ghost Fairy Lamp. For this reason, they only regarded Yan Siai and others as a piece of fat meat. After all, Yan Siai and others were not on the formation, which was a good opportunity to kill them. In addition, their own strength was not bad, and they were 3 demon kings in the late Yuanying period. Therefore, they started fighting directly. A war broke out between the two sides. But in this instant, 10 Yuanying spirit ghosts suddenly appeared and helped Yan Siai and others to resist the enemy. In this way, even if the 3 demon kings were extremely powerful, they fell into defeat for a while. Not long after that, They were besieged to death. And it was this situation that gave the main force of the demons besieging Sanxianfang City a shot of prevention. At this time, the front line of Sanxianfang City, the rear of the main force of the demons besieging here. Although the cultivation level was only the late Yin-Yang, the old Binqian Jiao, who was valued by the Black Jiao ancestor and became the leader of the main demons, looked at a broken life card in his hand, his eyebrows full of astonishment. Why did my clan's late Yin-Yang fellow have an accident? Aren't there a late Yin-Yang demon king of the Sea Dragon clan in the boundless sea cultivation world, and a late Yin-Yang demon cultivator of the Red Buddha demon sect in the Supreme Buddha Kingdom cultivation world beside him? It stands to reason that even if they encounter a powerful Yin-Yang perfectionist, they will probably be able to run away. The owner of the broken life card was one of the 3 Yin-Yang late demon kings who were sent by Bingjin Lao Jiao to investigate the tragic deaths of Yin-Yang demons who besieged Lingbao Academy, Fengali family, and Shiangxing Pavilion. Many of the demons who died tragically were from the Black Dragon Lake clan, and the life cards of those demon kings were temporarily in the hands of Bingjin Lao Jiao, so he could know the tragic deaths of those demons from a distance of countless miles. However, he did not know the reason. That's why he sent troops to investigate. Just when he was confused, 2 of the demons who were besieging the 3 immortals market withdrew one after another and found Bingjin Lao Jiao, the nominal boss. The 2 were the Yin-Yang demon leaders of the Sea Dragon clan of the Infinite Sea Cultivation Realm and the Red Buddha demon sect of the Supreme Buddha Cultivation Realm who supported the Black Dragon Lake clan. Moreover, their cultivation bases were not weak, and they all had the cultivation base of the nascent soul perfection. The reason why they sought out Bingjin Lao Jiao this time was because the life plate of the late nascent soul demon of the same clan that they and the Black Dragon Lake clan had sent to investigate the situation was also broken. Bingjin Lao Jiao was shocked when he heard this. So, the 3 late nascent soul demons that we sent to investigate the battle situation of those ordinary righteous nascent soul forces not long ago are all dead. The 2 demons were a little surprised when they heard Bingjin Lao Jiao's words. Could it be that the late nascent soul demon king of your clan, brother Bingjin, has also met with an accident? Bingjin Lao Jiao nodded and handed over the broken life plate. Yes, his life plate is also broken. And it seems that the fellow Taoist Su Jin and others who went there to investigate the news earlier have probably also encountered a murderous hand. The 2 perfect nascent soul demons heard this, although it was a little unbelievable, but now it seems that this is indeed possible. For a moment, they were extremely worried. This situation undoubtedly indicated that 1 or more powerful people hiding in the dark and with extraordinary strength appeared in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation world to help the righteous path of this world. After careful calculation, the 1 or more enemies hiding in the dark are estimated to be very powerful. If we don't let them do anything and they cause chaos, the situation of this war may change. What's more, they are now in the dark and it is difficult to find their tracks. It is possible that they will come here directly after dealing with the small battlefields in the outside world, or they may hide in the dark to look for opportunities, but no matter which one it is not a good thing for us. For this reason, in my opinion, we should take the initiative to attack and eliminate those strong men, but according to the strength of those strong men, they must be extraordinary. It is estimated that it will be difficult for each of us to kill them alone. Therefore, it is estimated that only the 3 of us can work together, dispatch about 10 demon kings, and match them with 2 demons with perfect nascent soul, to do it. But such a big move will inevitably make the righteous cultivators in Sanxianfang City suspicious, and such an approach will inevitably make us lose the advantage established on the battlefield here. For this reason, the only way now is to ask the noble ancestor of the god of transformation to take action. The nascent soul perfection demon cultivator of the Red Buddha demon sect asked. I also think this is a good idea. The demon king of the Sea Dragon clan also had this idea. After all, the powerful people hiding in the dark are extraordinary, and their number is unknown. It does not want to have a direct conflict with them, so as not to encounter danger itself. Although Bingjin Old Dragon also has this concern, he knows better how difficult it is to invite his own ancestor. For this reason, it can only helplessly say. It is estimated that there is no hope of inviting the ancestor. After all, the righteous gods in the rest of the cultivation world have not appeared. If my ancestor reveals his tracks for those powerful people hiding in the dark, it is possible that those righteous gods will be attracted. At that time, let alone my ancestor, even we will probably be in great danger. It is even possible that this place will become the ultimate battlefield of the world-destroying chaos. Therefore, this time we can only rely on ourselves. The nascent soul perfection demon king of the Sea Dragon clan and the demon cultivator of the Red Buddha demon sect heard this and naturally knew the importance of this matter. For this reason, they immediately agreed to Bing Jin Old Dragon's proposal. Then, the three demons discussed again. Considering that there were only two powerful Yuanying masters left here, the Yuanying Perfect Demon King of the Sea Dragon clan and the Yuanying Perfect Demon Cultivator of the Red Demon Buddha sect. Therefore, they could only lead the 8 Yuanying mid to late stage demons to leave here and go to the outside world to search for the variable. However, this move also attracted the attention of the righteous cultivators in Sangxianfang City. In addition, Yan Siyi had always been in contact with Yun Qian Liu's Henjin, the strongest righteous cultivator here. For this reason, Yun Qian Liu's Henjin immediately guessed the intention of the demons who left. It seems that Siyi's plan has been half successful. In this way, the main battlefield of Sangxianfang City cannot be lost. Seeing this, Yun Qian Liu's Henjin's eyebrows were full of brilliance. Then, he ordered more than 30 righteous Yuanings from the 3 major immortal gates, Xinghe Pavilion, 4 Immortal Alliance, and Jihon Immortal Palace in the city. Follow me and do your best to stop the demon kings who are going to leave. Although everyone didn't know some secrets, they could probably guess that the demon kings who left were going to go to the outside world to cause chaos, and this move was really contrary to the chaos of this time. So they immediately obeyed the order of Master Yun Jin and turned to attack the demon kings who were going to leave with powerful means, trying to entangle them. But the demon kings besieging the market were more numerous after all, more than 40, more than 10 more than the righteous Yuanying in the 3 Immortals market. For this reason, no matter how hard the Yuanying in the 3 Immortals market tried, they failed to stop the Yuanying demon kings. However, it was difficult for the demon kings to escape. The old Taoist Yun Jin of Xinghe Pavilion, his swordsmanship is really scary, and it is estimated that he has touched the realm of the true meaning of the swordsmanship. If the scales on my body were not strong this time, I would have been seriously injured. The Yuanying Perfect Dragon of the Sea Dragon clan looked at the huge sword mark on his body, and his brows were full of lingering fear. The other 9 demons also had some injuries. However, it did not have much impact on their combat power, which was a blessing in disguise. For this reason, the team led by the 2 Yuanying Perfection strongmen from the Sea Dragon clan and the Red Buddha demon sect rushed to the place where the second group of demons who went to investigate the news had an accident without stopping. Half a day later, when the demons passed through a mountain range, a series of formation flags suddenly flew out from the depths of the mountain range, and those formation flags quickly transformed into countless formation patterns, and finally gathered into a huge formation to trap the demons. The demons immediately had a bad premonition and guessed that it was an ambush. But they were puzzled as to how the group of people could hide in the depths of the mountain without being discovered. You know, they all came from the power of the transformed demons, and their inheritance was extraordinary, and among them was the profound magical pupil technique. In this way, ordinary breath-retaining methods could not escape their eyes at all. Moreover, there are 2 Yuanying perfection-level demons among them. Could it be that the ambusher has the cultivation of the spirit transformation, or has the help of the quasi-5th level breath-retaining spiritual creature? Or has mastered the true meaning of breath-retaining? The Yuanying Perfection Dragon from the Sea Dragon clan was full of surprise. No matter which possibility it is an extraordinary existence. However, the former is the least likely. After all, if the lurker really has the cultivation of the spirit transformation, how could he hide his identity? The latter two may have a higher probability, but whether it is a quasi-5th level breath-retaining spiritual creature or a cultivator who masters the true meaning of breath-retaining, it is particularly rare. Moreover, such people generally have extremely powerful means. It is precisely because of this that both the Yuanying Perfection Dragon of the Sea Dragon clan and the other 9 strong men here showed some fear in their hearts. At the same time, in order to escape as soon as possible and avoid death here, they immediately summoned a series of attack methods to bombard the surrounding 4th-level medium-grade trap array. This formation was the life formation of the Shiangxing Taoist master, Shiangxing of the Shiangxing Pavilion in the Northern Wilderness Cultivation realm, which used formations as the foundation of its Taoism. Therefore, the power of this formation was relatively strong, and it actually withstood the simultaneous bombardment of the 10 Yuanying mid-stage masters and above, and it was just a little shaky. But it seemed that it would not last long, at most a few dozen breaths. For this reason, Yan Sidai and others who were hiding in the depths of the mountains immediately took action to stop it. In addition, Yan Sidai and others also summoned the 10 spirit ghosts of the family and the ghost fairy lamp, as well as the 2 incarnation talismans left by Ling Pengyun in his early years. However, the ghost fairy lamp did not make a move, so as not to be seen as its identity, which was the final trump card. In an instant, a full 18 Yuanying appeared in the world. The dense attacks came and directly submerged the 10 demons trapped in the formation. But after all, the demons had an advantage in cultivation, so it didn't take long for them to react and gradually resisted such attacks, and they even had 30% to 40% of their strength left to attack the formation. This group of nascent souls has quite a lot of fighting power, and the number of nascent soul ghosts is a bit outrageous, but fortunately, there are no strong people who have mastered the true meaning. But then again, if this group of people only have such strength, how can they kill the first group of Zujin fellows who went to the outside world to inquire about the news? Is he not dead? The 10 demons sighed when they saw the strength of Yan Sidai and others. On the other side, deep in the mountains, Yan Sidai saw such a situation and frowned. It may be difficult for us to destroy the demons alone. It seems that we still have to ask Uncle Yunjin for help. Then, she crushed a high-level mother-child token. At this moment, in the Sangxianfang city, hundreds of millions of miles away, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin looked at a broken token in his hand. He had expected it, and he was a little more happy and worried. Whether we can take this opportunity to kill the main force of the demons depends on this opportunity. But I hope we can make it in time, otherwise if Sai gets into trouble, it will be difficult to explain to junior brother Pengyun. Then, he called a group of Yuanying in the city. Follow me to go somewhere else to provide support. The Yuanying were stunned and protested. Old Master Yunjin, where are you going to provide support? Now the outside world is full of demon beasts, and there are many Yuanying demon kings. It may be difficult to break through. And there is no guarantee that the Black Dragon ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan is also watching in the dark. Seeing this, Master Yunjin said calmly. Don't worry, I have my own way, follow me. After saying that, he flew into the city by himself, and the other Yuanyings saw this and couldn't help but become more confused. Going to provide support elsewhere, not breaking through from the outside world, but going to the city instead? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1280, Surprise Soldier. After a while, about 30% of the Yuanying in Sangxianfang followed Yun Qianliu's Henjin into a cave. As Yun Qianliu's Henjin pinched his fingers, special lines suddenly appeared on the ground, and finally gathered into a strange circle about 10 feet in size. Because everyone present was a Yuanying from the major forces of the God of Transformation, they had more experience. Just one glance, everyone felt that this strange sphere was familiar. After a while, someone exclaimed, "Could it be a 4th-level teleportation formation?" After hearing this, everyone present suddenly realized and immediately confirmed the identity of the strange circle. But at the same time, everyone was surprised by this. The 4th-level teleportation formation is extremely powerful. As long as a special formation node is arranged at the corresponding position, it can teleport the cultivator to a place hundreds of millions of miles away in an instant. However, the requirements for the spiritual materials required to arrange this formation are relatively high. Not only does it require a 4th-level void treasure crystal as the core, but it also requires a large number of 4th-level and quasi-4th-level objects. However, the void crystal is a rare thing, and there are few in the world. Even in the northern wilderness cultivation world, since it was opened up for 10,000 years, no 3rd-level void crystals have been found, let alone 4th-level void crystals. For this reason, even the major incarnation forces do not have many 4th-level teleportation formations, and they are all arranged in some special locations, and have never appeared in the 3 immortals market in the northern wilderness cultivation world. It is precisely for this reason that many Yuanyings present said to Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, "Old Senior Yunjin, your sect is really generous this time. You have quietly arranged such a large formation here. I really admire you." Yunjin Lao Zhenjin just smiled when he heard it. The strange formation here is indeed a 4th-level teleportation formation. Moreover, as early as the last small chaos, he applied to the sect for this teleportation formation as a backup, such as in times of crisis, to help the righteous Yin-Yang station here escape or provide support elsewhere. However, this formation was not arranged here with materials, but with various formation flags engraved with teleportation patterns. For this reason, the arrangement of this formation did not consume resources. It was for this reason that when Yunjin Lao Zhenjin arranged the 4th-level teleportation formation here, he did not tell this group of people. Otherwise, if this formation was arranged with resources, he would not intend to let the Yunjin lineage of Xinghe Pavilion behind him be the scapegoat, and naturally he would pull other forces to invest together. In addition, there is another concern for concealing this matter, which is to prevent the news from being leaked. Although all the Yuanying here are righteous, they are from various forces, and there are good and bad people. It is possible that someone has been bribed by the demon clan and become a traitor. The role of this teleportation formation is more critical. Once it is leaked, the demon clan will inevitably be on guard. For example, some special talismans are arranged around the Xianfang city to shield the teleportation effect of the teleportation formation. There are many spiritual objects of this kind, but they are relatively rare. However, as a spiritual demon clan, the Black Dragon Lake clan must have such treasures, but they are reluctant to use them at ordinary times. After retracting his distracting thoughts, Master Yunjin said, "Let's talk about small talk later. Right now, supporting the outside world is the most important thing. In addition, when we reach the place where we need support through this teleportation array across tens of millions or billions of miles, don't say too much. When you see a demon, just take action directly. This matter must be done quickly, otherwise if our support is delayed for too long, the main force of demons attacking the Xianfang city here will definitely find something wrong. And the number of Yuanyings we are going to support this time is relatively large, a full 10, which is equivalent to 30% of the Yuanying cultivators here. In this way, the probability of Xianfang city being broken by then will be very high. And we are already at a disadvantage, and the defense line here is the most important place in the entire northern wilderness cultivation world, and it is also the most solid place. Not only does it have a 4th-level middle-grade spiritual vein, but also a 4th-level upper-grade formation, and even more than 30 Yuanyings like us, as well as millions of local cultivators in the northern wilderness cultivation world. So once the city is broken, it is estimated that the millions of cultivators here will be slaughtered by the demons, and even the more than 20 Yuanyings who stayed here may be wiped out. By then, even if we can survive, it is estimated that it will be difficult to organize the remaining righteous paths here to resist the demon army led by the Black Dragon Lake clan. For this reason, I hope you will pay more attention to this support." After saying this, he injected a spiritual power into the teleportation array. Because the array stored a large amount of spiritual power, it did not need any spiritual energy from Master Yunjin Lao, and it was immediately activated. With a flash of light, everyone suddenly felt their bodies floating up, and their heads were dizzy. When the abnormal movement around them dissipated and their feet touched the ground, they found themselves in a hidden cave. When they walked out of here and took a look, they found that this was a mountain range that stretched far away. In addition, they also found that there were many Yuanying fighting forces outside the mountain range. There were about 17 or 18 Yuanying fighting forces on the cultivator side. But strangely, there are 10 Yuanying spirit ghosts among them, as if these cultivators are demon cultivators who are good at controlling ghosts. The demons are more normal, mostly using their own means to fight the enemy. Although there are fewer of them, only 10 of them, they are all very powerful, and there are even 2 Yuanying perfect demons sitting in the position, which can be said to be extremely powerful. For this reason, they actually fought with fewer people, not only without any danger, but also with a few advantages. Even if they were not trapped in a formation now, which made some methods unable to be used, it is estimated that casualties have already begun to occur among the cultivators. It is also worth mentioning that this group of demons is an old acquaintance of Yunjin Lao Zhenjin and others. It is the group of demons that forcibly left the main battlefield of Xianfang City not long ago. In addition, some righteous Yuanyings who are familiar with the major ordinary Yuanying forces in the northern wilderness cultivation world also discovered that there are Lingyan City and others among the cultivators who are fighting. It is said that the Ling family is closely related to the Yunjin lineage of Xinghe Pavilion behind the old master Yunjin. For this reason, Some righteous Yuan who were originally skeptical about this support immediately guessed some secrets. Could it be that the 10 powerful demons who besieged Sangxianfeng City suddenly left Sangxianfeng City to deal with Yan Sidai and other Taoist friends of the Ling family? But then again, since Taoist friend Yan Sidai and others appeared at the node of the teleportation array arranged by Senior Yunjin at such a critical moment, there must be something strange. It is possible that all this is the result of the secret planning of Taoist friend Yan Sidai and others and Senior Yunjin. And all this is just to lure those powerful Yuaning demons away from the front line of Sangxianfeng City and kill them all, so as to weaken the strength of those demons in this world. For a moment, these righteous Yuaning who came to support from Sangxianfeng City all admired the powerful old master Yunjin a little more, and at the same time felt a kind of fear towards him. After all, Master Yunjin secretly planned a big game under their noses. Such a move is an extraordinary means. If one day, they become enemies with Master Yunjin, they will be killed by him. And the previous guess was indeed correct. Now they saw the scene that was all planned. Even many years ago, Yan Sidai and Master Yunjin had planned this matter. Even when Yan Sidai and Ling's Yuanying supported the small battlefields of ordinary Yuanying forces in various places in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, they had already started the first step of the plan. And because of their great victory, the Yuanying perfect void gold old monster that was finally attracted was just an appetizer. The real purpose of Yan Sidai and others and Master Yunjin was to lure out the group of demons this time. You know, among this group of demons, the strongest among the Black Dragon Lake Clan's troops this time, and even the only 2 remaining Yuanying perfect demons are here. As long as they can destroy it, the Black Dragon Lake Clan will not be afraid of the army. Even as long as the ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake Clan does not take action, the righteous way of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world will have the ability to counterattack. It is for this reason that Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, the core planner, did not hesitate at all, and with countless murderous intentions, he summoned his powerful Yunjin flying sword and displayed the Yunjin lineage's magical power of Yunjin Fenguang sword formation. This treasure originated from the successive masters of the Yunjin lineage. For this reason, this treasure has a particularly deep foundation and has already entered the 4th level upper grade for many years. In the early years, there were even several Yunjin vein masters who had great opportunities to integrate some quasi-5th level spiritual materials into this flying sword. It's just a pity that the number is too small, otherwise this sword has a chance to enter the quasi-5th level realm. But even so, this treasure is still extraordinary now. In addition, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin is a sword cultivator, and even his sword intent has reached the 4th level extreme. For this reason, with this treasure in the hands of Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, it is completely no different from a quasi-5th level treasure. Even with the blessing of the sword array, this flying sword directly transformed into 3,000-foot giant swords. Go! As Yunjin Lao Zhenjin raised his hand and waved, a huge torrent of giant swords immediately crossed the sky and went directly to support Yan Sidai and others in the distance. Seeing this, the other 9 righteous Yuanying who came to support naturally did not dare to delay, so as not to delay this good opportunity to severely damage the demons. In a moment, dense and powerful attacks suddenly emerged. In the distance, the 10 demons who were about to break through the natal array of Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin saw this and immediately became chaotic. Some powerful people have even discovered the existence of Yunjin Lao Zhenjin and others. How is it possible? Aren't the 10 righteous Yuanyings including Yunjin Laoget always in Sangxianfeng City? And Sangxianfeng City is being watched closely by the demons like us. Not to mention those Yuanyings in the early, middle and late stages, even Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, who has reached the Yuanying perfection, would find it difficult to leave there even if he tried his best. Under such circumstances, how could this group of people suddenly appear here? The leading Sea Dragon Clan Yuanying Perfection Dragon trembled his eyebrows and immediately guessed the factor of the teleportation array. But this array requires the nodes that you want to teleport to a certain place to be arranged before you can teleport to each other. Otherwise, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin and others would not be able to reach here with the help of the teleportation array. In this case, is everything false, but the plan of Yunjin Laogai and others. Thinking of this, he cursed. Damn it! I was tricked. At the same time, a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. After all, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin and others who came with the support of the teleportation array were all extraordinary, and their strength was not much worse than theirs. At most, there was only a difference of one Yuanying perfected fighting power. But that Yunjin Lao's Henjin was a real fierce man, and he had actually comprehended a trace of the true meaning of the middle-level Dao, the meaning of the cloud mist sword formation. As a result, his strength was extraordinary, and he directly blocked the two Yuanying perfected demons here with his own strength. In addition, Yan Sidai and others here were also quite strong, and there were a lot of them. This also made it easy for them to turn the situation around here, thus gaining a great advantage. On the other hand, the dragons and other demons of the Sea Dragon clan were even somewhat defeated. In addition, Yan Sidai, who designed it together with Yunjin Lao's Henjin, had already arranged a very high-level shielding communication method, making it impossible for the demons to ask for help. So they could only rely on themselves. For this reason, whether it was the Yuanying perfected dragon or the other demons, they were forced to use some of their best things, such as the 4th level talisman, or the desperate method, etc. Although this approach made their situation a little better, it could not change the situation much. In the end, within 100 breaths, Yan Sidai and the others worked together to kill a weaker demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul. The tragic death of this demon also freed many of Yan Sidai and the others' nascent souls to attack other demon kings. Gradually, Yan Sidai and the others gained more and more advantages. In just a few hours, there were only 2 demons with perfect nascent souls from the Sea Dragon clan and the Red Flame Buddhist sect left. They were full of despair, and even the demon cultivator from the Red Flame Buddhist sect had begun to beg. "Everyone, I come from the Red Flame Buddhist sect. I hope you will give me some face and leave me a way out. In the future, I will definitely thank you with a big gift." Seeing this, the dragon with perfect nascent soul couldn't help but look down on him. According to the current situation, how could Yunjin Lao's Henjin and the others let them go? For now, we can only see if Brother Bingjin can guess what is wrong here based on the tragic deaths of the Black Dragon Lake Demon Kings who followed us here this time. As the commander of the war appointed by the Black Dragon Lake Patriarch, Bingjin Lao Jiao holds the life cards of all the demon kings of the Black Dragon Lake clan who participated in the war. Under such circumstances, he can naturally know immediately about the tragic deaths of the Black Dragon Lake demon kings here. It is precisely for this reason that the dragon with a perfect nascent soul has some luck in his heart, and at the same time, he gritted his teeth and resisted the attack of nearly 30 righteous nascent souls from the outside world. Yes, more than 30 nascent souls. Yan Sidai and others who originally ambushed them only had 17 or 18 nascent souls, and Yunjin Lao's Henjin and other subsequent planners had a total of 10 people, a total of nearly 30. Chapter 1281 The 4 Great God Transforming Demonic Forces Gather. At the same time, in the Sangxianfang city, behind the army of monsters besieging this place, Ancestor, our clan followed other demon forces to the outside world to deal with a group of Yuanying clan members hiding in the dark, and they were killed in a short time. According to my estimation, the strength of those powerful people hiding in the dark is probably not low. It is even possible that the powerful people are composed of many late Yuanying or even many Yuanying perfect strong people. Under such circumstances, I think the Yuanying sent out by the other demon forces is probably not in a good situation. Furthermore, because our demon forces have successively withdrawn the Yuanying demons from the main battlefield here to the outside world to deal with a group of forces hiding in the dark, now, the number of Yuanying demons in our demon forces here is not much, only more than 30. And most of them are in the early and middle stages of the Yuanying, and there are not many late Yuanying, and there is not even a Yuanying perfect strong person. We can barely trap the group of righteous Yuanying in the Sangxianfang city. If we mobilize those demons to support, I am afraid that the situation we have established with great difficulty will be destroyed. But if we don't go to support them, I'm afraid our current situation will still be changed. After all, as long as the cultivators hiding in the dark are not stupid, they will directly kill here after destroying the group of Yuanying demons who just went to the outside world. At that time, our demon forces will surely be unable to resist. So our demon forces are actually on the edge of a cliff. If you don't take action, I'm afraid our clan's plan will also fail. After Bingjin Lao Jiao saw that the life cards of several Yuanying fellows who followed the 2 Yuanying perfect strongmen of the Jiao clan and the Red Buddha demon sect to search for the dark forces were all broken, he boldly found the Black Dragon ancestor who refused to take action not long ago. As for the fact that he did not guess that there was a god among the cultivators hiding in the dark to help the righteous way of this world, It was also very simple. Once this kind of strong man takes action in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, he will definitely be detected by the Black Dragon ancestor. But up to now, the Black Dragon patriarch has not sensed any movement from such strong men. It is obvious that the forces that are secretly helping the righteous in this world are still at the nascent soul level. And this is the only good thing. After hearing this, the Black Dragon patriarch suddenly showed a burst of anger. A bunch of trash. What use do I have for you? And since you are wise, the demon forces like us are forced to the edge of the cliff. How could those forces that are hiding in the dark to help the righteous here not know it? It is possible that their real purpose is to use this to force me out, so as to kill me and change the current situation of the righteous in this world. Don't forget that the situation of the destruction of the world in other immortal cultivation worlds is not as tense as this world, and it is still in the early stage. For this reason, the righteous incarnations of the immortal cultivation world have not appeared. Under such circumstances, how can you let me take action? When Pengyun heard this, he felt a little impossible at first. After all, the Black Dragon patriarch is an incarnation. Such a person is already the strongest in this world. Moreover, these strong men have mastered the true meaning of the Great Tao, and their methods are particularly extraordinary. Even if multiple gods join forces to besiege a god, it is difficult to kill him. For this reason, the gods of the past have rarely been killed, and most of them died of exhaustion. But if the gods of the righteous paths in the cultivation world all gathered here to set up a trap, then it is really possible to trap and kill the Black Dragon ancestor. Thinking of this, Pengyun old Jiao shuddered. Ancestor, do you mean that those forces hidden in the dark may be arranged by those gods of the righteous paths? The Black Dragon ancestor suddenly had a headache. It used to think that Pengyun old Jiao was at most a little inferior in cultivation and had not entered the nascent soul perfection, but it did not expect that he was so incompetent. For this reason, it immediately said angrily, "What else? If not, those forces hiding in the dark would know that the demons in the world of immortal cultivation have a god like me in charge, so how dare they make trouble?" Hearing this, Pengyun Lao Jiao thought it was true, and he quickly complimented the Black Dragon ancestor. As expected, it is the old Taoist who saw through the conspiracy and tricks of those righteous gods at a glance. But ancestor, now our demons are really in trouble. Ancestor, do you have any other way to resolve this? Otherwise, everything will be over, and those Yuanying people of our clan who died tragically in this battle will also die in vain. The eyes of the Black Dragon Lake ancestor were a little more sad, and after thinking for a long time, it said, "For now, the only way is to ask for help from the other demons and demons." After saying that, it looked at the sad-looking Pengyun Lao Jiao, and couldn't help but secretly evaluate him in his heart. He has low cultivation and weak vision. His only advantage may be that he cares about his clan. This is not bad. Although he cannot take on important tasks, he is in charge of the clan and can avoid corruption. Then, his attitude towards Pengyun Lao Jiao became better. "Leave." Pengyun Lao Jiao wanted to say something, but he hesitated. In the end, he left with sorrow. The Black Dragon patriarch then spit out a water mirror. Don't look at it as ordinary, but this thing is a real 4th level top grade communication mirror, and it even has some signs of entering the quasi 5th level, which is rare in the world. And it is one of the treasures of the Black Dragon Lake clan, the Black Dragon water mirror. Its effect is extraordinary, enough to communicate across several immortal realms. And this is also the medium for most of the communication between the Black Dragon Lake clan and other demon forces. After all, the demon forces are just an unreliable group, and there are even some contradictions between them. For example, the Sea Dragon clan of the Boundless Sea Cultivation world and the Boundless Demon clan of the Zhongzhou Cultivation world had planned to take the Black Dragon Lake clan as their younger brothers, so they took the initiative to attack them and wanted to subdue them by force. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Dragon clan's ancestors were all very powerful, the current situation in the Black Dragon Lake would probably be completely different. For this reason, it was too dangerous to talk face to face with the ancestors of the demon forces. If they were tricked, they would be finished. Not long after the Black Dragon clan ancestor injected a demonic force into the water mirror, the faces of the ancestor of the Sea Dragon clan of the Boundless Sea Cultivation world, one of the 2 demon ancestors of the Boundless Demon clan of the Zhongzhou Cultivation world, and one of the 2 demon kings of the Red Buddha demon sect appeared on the water mirror one after another. "Fellow Taoist Black Dragon, you are here to look for us this time," But is there any good news from your small battlefield in the northern wasteland cultivation world? The demon lord of the Red Buddha demon sect, the only one among the three who had never had a conflict with a Black Dragon clan, was curious when he saw that the Black Dragon ancestor had summoned the 4 great demon forces in this world. The other 2 great demon clans also attached great importance to this matter and spoke about it. After all, in this world destroying chaos, the 3 major forces will each send a Yuanying perfection strongman and 9 Yuanying mid to late stage strongmen to support the northern wasteland cultivation world. The Black Dragon Lake clan is to see the Black Dragon Lake clan seize the opportunity that this world has not yet given birth to a righteous god, and take advantage of this battle to destroy all the righteous forces in this world. In this way, the Black Dragon ancestor can get a way to support other cultivation worlds, thereby changing the situation of this world destroying chaos. The Black Dragon ancestor did not delay, and immediately overturned the good news, and instead talked about the current predicament facing the northern wasteland cultivation world. The other 3 major forces incarnation demons all frowned when they heard this. Black Flood Dragon, what do you do for a living? Did we send 10 powerful nascent soul masters to your clan? How could this happen? The Dao Lord of the Sea Flood Dragon clan, who was also a flood dragon like the Black Flood Dragon ancestor, thought that he was the orthodox flood dragon lineage of this world, and the Black Flood Dragon Lake clan was just a side branch. For this reason, he scolded the Black Flood Dragon ancestor with a superior attitude. You think it's easy to kill a nascent soul supported by the righteous incarnation? But speaking of it, the nascent soul perfection flood dragon of your clan that supported my clan is probably dead now. How do you account for this? Is the nascent soul perfection of your clan also just eating for free? When the Black Flood Dragon ancestor heard this, he was immediately a little angry and not afraid at all. When the Sea Flood Dragon clan heard that the nascent soul perfection clan member of whose clan who supported the Black Flood Dragon Lake clan was in danger, he couldn't help but feel more worried. Yuanying perfect strongmen are extremely rare, even in the Sea Dragon clan, there are not many of them. Therefore, every loss is a loss. Therefore, he immediately withdrew the means of communication, and went to the place where the Sea Dragon clan specially stored the life cards of the major Yuanying clan members, and finally took a close look at the life card of the clan member. After seeing that it was still intact, he was relieved, and then he immediately returned to the communication and angrily said to the Black Dragon ancestor, "Bullshit. My clan member is not dead. But why did you send my Yuanying perfect clan member to do such a terrible thing? Could it be that you want to use this to harm the Yuanying perfect strongman of my clan?" The Black Dragon ancestor was a little surprised when he heard this. But thinking of the fact that the Yuanying perfect old demon of the Zushan demon flame tiger clan, who was also a Zujin old demon, also died tragically when he went to the outside world to track down the strong man who was hiding in the dark to help the righteous forces, he immediately smiled. It's just a matter of time. As for the crime of entrapment, don't push it onto me. Your clan member who has reached the perfect nascent soul stage volunteered for the sake of the overall situation, and went with a nascent soul perfect demon cultivator from the Red Demon Buddha sect and 8 nascent souls. Moreover, my clan also sent people to participate, and those members of my clan have all died tragically. The one with the biggest background among the 4 demon transformed gods here, the demon lord of the infinite demon realm of the Central Plains cultivation realm, was annoyed when he saw the quarrel between the Sea Dragon ancestor and the Black Dragon ancestor. It's time now, and you're still fighting among yourselves. You all want to be caught by those greedy righteous god-transformed forces, and eventually be exterminated, right? The Black Dragon ancestor and the Sea Dragon ancestor heard this, and they stopped talking with some concerns. At this time, the demon lord of the Red Buddha demon sect, who had never spoken, spoke to the demon lord of the infinite demon realm. Fellow Taoist, how do you plan to deal with this? The god-transforming demon king of the boundless demon territory thought for a while. The battlefield in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation realm is crucial to our launching of the world-destroying chaos this time, and those righteous god-transforming forces probably know this, so they secretly support a group of strong men to cause chaos in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation realm. Under such circumstances, we naturally cannot let those righteous god-transforming forces get their way. Therefore, I advocate the dispatch of another batch of nascent soul troops to support that immortal cultivation realm. At the same time, be prepared for the righteous god-transforming forces to appear in that immortal cultivation realm so that we can go there at any time for a fierce battle. The sea dragon ancestor of the boundless sea territory suddenly had a headache. Our clan has been at a disadvantage in battles with the Xinghe Pavilion in the Boundless Sea because we sent 10 Yuanying members to support the damn Black Dragon Lake clan. If our clan continues to send Yuanying members to support the Black Dragon Lake clan, I'm afraid our clan will be defeated. The God-transforming demon lord of the Red Buddha demon sect also echoed. The same is true for our clan. Upon hearing this, the God-transforming demon lord of the Boundless Demon territory said coldly, I know the real situation of both of you. Although the situation of your clan is not very good, as long as the number of demon kings sent to support the Black Dragon Lake clan is not too many, the situation will not change too much. And the situation of your Red Buddha demon sect is completely good. Even though your sect sent a lot of nascent soul demon cultivators to support the Northern Wilderness Cultivation World, your sect has always suppressed the Supreme Buddha sect of the Supreme Buddha Cultivation World. Under such circumstances, your sect is still pretending to be weak. If you all plan to fight on your own, this time my Boundless Demon Realm clan is too lazy to play with you, and my clan will withdraw from this world destroying chaos. The old ancestor of the Sea Dragon and the Demon King of the Red Buddha Demon sect, who were pretending to be weak, heard this and immediately became anxious. If it weren't for the Boundless Demon Realm clan that was involved in the 4 Immortal Alliances and the Righteous Alliance in this Hongxiao Cultivation World, and the 3 major divine transformation forces of the Extreme Cold Fairy Palace in the Extreme North Cultivation World, their 2 major demon forces would be really dangerous. For this reason, they hurriedly said, No, no, no. Everything is easy to talk about, everything is easy to talk about. Upon hearing this, the God-transforming demon king of the Boundless Demon territory snorted coldly, and then said, each party must send 5 late-stage nascent soul warriors to support the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World. In addition, because the group of righteous cultivators who are causing chaos in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World are suspected to have the God-transforming righteousness as their backers, it is probably useless to support the nascent soul warriors alone. So I suggest that you better take out a powerful spiritual treasure with a God-transforming foundation, or a quasi 5th level or higher spiritual talisman and other means to protect the supporters, otherwise the probability of those strong men dying tragically is very high, and it will also be difficult to resolve the dilemma of the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World. The Sea Dragon ancestor and the God-transforming demon king of the Red Buddha demon sect originally intended to refuse. After all, whether it was a spiritual treasure with a God-transforming foundation or a quasi 5th level spiritual talisman, they were all rare things. Even those of them who were God-transforming did not have many, so how could they be willing to give them to the nascent souls under their command? Moreover, if they temporarily gave such precious things to their Yuanyings, and if something unexpected happened to them, it would cause the treasure to be lost in the outside world, which would be troublesome. But now this was indeed the only way to change the situation, so they had no choice but to agree to it. Chapter 1282 Why Help My Clan? Then, the 4 demonic forces incarnation demons discussed the battlefield situation of various immortal cultivation worlds through the communication mirror, and then dispersed. The Black Dragon ancestor, who received the support and affirmation, finally put his mind at ease. With the support of those 3 parties, I think the crisis faced by my Black Dragon Lake clan this time can be resolved. But based on the situation of my Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World this time, I am afraid that the righteous incarnations in other immortal cultivation worlds who have not yet appeared have also regarded this place as a breakthrough point. In this case, I am afraid that this place will eventually become the main battlefield. It seems that we have to prepare some backup plans. Thinking of this, the Black Dragon ancestor immediately used the incarnation method to go to the Boundless Sea Immortal Cultivation World, but strangely, he did not go deep into this world, but just wandered around the edge of this world and returned to the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World 1. On the other side, Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation World. Deep in the Sea Dragon clan. The Sea Dragon ancestor, who was glad that the Yuanying perfect fellow who was first sent to the Northern Wasteland Immortal Cultivation World to support him had not died tragically, was suddenly startled by a communication talisman during his meditation. He was slightly curious, so he immediately looked at the contents of the communication talisman. But it was precisely because of this that he was furious. Immediately, he left the place of meditation and went to the place where the fake cards of the Yuanying and above were stored in the clan. He immediately took the fate card of the Yin-Yang Perfect Fellow, who was first sent to the northern wasteland Immortal Cultivation world to support him, and looked at it carefully. However, this fate card was very different from the previous one. At this moment, its spiritual light was dim. In the end, it was directly broken. It's just as the old Loach of the Black Dragon said. My Yin-Yang Perfect Fellow is in danger. Death is only a matter of time. And according to the soul of my Yin-Yang Perfect Fellow left in this life card, it should not be targeted by the incarnation, but killed by ordinary attacks. It seems that the Northern Wilderness Cultivation world is really going to be in chaos. I don't know whether our demon forces can really rely on the Black Dragon Lake clan in that cultivation world as a breakthrough point during this world destroying chaos, and finally gain some benefits during this world destroying chaos here. After thinking for a long time, he finally sighed. His thoughts then thought of the tragic death of the Yin-Yang Perfect Fellow. With the tragic death of my Yin-Yang Perfect Fellow, there are only 2 Yin-Yang Perfect strongmen left in my clan. This is a troublesome matter, which is equivalent to weakening the strength of my clan by several times. In this way, no matter whether this world destroying chaos goes smoothly, it is estimated that my clan will be at a disadvantage when facing the Xinghe Pavilion in the same boundless sea cultivation world in the future. At the same time, in the Northern Wilderness Cultivation world, above a certain mountain range, finally, the Yin-Yang Perfect Dragon was killed. Now we just need to kill the demon cultivator from the Red Buddha demon sect, and everything will be over. However, this incident must have caused quite a stir. Why hasn't the god-transforming ancestor of the Black Dragon clan appeared yet? Could it be that he has noticed my righteous plan? Yan Sai looked at the remains of the Yin-Yang Perfect Dragon that had just been besieged to death by herself and more than 20 other righteous Yin-Yangs, and the Yin-Yang Perfect Demon Cultivator who was struggling to resist the siege of everyone, with a bit of joy and a bit of sorrow in her brows. Some time ago, she proposed to resolve the crisis of the 4 major battlefields of Ling family, Shiangsing Pavilion, Maple Leaf Li family, and Lingbao Academy, so as to mobilize the 4 forces to support the front line of Xianfang City. In fact, there are not only 2 plans to resolve the crisis and join forces to fight the enemy, and to lure the Yin-Yang monsters on the front line of Xianfang City to strangle them. There is a 3rd plan. This is also Yan Sai's real purpose. At the same time, it is also the plan of those righteous gods in the various cultivation worlds. Even Yan Sai and others' rebellion this time is indeed as the Black Dragon ancestor and the other gods' guest, which is the instruction of those righteous gods. If not, Yan Sai, a Yin-Yang in the early stage of the Yin-Yang, would not dare to imitate the extraordinary Ling Pengyun's raising of the flag to cause chaos. However, those righteous gods are not on this Bihorong Xiuxin world for the time being, but are still in several other Xiuxin worlds. Otherwise, if they enter this world they will be easily discovered by the Black Dragon ancestor. The way Yan Sai concealed her feelings from those old ancestors was the mother-child token, which was given by Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, the master of the Yunjin lineage of Xinghe Pavilion. He was also the real core planner of this plan. As for the 3rd plan, it was naturally to use himself as bait to kill a large number of Yin-Yang monsters, so as to lure out the gods like the Black Dragon ancestor. In this way, the righteous gods hiding in the dark can surround them and fight them. As long as this succeeds, the chaos of destruction launched by the demon forces this time is nothing but a joke. But unfortunately, this plan has long been guessed by the Black Dragon ancestor and other gods, so the plan of the righteous gods can only fail. It's just that Yan Sai and others can confirm this for the time being. As time goes by, everyone saw that 9 of the 10 demons above the late Yin-Yang stage that were lured out this time had been killed, and only the Yin-Yang Perfect Demon Cultivator of the Red Buddha demon sect was left, but the Black Dragon ancestor still could not be lured out. It was probably confirmed that the Black Dragon ancestor had noticed the plan. For this reason, Yan Sai and others did not hold back, and instead killed the demon cultivator here in one go. Once this matter was settled, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin raised his hand and collected the bodies of the 2 Yin-Yang perfect demons and their spiritual treasures. The group of righteous Yin-Yangs who had followed him from the 4 Immortal Square City to support this place earlier saw this, although they had some opinions. After all, those things were extremely valuable. But Yunjin Lao Zhenjin was extraordinary after all, and he made the greatest contribution this time, so no one dared to refute this matter. For this reason, they could only silently divide up the wealth of the remaining 9 Yin-Yang demons. Although Yan Sidai and other Ling family cultivators were only at the early stage of the nascent soul, they led more nascent soul spirit ghosts, and they also had the support of Yun Jin Lao Zhenjin, so they were given all the wealth of 3 late nascent soul demons. This also made Yan Sidai and others slightly happy. After all, the nascent souls of the 3 nascent soul demons can be used as things to cultivate spirit ghosts, and the flesh and blood of nascent soul monsters can be cooked into spiritual food, and the flesh and blood of demon cultivators is a good material for refining magic pills. As for the 5 or 6 4th level middle quality spiritual treasures and magic treasures on them, they can enhance the strength of the Ling family cultivators and the spirit ghosts of the family. However, at this moment, Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin, Fengali's Fire Phoenix, and Lingbao Zhenjin of Lingbao Academy had no backers, and their cultivation was not as good as those nascent souls from various forces of transformation, so they could only suffer a loss, and finally they were only given 2 4th level middle quality spiritual treasures. Although this is not bad, compared with the huge benefits gained this time, it is not worth mentioning at all. For this reason, Xiangxing Lao Zhenjin and others could not help but sigh secretly. It would be great if my pavilion could also get a strong man like Yunqian Lao Zhenjin as a backer. After a while, when the division of spiritual objects was settled, Yunqian Lao Zhenjin directly summoned everyone to leave here, and then quickly returned to the Sangxianfang city through the hidden teleportation array node in the mountains. This also made everyone feel relieved. After all, there is a 4th level upper grade defense formation here, and there are more than 20 righteous Yuanying sitting in it. If you add the Yuanying combat power of Yan Sidai and others who just arrived here from the ordinary Yuanying forces in various places in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world, and the Yuanying of Yunqian Lao Zhenjin who went out to support Yan Sidai before, there are nearly 50 Yuanying combat forces in total. You know, this is enough to compare with the heyday of the demon force that was causing chaos in this northern wilderness Xiuxin world. But now, the demon force has suffered heavy losses due to the planning of Yan Sidai and others, and there are only more than 30 Yuanying combat forces left. Moreover, most of them are in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul, and there are not many late-stage nascent soul masters, and there are even no nascent soul masters. In addition, the leaders sent here by the 3 major forces of the transformation of the gods, such as the Star Sea Pavilion, the 4 Immortals Alliance, and the Extreme Ice Palace, are suspected to have the transformation of the gods' treasure. Even if the Black Dragon Patriarch stopped here in person, it would be difficult to capture this place in a short time. For this reason, the old master Yunjin immediately said to everyone, "Now the strength of the demon forces in this world is not even 50% of the past. This is a good opportunity for us to counterattack. Are you willing to follow me and directly destroy the demon forces that are causing chaos in this world?" Yan Sidai and other Ling family cultivators who knew some secrets heard this and naturally agreed immediately. "We, the Ling family's nascent souls, are willing to follow the seniors to fight the demons." However, the other nascent souls were somewhat reluctant. Some cultivators have even spoken up. "Senior Yunjin, although we seem to have an advantage now, don't forget that the old ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan has not appeared, and we don't have a god of transformation sitting there. If we force the Black Dragon Lake clan to a corner, I'm afraid that old ancestor will also appear. And I'm afraid we will be in danger when that happens." The other Yuanyings echoed one after another. "Yes, yes." Upon hearing this, Yunjin, the old master, sneered. "What I want is the appearance of the old ancestor of the Black Dragon." Seeing this, everyone present was a little surprised, but they were all smart people, so they quickly guessed some possibilities. For this reason, they did not stop the counterattack, but agreed to it with some expectations. But who would have thought that when they were about to counterattack, the group of Yuanying demons outside the city, who had been attacking fiercely, retreated without a fight and fled directly, which was not like their previous style. However, Master Yunjin was afraid that this was a trap set by the demons, so he did not dare to send his Yuanying to pursue them, and his plan ultimately failed. These demons are quite clever. They must have noticed our previous plan to kill Yuanying demons and lure out the Black Dragon ancestor. Master Yunjin looked at the scenery outside the city and murmured. Then, he thought about the current situation and what might happen in the future, and gave instructions to the Yuanying in the city who were planning to launch a counterattack. Since the demons that are causing chaos in this world have noticed our intention, we estimate that it will be difficult to lure out the Black Dragon ancestor, so let's forget about a counterattack. However, The major demon forces in this world have always used this place as a breakthrough point to swallow up the righteous forces of us. Therefore, I think that whether it is the Black Dragon Lake clan in the cultivation world here or the demon forces in other cultivation worlds, it is estimated that they will not easily give up this battlefield. It is estimated that the other demon forces will send support here again to besiege the defense line of the Three Immortals market soon, so there will be many tough battles to fight in the future. Let's go back to the caves in the market as soon as possible to recuperate. This is also a rare quiet moment for us. Yan Sidai and others all showed a bit of solemnity when they heard this. Afterwards, everyone discussed this matter again and planned to retreat on their own. However, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin left Yan Sidai and other Ling family cultivators. Master, did you keep us here for those ghosts and spirits? Yan Sidai was very thoughtful and had guessed some possibilities, so she asked immediately. This made Ling Lihao and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun beside her shudder and become more alert. After all, they were not familiar with Master Yunjin. Although Master Yunjin was slightly aware of this, he did not take any action and just smiled at Yan Sidai and the others. You are quite clever, girl. I am keeping you here for the ghosts, but I have no other intention. Your clan has too many nascent soul ghosts, and although this place is my righteous territory and seems particularly safe, the nascent souls here all come from different forces, and there are good and bad people. It is not certain that some bad guys have already targeted your clan's nascent soul and are waiting for the opportunity to attack. And you don't have the strong strength of Pengyun. In this case, I am afraid that if something goes wrong, you will end up in danger because of those nascent soul ghosts. For this reason, it is better to use less of those nascent soul ghosts in your clan and push this matter to me. Yan Sidai was a little surprised when she heard this, but Yunjin Lao Zhenjin was very sincere at this moment, and he really had no other intentions, which made her feel a little more favorable towards this senior of the sect. After all, his move would really help the Ling family. But she didn't quite understand why Yunjin Lao Zhenjin would help her. Uncle Master, why are you doing this? Ling Lihao and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun were also quite curious about this, so they fixed their eyes on the old true Lord Yunjin. The old true Lord Yunjin just smiled and said, although my cultivation has reached the realm of Yuanying perfection, my lifespan is not much. If this world destroying chaos lasts longer, I estimate that I will not be able to survive this battle. And by then, my Yunqian lineage will only have Pengyun, the Yuanying perfection seedling, and he is a good person. Therefore, my lineage leaders and I have long planned to pass the position of the lineage leader to him. In this way, the foundation of my Yunqian lineage can be stabilized in Xinghe Pavilion. And you are Pengyun's wife? If I don't help you, will you help those unfamiliar righteous Yuanying in the market to plot against your Yuanying spirit ghost or ask you how to get the spirit ghost? Chapter 1283 Trouble at the Door. Upon hearing this, Yan Sidai and other Ling family cultivators could not help but admire this Yunjin Lao Zhenjin even more. After all, it is rare for an elder to take such good care of the younger generation of the sect. At the same time, Yan Sidai was also delighted by this guest elder of the Yunjin lineage. Although she had heard from some people in the Yunjin lineage that Yunjin Lao Zhenjin intended to give the position of the leader of the Yunjin lineage to Ling Pengyun, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin himself had never said it. Now that Yunjin Lao Zhenjin has made such a statement, it has undoubtedly confirmed that the rumor is true, and it also means that he will support Ling Pengyun to serve as the leader of the lineage in the future. Yunjin Lao Zhenjin's status in the Yunjin lineage is already high. In this way, as long as there is no accident, my husband will definitely be able to sit in the position of the leader of the Yunjin lineage. By then, this matter should be of some great benefit to my husband. Yan Sidai was secretly happy. The Yunjin lineage is one of the 9 major branches under the Xinghe Pavilion, a force that is in the state of transformation. All kinds of foundations are extremely powerful, and there are even 5 or 6 powerful Zhenjin in the single infant. Under such circumstances, if the power of transformation does not come out, this lineage will be enough to shock the world no matter where it is placed. What's more, this lineage comes from the Xinghe realm. Once you become the master of this lineage, it is tantamount to ascending to the power of the Xinghe Pavilion. The benefits will be great at that time. It is for this reason that Yan Sidai immediately said tactfully, "Thank you, Master Yunjin, for thinking so much of my husband. I thank you on behalf of my husband." After saying that, she took out a wash basin-sized ice cube from the storage bag. As she raised her hand and waved it, The ice cube melted immediately, and finally a dish appeared, on which was placed a 4th level spiritual food. Master, this is the 4th level spiritual food I cooked myself. It tastes good. I hope you will like it. Master Yunjin was a little surprised when he saw this. You are willing to give it up, but this thing is useless to me. Even if I eat it, I can only taste it at most. It is a bit of a waste. You can keep it for yourself. However, I do like the dishes in this world. If you are free in the future, would you like to help me cook some delicious 3rd level spiritual food or quasi 4th level spiritual food? Yan Sai smiled and agreed immediately. Of course, it is not a difficult task. Yunjin Lao Zhenjin's face suddenly raised a smile. That's good. It seems that the old man will have a good meal in the future. But it may be a little troublesome for you. After saying that, he thought of something, and took out a talisman from the storage bag and threw it to Yan Sai. This thing will be regarded as the cost of helping me cook spiritual food in the future, so that your husband Pengyun will not know and say that I am bullying you. Hearing this, Yan Sai couldn't help but look at the talisman curiously, but she was shocked at the first sight. This turned out to be a quasi 5th level attack talisman sword sea-breaking light talisman, which was powerful enough to be comparable to the full strength attack of a Yuanying perfection cultivator, extremely extraordinary. It was precisely because of this that Yan Sai really didn't dare to accept it, so she handed it back and said, Master, this talisman is extremely valuable. Even if I cook thousands or even tens of thousands of spiritual foods for you, I'm afraid it can't be compared. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yunjin Lao Zhenjin. The next battle is extremely dangerous. If you have this talisman, it will be safer. Okay, retreat. I plan to practice in silence. After saying that, he raised his hand and waved. Immediately afterwards, an invisible force pushed Yan Sai and others out of this cave. And Yan Sai and others only then understood the real idea of Yunjin Lao Zhenjin giving the talisman. For a moment, Yan Sai didn't know how to thank her. She looked at the talisman in her hand and murmured in her heart, this favor is really a bit heavy. At this moment, Heian Zhenjin, the leader of Heian Xianzong, one of the 3 major immortal sects in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation realm, came out from one side and greeted with a smile. Junior sister Sai, why did you come out so quickly? I thought that Uncle and you still need to chat for a while. Seeing that it was an old acquaintance, Yan Sai smiled and said, it was just a simple chat for a while. By the way, senior brother, do you have anything to do? Although Heian Zhenjin is the leader of Heian Xianzong, he is actually the Yuanying elder of Yunqian's lineage in Xinghe Pavilion, and even one of the people with the highest potential. It is precisely for this reason that Yunqian Lao Zhenjin sent him to the Heian Xianzong in the Immortal Cultivation realm in his early years to serve as the leader of the Heian Xianzong, and to take a fancy to this land belonging to Yunqian's lineage for Yunqian's lineage. Although the entire Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world is ostensibly occupied by the 3 major forces of the Xinghe Pavilion, the 4 immortal alliances of this Hongxiao Immortal Cultivation world, and the Extreme Cold Immortal Palace of the Extreme North Immortal Cultivation world, in fact, the ones who took action in the early years were only the branches of these 3 major forces of the God of Transformation. The Yunjin lineage is one of them. However, whether it is the Yunjin lineage or the branches of the other God of Transformation forces, although they have the right to operate here, the majority of the profits will go to the main lineage of the sect. In return, the main lineage of the sect will also provide help when necessary, and even the God of Transformation will come forward. This is also the reason why the Yunjin lineage is willing to give up its interests. At this time, Master Heian saw that Yan Sai was unwilling to talk more about the detailed discussion with Master Yunjin, so he smiled and said, after all, I am the host of Sangxianfang City, and you have just arrived here. As such, I, as the host, naturally cannot be rude. For this reason, I have prepared a particularly good cave for you. The spiritual energy inside is extremely rich, and it can even be ranked in the top 5 in the entire Sangxianfang City. And I am waiting for you here this time, intending to take you there. Yan Sai heard this, her face was filled with joy, and she secretly sighed in her heart. It is easier to do things with my husband's acquaintance. Then, she thanked her. No need to thank me, junior sister, you seem a little estranged. By the way, junior sister Sai, these 2 Yuanyings of your clan are very well hidden, and even I don't know about them. Junior sister, your clan is too unkind. Why don't you introduce them to me, Senior brother. Heian Zhenjin looked at the ghost cultivators Ling Pengxing and Ling Pengcheng, smiled at them, and then joked to Yan Siai. Yan Siai smiled and briefly introduced the identities of the ghost cultivators Ling Pengxing and Ling Pengcheng to Master Heian. Then everyone chatted and walked slowly towards the cave in Sangxin Market. After a while, Master Heian led everyone to the door of an ancient cave, and then introduced it to everyone. The cave is here. The spiritual energy in it should be barely enough for you, junior sister Siai, and brother Pengcheng to practice. As for brother Pengxing, since you are a ghost cultivator, our Sangxin Market is a righteous market, so it is difficult to find a ghost treasure to help you practice. I hope you can forgive me. Ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing said with a smile. It doesn't matter. It's enough to have a place to practice in peace. The ghost fairy lamp on him is an auxiliary treasure that can store a lot of ghost energy, so ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing is not short of ghost energy for practice for the time being. Afterwards, everyone chatted briefly for a few more words, and Master Heian, the good old man, left here. After Yan Siai and the other two watched him leave, they pushed the door open and entered. A strong spiritual energy suddenly rushed over, causing the spiritual power in Yan Siai and Ling Pengcheng to tremble. This place is indeed a treasure land for cultivation. Senior brother Heian does not deceive us. Yan Siai smiled. Ling Pengcheng and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing also had a better impression of Heian's Henjin. But just when the three were about to go to various places for meditation, the door of the cave that had just been closed was knocked. The three of them immediately became suspicious and opened a door together to take a look. At this time, everyone saw a smiling white-haired old man standing outside the door. He was wearing a white Taoist robe and a whisk in his hand. He looked a bit like a bull-nosed old Taoist in the mortal world, but he was more like an immortal. And Yan Siai and the other two had met him several times. The first time they met was when Yan Siai and others were in crisis when they ambushed 10 powerful demon kings in the mountains outside. At that time, he followed Yunjin Lao Zhenjin and others from Sangxianfeng City on the teleportation array to support. After that, everyone returned to Sangxianfeng City together and participated in a battle together, so they could be considered comrades in arms. The most important thing is that this old Taoist with a big nose came from the Four Immortals Alliance, one of the two major righteous forces in the Zhongzhaoziuxin world, and his Taoist name is Bai Ming. Even his cultivation level is as high as the late Yuanying realm. He is one of the 3 late Yuanying cultivators among the 10 Yuanyings who supported this place from the Four Immortals Alliance, so his status in this market is very high. Therefore, Yan Siai and the other two did not lose their manners and greeted them one after another. And the old Taoist with a big nose smiled and said, "You three are indeed here." The old Taoist, came here suddenly this time. I hope you three will not blame me. Yan Siai said on behalf of everyone. Senior Bai Ming is joking. It is an honor for us to come to chat with you. Just don't know why you are here this time. She and the ghost cultivator Ling Pengxing and others did not believe that this person was just here to reminisce. Taoist Bai Ming was very brief and explained the reason directly. Where did the 10 nascent soul spirit ghosts in the hands of the 3 Taoists come from? Are they convenient to sell? Yan Siai and others frowned when they heard this, and they all thought to themselves. It is true. Then, Yan Siai said. Those spirit ghosts were borrowed from my sect's uncle Yunjin. It is said that they belong to the sect, so they are not convenient to sell. Taoist Bai Ming had naturally heard that the Ling family behind Yan Siai had a connection with the Xinghe Pavilion, a righteous force in the immortal cultivation world of the boundless sea. Therefore, after hearing this, the idea of buying spirit ghosts in his mind immediately disappeared, and he smiled instead. Is that so? Then he simply chatted with Yan Siai and others for a few words, and then left this place, but while walking, he secretly became suspicious. When did Xinghe Pavilion have such nascent soul spirit ghosts? Could it be that this pavilion has always regarded it as a trump card? Thinking about this, he really felt that it was somewhat possible. After all, Xinghe Pavilion is one of the oldest forces of the nascent soul in this world. Under such circumstances, it is normal for it to have such a variety of infant ghosts. However, through this incident, he thought that Xinghe Pavilion might have stronger ghosts, but it has not encountered any trouble for the time being, so this sect has not used those stronger ghosts. Such an old-fashioned force of the nascent soul is really hidden. For this reason, he couldn't help but sigh. In this way, It is undoubtedly missing a channel to buy nascent soul ghosts, and I don't know when the next world-destroying chaos will last. When he thought of this, he was a little worried. Although his cultivation is good and has reached the late stage of the nascent soul, this world-destroying chaos is really big. Take now for example, although the righteous way of the immortal cultivation world here seems to have won a great victory, destroying more than 10 or 20 nascent soul demons on the demon side. There are even 3 nascent soul perfection demons. But this is just the surface. You know, the Black Dragon Lake clan of the transformed demon clan in this world is supported by the other transformed demonic forces in the current immortal cultivation world. Under such circumstances, how could those demonic forces let the righteous in this immortal cultivation world have an easy time? I'm afraid that it won't be long before this immortal cultivation world will attract a storm-like offensive. It is for this reason that this old Taoist Bai Ming wants to buy 1 or 2 Yin-Yang spirit ghosts from the Ling family. After all, the strength of this ghost is not bad. If there are enough of them, they can help a little. It's just a pity that those spirit ghosts come from the Xinghe Pavilion, so his plan can only fall through. As he thought, there are not a few righteous Yin-Yangs. They also found Yan Sai and others and expressed their thoughts on buying Yin-Yang spirit ghosts, but they were all perfunctory by Yan Sai and others saying that the spirit ghosts came from the Xinghe Pavilion. After this matter was settled, Yan Sai and others couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Uncle Yunjin thought carefully and had already discussed this matter with us, otherwise there would be a lot of trouble. It seems that the family's batch of spirit ghosts really need to be used less. Although selling Yin-Yang spirit ghosts is a good source of profit, they are in urgent need of this ghost guardian now, so how can they sell it? Although the ghost fairy lamp in the hands of the family ghost cultivator Ling Pengyun can continuously cultivate spirit ghosts, it is not possible to cultivate spirit ghosts overnight. Under normal circumstances, it takes at least several decades to cultivate one in the ghost secret realm of the branch of the ghost immortal sect left in this Hongzhouxiuxin world with the help of the rich ghost energy. With the help of some ghost spirit objects, the cultivation speed can be accelerated, but the cost of consumption is too high, and the Ling family cannot afford it. For this reason, Yan Sai and others have long given up this idea. Then, they returned to the cave. Yan Sai took advantage of the gap when the demons retreated and planned to use the blood and flesh of the Yin-Yang monsters that she had obtained recently to cook some 4th-level spirit food one by one, and also cook some 3rd-level or quasi-4th-level spirit food for Master Yunjin to eat, which can also be regarded as a kind of repayment. Ling Pengyun, a cultivator who had just entered the nascent soul stage, and Ling Pengyun were concentrating on comprehending some powerful magical powers, hoping to use them to enhance their cultivation and deal with the upcoming chaos of world destruction. As for the nascent soul spirit ghosts of the family and the ghost fairy lamp, they were refining the spiritual treasures they had obtained recently in various ghost magic instruments that stored spirit ghosts to enhance their combat power. For a moment, all the nascent soul fighters of the entire Ling family who were here showed a look of vigor. Chapter 1284 The Invasion of the Army. As time went by, half a month later, in the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm, there was a huge mountain hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Xianxianfang city. There were monsters everywhere at the foot of the mountain, and at a glance, there were at least tens of millions of them. They were the ones who had besieged the Xianxianfang city, but they withdrew in advance because the Black Dragon ancestor saw that the Yuanying in the Xianxianfang city did not dare to chase them out, so the Black Dragon ancestor arranged these low-level monsters to make trouble here, waiting for the Yuanying of the Sea Dragon clan in the Boundless Sea Xiuxin realm, the Boundless Demon realm clan in the Hongzhouxiuxin realm, and the Red Buddha demon sect in the Wushan Buddha realm to support them. After waiting for half a month, the support finally arrived. These 3 forces all sent 5 Yuanying late-stage masters here. A total of 15. And this is exactly the strong fighting force that the Black Dragon Lake clan and the remaining 3 demon forces here lack. Previously, due to the scheme of Yan Sai and others, most of the late-stage nascent soul combatants of the 4-party coalition were lured and killed, and even the perfect nascent soul combatants were killed. As a result, there were only more than 30 early and middle-stage nascent soul demons and several late-stage nascent soul demons left in the 4-party coalition, and their strength was much weaker than before. But with this batch of support, it was different. You know, there were only more than 30 righteous nascent soul cultivators stationed in Xianxianfang city before. Among them, No more than 10 had reached the late-stage nascent soul. On the other hand, now with the support of the four-party coalition, there are at least more than 20 late-stage nascent soul strongmen. Under such circumstances, even if the righteous Sanxianfeng city has Yunjin Lao Zhenjin, a powerful nascent soul perfect level strongman, sitting in, there is no need to be afraid. It is precisely because of this that Bingjin Lao Jiao, the leader of the nascent soul of the Black Dragon Lake clan, is constantly happy. In this way, the situation on the battlefield here can be reversed. Then he immediately went to meet them, and greeted the group of Yuaning demons who had just come to support with kindness. Finally, I've waited for you all. Do you plan to rest for a few days, or do you plan to follow my clan to fight directly in the Sanxianfang market? The three demons who had just come to support did not pay attention to Bingjin Lao Jiao, but only looked for the Yuaning demons of the same clan or clan who had supported this place and survived when the world destroying chaos just started, and asked them about the information of the battlefield here. When the demons who had just come to support learned that there were indeed a group of righteous strongmen who were suspected to be hiding in the dark, and the Black Dragon Lake clan did not interfere, they let go of some of their grudges. However, they did not let go of all of them. Although they were here to support under the order of their own God-transforming ancestor, and they also heard that there was a suspected plan of the righteous God transforming here. But these news were only one-sided words from the Black Dragon ancestor after all. For this reason, neither they nor the ancestors behind them who had reached the state of transformation of spirits completely believed it, lest they be cheated by the Black Dragon Lake clan. Therefore, the group of Yuaning demons who had just come to support them only replied to the Binkian old dragon indifferently. After some time, we agree. Seeing these unclear words, Binkian old dragon was suddenly embarrassed and even a little angry. But it couldn't get angry, after all, it still needed this group of support to capture the strongest defense line of the righteous path in this world, the Three Immortals Market. Only then could it trample the righteous path of the world and take back the land that had been robbed by the righteous path for thousands of years. Therefore, Binkian old dragon could only smile apologetically. Then I'll follow your opinions. However, we'll have to set a date after some time, so how about setting it 3 days later? The three Yuaning demons who had just come to support looked at each other and seemed to have whispered something in private. Finally, the leader of the support from the Wubian demon territory clan of the Zhongzhaoxiuxin realm, a Yuaning late-stage void sky demon flame tiger, stood up and said, "It's certainly possible to leave after 3 days. But we are a little short of cultivation resources recently. After all, we have given up the time to cultivate in our respective clans in order to come here to support the nobles." The leaders of the other Heijiao clan and the Chifo demon sect who supported them all agreed. This fellow from the Void Sky Demon Flame Tiger clan said it well. The experienced Bingjin Lao Jiao immediately understood the underlying meaning of this group of Yuaning demons, and his face suddenly turned black, but he could do nothing about it. This was also an old practice. Those who seek support need to give the supporters some benefits as a reward. However, Bingjin Lao Jiao was not a pushover. It would not be easily controlled by those demons. For this reason, after giving them the resources, it immediately brought out the Black Dragon ancestor. "Everyone, I have given you the benefits. I hope you can help our clan capture Sanxianfang City in 3 days and turn the tide of the war here. After all, this matter is only a matter of our clan, but if it is a bigger matter, it has something to do with the main battlefields of your clans. In addition, although the Yuaning combat power of our clan has suffered heavy losses due to various chaos in recent years, you must not forget that our clan also has the God Transformation ancestor sitting in charge." The Yuaning late-stage demons who had just come to support were really frightened, and their faces became more solemn. Then they simply expressed that after knowing this, they began to practice in secret and prepare for the battle. 3 days passed in a flash. Although the demons who had just come to support had good cultivation, they were still in the Yuaning realm after all. For this reason, they were all a little afraid of the God Transformation ancestor of the Black Dragon Lake clan. In addition, the ancestors who sent them here gave them an important task, so they followed Bingjin Lao Jiao and other Yuaning demons as promised, led tens of millions of low-level demon beasts, turned into tide, and swept towards Sanxianfang City. Although Sanxianfang City had prepared in advance because of their large movements, as Bingjin Lao Jiao expected, with strong support, they had the upper hand as soon as they fought. However, Bingjin Lao Jiao and other Yuanying demons also discovered that Yan Siai and others from the Ling family in Shiangxing Lao Zhenjin and others suddenly appeared in Sanxianfang City because of this battle. However, they did not suspect it. After all, the Yuanying demons sent by the Demon Coalition to encircle and suppress the ordinary Yuanying forces in various places in the northern wilderness Xiuxin world were suspected to have been killed by those righteous strongmen hiding in the dark. In addition, in the past half-month, they have retreated hundreds of thousands of miles away. During this period, it can be regarded as a gap. Under such circumstances, it was normal for Yan Siai and others to appear here. This is actually good. We can directly catch all these righteous Yuanyings in one fell swoop. Bingjin Laojin was secretly delighted. But then, it took a closer look and made a small discovery. However, it seems that another true Lord Liu Haojin of the Shiangxing Pavilion in this cultivation world did not appear in the Sanxianfang market. Although it observed this, it did not take it seriously. After all, it seems that only Liu Haojin is left. And Liu Haojin's cultivation is only at the early stage of the Yuanying, so there is no need to worry at all. Moreover, the outside world may suspect that there are hidden strongmen. If the Yuanying demons are sent to kill Liu Haojin as before, there may be accidents. Therefore, Bingjin Lao Jiao planned to ignore the missing true Lord Liu Haojin and take this opportunity to attack the Sanxianfang market with all his strength. First, try to weaken the formation of this market. Secondly, see if we can lure out the strong men hiding in the dark by making the market weak. Although Bingjin Lao Jiao is particularly afraid of those strong men, according to the Black Dragon ancestor, the demons from the three forces that just came to support us all have spiritual treasures or magic treasures with the foundation of the God of Transformation, and they are all extraordinary. Even if the God of Transformation comes, they can probably resist for some time. For this reason, Bingjin Lao Jiao is now looking forward to what the next battle will be like. At the same time, in Sanxin Market, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin saw that the four demon coalition forces that had originally retreated came up again, and there were 15 more strange demons in the late Yuanying stage, and he immediately realized that the previous coalition forces withdrew their troops to wait for support. Although Sanxin Market is now in a weak position, it is still okay with the help of the city protection formation. The only thing to worry about is whether the demons will send strong men to bypass Sanxin Market and cause trouble elsewhere. For example, they could capture the sacred mountains of the righteous path, or they could kill the monks and mortals everywhere. These are the foundations of the righteous path in this world. If they lose too much, even if the righteous path in this world can successfully survive this world destroy in chaos, it will be seriously injured. However, he thought too much. Those demons had already been frightened by the big plan that he and Yan Siai and others had set up before, and they didn't dare to do so at all. As time went by, he did discover this. For this reason, he put his mind at ease and turned to fight a protracted war with the demons. The monks in the city also began to take turns to guard the city. Yuanying monks like Yan Siai only need to stay for half a year to get half a year to rest. It is precisely because of this that he has enough time to cook the flesh and blood of the monster that the family obtained from killing the Yuanying Demon King some time ago into 4th level spiritual food. As time went by, the 4th level spiritual food in his hands became more and more, and his spiritual cooking attainments also slowly improved during this period. In contrast, the flesh and blood of the Yuanying monster in his hand was gradually consumed, but it was converted into 20 portions of 4th level spiritual food. I have been in a bottleneck for many years, and my foundation is solid. These spiritual foods contain a lot of spiritual energy. Under such circumstances, these 20 portions of spiritual food should be enough to help me break through to the middle stage of the Yuanying this time. Yan Siai looked at the spiritual food, her eyebrows full of expectations. However, before the retreat, she went to find Yunjin Lao Zhenjin. Uncle, I plan to try to break through the realm, but this will take a long time, and stopping halfway will inevitably affect the process, so can you adjust my rotation time? If it doesn't work, forget it. Yan Siai asked. After that, he handed over a portion of the 4th level spiritual food that had just been cooked and was a little hot. I hope Uncle will accept it. Yunjin Lao Zhenjin is the strongest person in Sanxianfang City, so he has been the leader of the righteous path here from beginning to end. Under such circumstances, he naturally has the right to adjust the rotation of Yan Siai's half-year garrison in the market every year. In addition, she is Ling Pengyun's wife, and she is a guest of the Yuanying of Yunjin's lineage, which can be regarded as one of his own people. Yan Siai's way of doing things is not bad. Recently, Yan Siai often cooks 3rd level or quasi 4th level spiritual food for her to eat, and Yunjin Lao Zhenjin likes this, so the two have a good relationship. Moreover, this time it is a matter of breaking through the realm. If it can be successful, it will be a small good thing for the future garrison in the Sanxin market. For this reason, Yunjin Lao Zhenjin agreed to this matter immediately. This rotation is naturally easy to say. As for the spiritual food, forget it, but if you successfully break through in the future, you have to make more delicious 3rd level spiritual food or quasi 4th level spiritual food for me to relieve my appetite. Yan Siai heard this, her face was immediately happy, and she immediately thanked Yunjin Lao Zhenjin. Thank you, uncle, for the convenience. Yunjin Lao Zhenjin waved his hand, and then said with a bit of brilliance in his eyes. But remember, Sai, it seems that you have only been in the nascent soul for 200 years. In such a short time, you are sure to impact the middle stage of the nascent soul, which is not bad. And this also agrees with the increase brought by the superior nascent soul you condensed. It seems that Sai's future path is not shallow. It is even possible that you can enter the perfect nascent soul like nephew Pengyun in the future. Thinking about it this way, it is a blessing for my Yunjin lineage to have you and your wife. Yan Sai's nascent soul in her early years was impacted by a stream of earth spirit essence and 9-day mysterious energy, so her probability of condensing a good nascent soul was greatly increased. In addition, she refined a primordial essence in her early years and condensed a special golden elixir. Under all these factors, she condensed a rare superior nascent soul and gained a strong aptitude increase. Yan Sai smiled when she heard this, and then chatted with Yunjin Lao Zhenjin. After a long while, she left, and then he entered into seclusion. On the other side, the mountain at the border of the Ling family, Qingshi Mountain. After the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao, who was stationed here, finished drawing a 4th level talisman, he felt exhausted, so he walked out of the cave and began to observe the surrounding situation. When he saw that everything was peaceful, he couldn't help but raise a little joy in his brows. It has been several years since the family encountered demon invasions. It is just like normal times. This is a blessing. And from this point of view, the plan that Saizune and others took the risk to do was particularly good. Not only did it greatly reduce the strength of the demons that were causing trouble in this world, but even if the demon forces in the other cultivation world sent strong men to support the demons in this world again, they were all entangled in the Sanxianfang city because of the existence of Saizune and others. He couldn't help but praise it immediately. Because Yan Sai and other family Yuanying cultivators went to Sanxin market for safety, Yan Sai and others had often communicated with a Golden Wing Mountain through a 4th order communication array in the market in recent years. Indirectly, Lingxiao, who was stationed in the family, knew some of the outside world situation. Chapter 1285 The Yuanying of the Master Family? However, the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao was not confused by the peaceful period. He had never forgotten that he was still in the period of the world destroying chaos. It was possible that the family would encounter a crisis again one day. And he was the only Yuanying stationed in the family, so the pressure on him was also great. After just a little relaxation, he entered the retreat to draw talismans. Those talisman materials were naturally the spiritual materials from the Yuanying demon king killed by Yan Sai and others. Yan Sai once found an opportunity to take the secret teleportation array in Sanxianfang City, went out of Sanxianfang City surrounded by monsters and returned to the family. It was also at that time that she handed over some monster materials that could be used to draw spiritual talismans to the 4th level talisman master Lingxiao. As time went on, although Lingxiao only consumed nearly half of the materials on his body, there were so many materials, so he also drew nearly 100 4th level talismans. Although there were failures during the period, there were also successes, and in the end, he had dozens of 4th level talismans in his hands. If all of them were sacrificed, it is estimated that some powerful people in the middle stage of the nascent soul could be directly killed. This is the benefit of the talisman. It is also worth mentioning that although the teleportation array in Sanxianfang City has appeared in the world, even the nascent souls who supported Yan Sai and others at the time knew about it, but because Yunjin Lao Zhenjin arranged a special restriction in their sea of consciousness. Even if those nascent souls have other little thoughts, it is difficult to spread the news. unless their consciousness is stronger than Yun Jin Lao's Henjin, or they find a strong man to help dissolve the restriction, but these two factors are unlikely to appear in them. Under such circumstances, the news of the teleportation array has not been spread. It is precisely because of this that the demon forces have not known that Yan Siai and others are the group of powerful people who made trouble in the outside world. Of course, this is really because the strength of Yan Siai and others is too confusing. After all, their strength is not strong, and it is impossible to achieve the effect of making trouble. If they knew that Yan Siai and the others had 10 nascent soul ghosts in their hands, and also had treasures like the ghost fairy lamp, they would naturally understand. On the other side, in the northern wilderness cultivation realm, the rear of the demon coalition that surrounded the front line of the three immortals market, three Taoists, according to the current situation, even if we fight for another few decades, I'm afraid we will find it difficult to capture the Sangxianfang market. And during this period, there may be other changes. Why don't you three use the spiritual treasures of the foundation of the transformation of the spirit and the means to reach the level of transformation of the spirit in advance? Those things are extraordinary. With their help, I'm afraid we won't need a few years to capture that place. By then, we can completely get away and change the situation of the entire world, destroying chaos, and you will definitely become great contributors. The leader of the Black Dragon Lake clan, Bingjin Lao Jiao, saw that there was no significant achievement in 3 years, and he was a little anxious. He went to find the second batch of reinforcements, leaders of the other transformation of the spirit demon forces in the other cultivation world, the Sea Dragon clan, the Boundless Demon Realm clan, and the Red Buddha demon sect. When the demon leaders of the three major forces heard this, although they were very excited, they all rejected this proposal without any prior agreement. Although they have powerful treasures at the level of the foundation of the God of Transformation and some means to touch the God of Transformation, these things are all lent to them by their respective ancestors of the God of Transformation to deal with those powerful people in the northern wilderness cultivation world who are suspected of lurking in the dark. If they are used in advance, it will cause those powerful people to be on guard, which will be bad. What's more, these treasures are of extraordinary value. If the news spreads, the righteous strong people in the rest of the cultivation world will definitely flock to them, and it is even possible that those righteous gods will be tempted to take risks. Under such circumstances, it will undoubtedly disrupt the northern wilderness cultivation world. The most important thing is that the demon leaders of the three major forces are only at the late stage of the nascent soul, and they are not sure to use the trump cards in their hands to resist some enemies. For this reason, in their minds, those powerful means can only be used at critical moments. After Bingjin Lao Jiao learned about the thoughts of the three leaders, he was a little helpless. It's really too difficult to rely on others. It would be great if I could have a spiritual treasure or spiritual means of transformation to change the situation, but it's a pity that the ancestor is unwilling to lend it to me. Although it is at the same level as the leaders of the other three demon forces in the late nascent soul stage, the Black Dragon Lake clan behind it is, after all, the newest spiritual force in the world, which has only been in the world for tens of thousands of years and has a weak foundation. Even the ancestors of this clan, who have been in the state of transformation for generations, have worked hard to develop the clan, but they only have 2 spiritual treasures of the foundation of transformation. As for the real 5th level Tongshan spiritual treasure, there is only one. It is precisely for this reason that the 2 spiritual treasures of the foundation of transformation are in the hands of the Black Dragon ancestor, otherwise it would be difficult to fully exert its power with just one Tongshan spiritual treasure. After all, the spiritual treasures of the foundation of transformation are extraordinary in power and can barely help the Black Dragon ancestor, a powerful person in the state of transformation. Therefore, it is more rare for these 2 things and is unwilling to lend them to Bingjin Lao Jiao casually. After retracting his distracting thoughts, Bingjin Lao Jiao sighed helplessly. In the end, he could only watch the battle situation in the northern wilderness cultivation world gradually turn into a protracted war. Now it seems that we can only place our hopes on the other battlefields in the cultivation world. As long as those incarnation demon forces can force out those righteous incarnations that have never appeared, our ancestors will no longer need to hide in the dark. When they take action, our clan will be able to easily destroy the 3 immortals market. But during this period, there will inevitably be a very long and protracted war to be fought. I hope nothing will happen during this period, otherwise our clan's tens of thousands of years of foundation which has been shaken by the excessive loss of nascent soul masters, will also be in jeopardy. Now, although there are as many as 40 or 50 nascent soul masters in the coalition led by the Black Dragon Lake clan, most of them are from the Sea Dragon clan and other incarnation demon forces. The Black Dragon Lake clan has only a dozen or so Yuanings, and they also include the Red Gold Bear Demon King of the Red Gold Bear clan, which is a subordinate Yuaning force of the Black Dragon Lake clan. If these are subtracted, it is estimated that the clan has only 8 or 9 Yuanings. Although this number is not bad, when the clan was strong, there were more than 30 Yuanings, and this is still relatively small. You know, the old-fashioned god-transforming forces such as Xinghe Pavilion have 40 or 50 Yuanings, or even more. Although there are more pseudo-infant cultivators among them, they are Yuanings after all, and can be on the stage. Therefore, the Black Dragon Lake clan is now severely damaged. Even if the Black Dragon Patriarch has not been relatively stable and nothing has happened, this clan would have died out long ago. But then again, if the Black Dragon Lake clan had not been crippled, how could the Black Dragon Patriarch have been hiding his body and dare not show up at will? On the other side, the battlefield of the Immortal Cultivation world in the Boundless Sea. Among the 36 seas of the human race, the boundary of the Muian Sea. This is one of the 2 seas under the command of the famous old Yuanying sect Muian Xianzong, and it is very close to the boundary of the Boundless Monster Sea. It is precisely because of this that this sea area was invaded by ordinary Yuanying monsters in the Boundless Monster Sea, or major giant monsters, etc., as well as the demonic forces in this world when the world-destroying chaos began. In addition, a few years ago, the main force of the Sea Dragon clan that secretly fought with the main force of the Xinghe Pavilion was defeated and sent many Yuanying monster kings to scatter into these righteous seas to cause chaos. This place can be said to be extremely chaotic. Even if it were not for the secret help of the Yuanying of the Xinghe Pavilion, I am afraid that this sea area would have fallen long ago. But even so, the situation in this sea area is still not very good. At the same time, the Ling family's branch Shanhai Han family's Shanhai Island has a 3rd-level middle-grade spiritual land and a large number of cultivators in this family. Therefore, this place has long been targeted by a large giant and demon clan in the demon domain. Even though the Han family had the support of the Ling family in the early years and had 3 giants in charge, it was still difficult to resist. Even after several years, most of its spiritual islands fell one after another. In the end, only the Shanhai Island of the family survived. But the powerful giant and demon clan was eyeing it covetously and directly surrounded Shanhai Island, with some thoughts of completely destroying the Shanhai Han family. Fortunately, Shanhai Island has a powerful island protection formation from the Ling family. Its grade is as high as the 3rd-level upper grade, and its power is extraordinary. Even if the number of demon beasts coming from the giant and demon clan is as high as hundreds of thousands, and there are 5 giant and demon kings in charge, it is difficult to capture it in a short time. But Shanhai Island is at a disadvantage after all, so the formation will be broken sooner or later. For this reason, all the cultivators on the island were worried and lived a miserable life, fearing that the island's protective formation would be broken and eventually fall into the mouth of the monster. Even the high-ranking members of this clan were like this. The top of Qingshi Mountain where the 3rd-level spiritual vein was located. Ancestor Qingshi, has the main family replied with any news of support for this place? Han Qianhua, the nominal patriarch of the Han family, had a worried look on his face and asked the real person in charge of the Han family, Ling Qingshi, beside him. No. Ling Qingshi shook his head helplessly. His father was Ling Pengyun, who founded the Shanhai Han family, but because of his old age, he rarely managed the affairs of the Han family in recent years, and basically handed them over to Ling Qingshi for management. As for Han Qianhua, the nominal patriarch of the Han family, he was a genius of the Han family in his early years. It was precisely because of this that he was valued by the family and supported him to enter the Jiandan realm. He even now sits on the position of the patriarch of the Han family. He is just a puppet patriarch supported by the family. Even his wives are women of the Ling family, and special control restrictions have been set up in their sea of consciousness. It is precisely because of this that even if the Han family is in crisis now and needs to seek support from the main family, Han Qianhua has no power and can only wait for news from Ling Qingshi. After hearing this, a bitter look suddenly appeared on his face. It has been several years since our clan asked the main family for help, and the scope of this world-destroying chaos is too large. It is even rumored that the northern wilderness Xiuxin realm, where the main family is located, is the most critical battlefield, so that place is probably even more dangerous. The main family is in it, and there has been no news from there in recent years. Ancestor, is it possible that the main family is also in danger? Ling Chengshi frowned and nodded. It's possible. Therefore, this crisis can only depend on ourselves. Prepare for a fight. If you can't fight, try to see if there is a chance to break out. Han Qianhu heard this and his face darkened. He looked down at the Han cultivators stationed at various places on the island, feeling sorry for them. Ancestor, do you have any other way to change this situation? There are still 5,000 cultivators and hundreds of thousands of direct mortals on the island. If we break out, it will be difficult to take them all away. Even under the current situation, it would be good for us Jindans Henrin to escape. Therefore, I am afraid that all of these people and mortals will be lost. By then, the foundation of our clan will be finished. Although most of the cultivators and mortals on the island do not have the blood of the Ling clan, the Han clan can be regarded as the direct descendants of the Ling clan after all, and Ling Chengshi and his son have spent hundreds of years to make the Han clan grow to its current level. Under such circumstances, how could he be willing to see the cultivators and mortals of this clan die tragically? I have no choice because of the situation. After all, there are hundreds of thousands of monsters outside the island, and there are 5 Jindan demon kings, and even 1 Jindan perfect demon king is in charge. Even if I use the trump card in my hand, I can only kill the Jindan perfect demon king at most. And our Han family only has me, my father and you, a total of 3 Jindan strong men, and my father was seriously injured some time ago and is still recovering. Under such circumstances, according to the remaining strength of the demon clan outside, I am afraid it will still be difficult to destroy this island. Han Qianhu was a little surprised when he heard this. He knew that Ling Chengshi's cultivation was only in the middle stage of Jindan. Under such circumstances, it would be extremely difficult for him to kill the Jindan perfect demon king. Obviously, the trump card in his hand is extremely powerful. This ancestor is worthy of being from the main family, but Ling Chengshi could not change the situation after all, so he couldn't help but hang his head and return to the affairs of the garrison island again. But what surprised the world was that after just a few dozen days, a huge flying boat inexplicably appeared in the void outside. There were tens of thousands of cultivators standing on it, and those cultivators were all very high level, at least in the late stage of key training, and there were even nearly 1,000 foundation building cultivators, and more than 10 Jindan cultivators. What's more, there was even a mysterious and powerful person who just raised his hand, and the sky and the earth changed color. A colorful thunder appeared in the void, and directly killed the demon king in the perfect Jindan realm. But strangely, the body of this demon king was not damaged at all, only his soul was destroyed. It can be said to be extremely strange. Superior magical power, pure yang 5 elements mysterious thunder. And judging from the situation, that person must have comprehended this move to its core, otherwise it would be difficult to directly smash the demon king's soul with such a powerful method alone. But why does this person look a bit like the nascent soul ancestor of the main family? Han Qianhu, the nominal patriarch of the Han family, was surprised when he saw the mysterious strong man's move. Then he looked at the face of the mysterious strong man and felt a little familiar. His body was shocked. Then, he looked at Ling Chengshi who was standing aside. Ancestor Chengshi, that mysterious strong man is the one from the main family. Ling Chengshi did not answer, but his face was full of surprise. Chapter 1286 Grand Occasion. It seems that it must be that ancestor. Han Qianhu saw Ling Chengshi's look and was immediately certain in his heart. In just a moment, the hundreds of thousands of monsters outside the mountain and sea islands were killed by nearly 90%. This situation also made the surrounding seas full of monster corpses, and the entire sea water was dyed blood red. It was like hell on earth. The remaining monsters looked at the tragic scene in front of them, and their brows were full of fear. How could it become like this? They had no intention of fighting at all, but only wanted to escape. But at some point, the huge flying boat that appeared inexplicably actually supported a large-scale and extremely solid trap. They couldn't shake it at all, so they could only become sheep in the cage, waiting to be killed. After a while, all of these monsters, without exception, did not escape the fate of being killed. And the tragic scene here also expanded. But this is only a tragic scene for the monsters. For the monks who came to support on the flying boat, it was a small opportunity. The mysterious monk who led the group raised his hand and waved, "Hurry up and clean up the battlefield." The monks on the flying boat immediately became happy and cleaned up the battlefield. However, they were very tactful and did not touch the golden elixir perfect demon king that a mysterious strong man killed. Instead, a golden elixir perfect monk brought it to the mysterious strong man in person. Moreover, each monk took the initiative to hand over 70% of the benefits they gained to the mysterious strong man. This is the rule. Although they killed the monster here, if it were not for the trapping array on the flying boat, I am afraid they would not have such a harvest. Therefore, even if they are reluctant, they should hand over part of the benefits. Besides, they have relied on the powerful array on the flying boat recently to get a lot of benefits for free. For this reason, they have no complaints about it. And the mysterious strong man was naturally very satisfied when he saw this. At the same time, the Han cultivators on the mountain and island were overjoyed to see that the crisis was resolved in an instant. Today is truly a blessing from heaven. I don't know from which force the reinforcements come. It is probably the support of the Muyuan immortal sect. After all, only the nascent soul ancestors of this sect have the ability to kill the golden core perfection demon king with one blow. Moreover, this sect is the only one with nascent soul ancestors near us. Besides, the cultivators on the flying boat are all extremely powerful. Even the ordinary nascent soul forces probably cannot get enough of them. Don't talk nonsense here. I have seen the portraits of the nascent soul ancestors of the Muyuan immortal sect. The mysterious ancestor here is not any of them. If that's the case, could that mysterious strong man be from that righteous deification force? It's really possible. After all, it is rumored that because the monsters in the boundless sea of monsters launched a large-scale attack on our righteous land, that force often appears in the world to help ordinary righteous forces like us. It is rumored that the Long family next door to our clan once received support in a crisis. In this way, our clan is really lucky to encounter reinforcements from this force. A large number of Han cultivators on the island privately discussed the origins of the reinforcements that helped them. However, this group of cultivators had actually guessed correctly without realizing it. The reinforcements did come from the Xinghe Pavilion, the righteous incarnation force here. Since the Heijiao clan, the incarnation demon clan of the boundless demon sea, had broken the rules and directly sent their Yin-Yang members to lead the team to go deep into the righteous territory to cause chaos, the Xinghe Pavilion would not stand by and watch. After all, this was the territory of the Xinghe Pavilion. Moreover, many of the high-ranking members of the Yin-Yang forces were still from the Xinghe Pavilion. It was just that this matter was secret and no one knew about it. For this reason, the Xinghe Pavilion had also sent people to support the righteous forces here as early as when the Heijiao clan took action. And because this pavilion had always been in an advantageous position, it also sent a small group of people to cause chaos inside the boundless demon territory, and it was said that the victory was not bad. At the same time, Ling Chengshi, the actual ruler of the Shanhai Han family, called his old father Ling Pengyun, who was in seclusion to heal his injuries, and then left the Shanhai island and went directly to meet the mysterious strong man. Seeing this, Han Qianhua, the nominal patriarch of the Han clan, wanted to go and meet that person, but Ling Chengshi and Ling Pengyun did not tell him to. If he went there privately, he would definitely make them unhappy. This made him sigh helplessly. I really missed the opportunity to meet that ancestor. It is said that as long as the one in the clan values him, he will definitely get a huge amount of resources. After that, at least he can enter the late stage of the golden elixir, or even enter the perfect golden elixir. It is for this reason that he regards meeting that person as an opportunity. On the other side, after Ling Chengshi and Ling Pengyun arrived near the mysterious strong man, they bowed their hands respectfully one after another. Uncle Pengyun, Ling Chengshi said. Brother Pengyun, why are you here? By the way, where's the cultivator on the flying boat from? Why have I never seen him before? Isn't he a clan member? Ling Pengyun said. The mysterious strong man was naturally Ling Pengyun, who worked for Xinghe Pavilion. Seeing that Ling Chengshi and Ling Pengyun were fine, but Ling Pengyun suffered some injuries, he felt relieved. He raised his hand and set up a soundproof ban around him, then said with a smile. During this world-destroying chaos, I was working for the Xinghe Pavilion, a righteous force in the cultivation world here. Since the nascent soul demon kings of the Sea Dragon clan in the boundless demon sea invaded the righteous here, I was sent by the Qingshi Pavilion to hunt down the nascent soul demon kings and safeguard the safety of the righteous here. The cultivators on the flying boat came to help me, and they also came from the Qingshi Pavilion. And when I thought about it, there's your Han branch in the Muiyan Sea, and there's the Fire Dragon sect branch in the Mingxiu Sea next to this sea, so I took over the task of protecting the safety of these two seas. In addition, I also need to maintain the safety of the other 3 surrounding seas. A total of 5 areas. That's why I didn't support you in time. However, when I patrolled the sea area here, I saw the family token flashing with a spiritual light for help, so I followed the guidance of the family token and came here. After saying that, he took out a medicine bottle and handed it to Ling Pengyun casually. Brother Pengyun, there are 2 third-grade top-grade healing pills in it. According to your injuries, 1 is probably enough, and you can keep the other 1 for backup. The injured Ling Pengyun heard this and felt warm in his heart, but he didn't dare to accept it. Brother Pengyun, during this chaos, my son Qingshi and I did not protect this branch as promised. In fact, except for the mountain and sea islands of the clan here, all other low-level spiritual islands fell, and at least millions of mortals and thousands of Han cultivators died tragically. Under such circumstances, how can I accept such a valuable thing from you, brother? Although Ling Pengyun passed by many Shanhai Han's spiritual islands when he rushed here, he also knew the miserable conditions of those spiritual islands. He sighed helplessly and said, "It's good that the Shanhai Han clan's land has not been captured. In this way, no matter how much the Han family suffers at present, as long as time accumulates, they will be able to recover. Moreover, this world destroying chaos is dangerous. It is a blessing for you, my brother Pengyun, and Qingshi to be able to take over these mountains and seas. You know, many forces in the nearby waters have been destroyed. Therefore, you deserve the healing pill. Besides, this chaos is not over after all, and the Shanhai Han clan has been severely damaged. If you, my brother, have been in such an injured state, how can you protect the Shanhai Han clan for the family?" After saying that, he stuffed the bottle of healing pill directly into Ling Pengyun's hand. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun accepted the healing pill, but he didn't take it for nothing. He repeatedly guaranteed that he would defend the Shanhai Han family even if he risked his life. Ling Pengyun naturally refused this in every possible way. In his opinion, although the Shanhai Han family branch here is important, even if it is captured, he can easily take it back with his men, and in the name of Qingshi Pavilion that protects the righteous way, no force will notice the weirdness of this branch. Therefore, in his eyes, the lives of the golden elixirs in the clan like Ling Pengyun are more important. Ling Pengyun simply agreed. For him, the Shanhai Han family founded by his hands is his life. How can he see his own achievements destroyed? And his lifespan is not much? If it weren't for Ling Pengyun's help this time. Otherwise, he would have already had the heart to fight to the death. Afterwards, everyone chatted for a few more words. In order to avoid suspicion from the Qingshi Pavilion monks who followed him, Ling Pengyun only quietly gave Ling Pengyun and the other 2 some means of protection, and said that he would be wandering around recently, so that they could send people to recapture the low-level spiritual islands that originally belonged to the Han family. After that, he led the Qingshi Pavilion monks away from here. Ling Pengyun and Ling Qingshi had a little respect for Ling Pengyun in their hearts, so they did not return to Shanhai Island until Ling Pengyun left. And they also followed Ling Pengyun's instructions and began to mobilize the Han family monks on the island to recapture the low-level spiritual islands that had fallen. But those Han family monks were a little resistant to this dangerous thing because they did not know the secret. Han Qianhua, the nominal patriarch of the Han family, even approached Ling Pengyun and Ling Qingshi. 2 ancestors, although the crisis that our clan has experienced has been resolved, the demons have extraordinary means, and are no worse than our cultivators. It is possible that the tragic deaths of many giant and demon kings and hundreds of thousands of low-level demon beasts here have already been spread. Under such circumstances, there is a high probability that stronger demons have come here. If we send the cultivators on the island to the outside world to recapture those low-level spiritual islands at this time, I am afraid it will be extremely dangerous, which will undoubtedly increase the casualties. Ling Pengyun, the old cultivator, said. Don't worry, we have a plan. Let's get this done quickly. In this way, we can rely on those low-level spiritual islands in the outside world to establish a series of small defense lines and observation points. Otherwise, even if a powerful demon really comes to kill us, I am afraid we will not be able to find it immediately. Han Qianhua, The patriarch of the Han family saw the affirmative words of Ling Pengyun, the ancestor, and a strange color flashed across his brows. Could it be that the ancestor is willing to help? Yes, it must be. This is the branch of the main family, and that old ancestor has always been concerned about the family. Now that he appears here, how could he watch this branch in crisis? Immediately, he swept away the haze in his heart, and turned to personally lead the Han clan to the outside world with endless joy to recapture those low-level spiritual islands. Although many Han cultivators still had opinions, they saw that their clan leader had also set off, so they couldn't say anything more. At the same time, they also guessed that the clan leader was more confident about this matter. For this reason, this matter was carried out quickly. As time went by, the spiritual islands that were originally occupied by the demon clan were all taken back by the Shanhai Han clan. During this period, the Shanhai Han clan did not encounter any attacks from the powerful demon clan, and even did not encounter any shadows, as if it had returned to normal times. This surprised many ordinary cultivators of the Shanhai Han clan. And Han Qianhua, the clan leader of the Han clan, was secretly happy. It must be the work of that old ancestor. In this case, it is good to have a strong nascent soul as a backer. For a moment, his heart was extremely stable. A few months later, in a sea area near the Muiwan Sea where the Shanhai Han family is located, in a spiritual island of the clan of a giant and righteous force, a shocking war is breaking out. Although the demon clan only has 2 big red crabs, the strength of these 2 demons is extraordinary. For this reason, the giant force has no power to fight back. This battle is completely one-sided. In the end, it didn't take long before the cultivators of the righteous force were killed, and no one escaped. Afterwards, the larger male crab among the 2 big crabs looked at the corpses of thousands of cultivators killed this time, and his heart was full of joy. With the corpses of the cultivators here, we have finally gathered a total of 100,000 cultivator corpses as auxiliary materials. In this way, as long as we gather tens of millions of mortal corpses, I can use the only piece of 4th level spiritual iron left on my body as the main material to try to refine a 4th level spiritual treasure. And as long as this can be accomplished, my strength will surely be restored. Unlike now, I can only use some quasi 4th level spiritual treasures as a means of attack. It is really frustrating and it is difficult to exert my true strength. He looked at the quasi 4th level spiritual treasure full body armor on his body and the floating quasi 4th level spiritual treasure red clamp beside him, and couldn't help but feel a little disgusted. Although these treasures are good for ordinary giant and cultivators, they are not enough for a Yuanying demon king like it. In fact, if the spiritual treasures on it had not been robbed, it would not have used such low-level things at all. Thinking of this, it couldn't help but think of the figure of a cultivator in its mind. It's all the fault of Ling Pengyun from Xinghai Pavilion. If this person hadn't been too domineering, I wouldn't have fallen to the point where I don't have a 4th level spiritual treasure. But thinking of Ling Pengyun's strength, it couldn't help but sigh, and then it immediately greeted the Taoist companion in the pseudo-infant realm beside it. Hurry up and collect the wealth here, so as not to be targeted by the nascent soul of Xinghai Pavilion or the nascent soul forces nearby. But at this moment, a voice came from a distance. Dao Iao-Chen, we two are really destined to meet again. The red crab demon king and the female crab heard the familiar voice, and their faces suddenly changed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1287, Setting Up a Trap. After a while, a huge flying boat appeared in the distant sky. Its whereabouts were mysterious. If it hadn't appeared on its own initiative, it would have been difficult for the red crab demon king and the pseudo-infant crab to find its trace. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, and it had become a light of escape. In just a moment, it had arrived within the range of the spiritual island. This made the red crabs look dead. There is no way to run at this distance, otherwise it would be caught up by the 4th level flying boat in a short time. But how come I can run into the killing god after leaving the main battlefield? Did I spread the news that this person has a spiritual treasure with a divine foundation? Those elders of the late Yuanying and Yuanying perfection levels of my Sea Dragon clan, who are related to the ancestors of the clan, don't they intend to snatch the opportunity from him? The Red Crab Demon King was extremely helpless. But on the surface, he did not show any hatred, but spoke to the flying boat in a flattering manner. I didn't expect to meet you here, fellow Taoist Ling. What a coincidence. After saying that, it took out dozens of densely packed storage bags from various parts of its body and handed them over. Fellow Taoist, these are what I got recently. Although the value is average, the quantity is good. I hope you will not despise them, and please spare my life and my life for the sake of these spiritual objects. Ling Pengyun, who was on the flying boat, saw this and couldn't help but reveal a profound smile. Fellow Taoist is still so sensible. But Tao and your Taoist partner have been causing chaos in the sea areas under my jurisdiction recently, which is tantamount to the enemy of the righteous path. As a righteous Yin-Yang, how can I let you go? And I spent a lot of effort to track you down this time. As for these spiritual objects, I'm afraid they also come from the righteous forces that you have destroyed recently. Otherwise, with your empty wealth, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to come up with such things again. The Red Crab Monster King was the cowardly Monster King that Ling Pengyun encountered at the beginning of the world destroying chaos. But at that time, in order to save his life, the Monster King specially gave away all the valuable things on his body, including his own spiritual treasures, and even asked his Taoist partner in the pseudo-infant realm to bring a large number of high-level spiritual objects from the clan to redeem his life. Ling Pengyun spared the life of the Red Crab Monster King just because of the spiritual objects. On the other hand, it was because this Demon King had no spiritual treasures to rely on, and it was really difficult for him to exert his strength. Now that he was in the midst of the chaos of the world, it was really dangerous. Therefore, he took the risk to come here to make trouble, wanting to collect the flesh and souls of a large number of cultivators and mortals as auxiliary materials, and relying on a hidden 4th-level spiritual iron as the main material, he tried to refine a 4th-level spiritual treasure. It was just a pity that before this was accomplished, he was found by Ling Pengyun. And the reason why Ling Pengyun could find this Demon King was naturally because of the killings that this Demon King had committed recently. According to statistics, in recent years, he has destroyed at least nearly 10 giant forces, dozens of foundation-building forces, and hundreds of key training forces. There are probably nearly 100,000 cultivators and countless mortals who died tragically. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun actually had the intention to kill, but he thought of another thing that gave him a headache recently, and the fact that this Red Crab Demon King was timid, so he came up with another idea. Otherwise, he would have already taken action when he sneaked to the vicinity of this place with the help of the flying boat. The Red Crab Demon King, who was timid but had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul, was imprisoned by Ling Pengyun for a period of time, so he was familiar with Ling Pengyun and saw this. In addition, there was a deep meaning in Ling Pengyun's words, so he immediately understood. Fellow Taoist Ling, I really didn't know that these sea areas were the places you patrolled, but this wanton killing was not my intention. It was forced by the Sea Dragon clan behind me, so I hope fellow Taoist will not blame me. But don't worry, I will definitely change my ways in the future. Even if the Sea Dragon clan forces me, I will definitely turn a blind eye and never do such things again. Also, fellow Taoist, I don't have any high-level spiritual objects on me. I'm really a little tight on money. But as long as fellow Taoist, give me some more time, I will definitely find some treasures to send to my door. After saying that, he looked at Ling Pengyun with a bit of timidity and pleading. Ling Pengyun just smiled and said when he heard it, "This matter is not something that can be solved by spiritual objects. If this matter is not handled properly, I will have a hard time reporting to the Xinghe Pavilion behind me." After saying this, he flew out of the flying boat in the void and landed on the spiritual island. He also created a white mist nearby to block other people's spiritual sense from detecting it. This matter also surprised the Red Crab Demon King and the pseudo-infant Mother Crab, who had not spoken. Now Ling Pengyun's actions undoubtedly meant that he had some secret things that he did not want the other low-level cultivators of the Xinghe Pavilion on the flying boat to know. And this was the fact. As long as you help me solve a problem, I can spare your lives. Ling Pengyun said immediately. Fellow Taoist, please tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely help. Even if I can't help, I will help you at the risk of my life. The Red Crab Demon King saw that there was hope for survival, and his eyes lit up, and he said immediately, I feel relieved to hear your words. I think that during the years when the two fellow Taoists were causing chaos in the Immortal Cultivation world in the nearby seas, you must have heard about the news that the demon kings of the Holy Demon sect were causing chaos here. And the chaos they caused was really too big. Not only did they kill a righteous Yuanying from the Muing Immortal sect, but they also killed a Yuanying from the Mingxiu Immortal sect next door, a total of 2 Yuanyings, plus dozens of Jinden forces, hundreds of foundation building forces, and hundreds of key training forces. In total, at least hundreds of thousands of cultivators died tragically at their hands. After careful calculation, this loss is enough to be comparable to nearly half of the cultivators in any sea area. Under such circumstances, this group of people really deserve to be killed, but the whereabouts of these demon cultivators are strange, and they are suspected to have mastered the superior method of concealing their breath. In addition, there are as many as 5 sea areas that I need to patrol, and the range is really too large. Plus, this group of demon cultivators often go to more distant seas to cause chaos. So it was difficult for me to find the demon kings of this demon sect who were causing chaos for a while. For this reason, I plan to ask you two to help me with this matter. I wonder if you two are willing. Ling Pengyun followed. The Red Crab Demon King and his Taoist companion shuddered when they heard this. The Holy Demon Sect is the strongest demon sect in the boundless sea cultivation world. Although there is no God-transforming demon king in it, it is rumored that the Red Buddha demon sect of the Wushan Buddha cultivation world is behind it. It is precisely because of this that this demon sect has not had many major incidents during the tens of thousands of years since it was established in the northern wilderness cultivation world. Gradually, the foundation of this sect has become stronger and stronger. Even the Red Crab clan, a branch of the Sea Dragon clan of the God-transforming demon clan, cannot compare with it. Even if 3 or 4 of them are added together, they may not be able to match the Holy Demon Sect. This is because the Demon Sect has 4 or 5 nascent soul demon kings, and there is also a veteran nascent soul perfection strong man, the Holy Demon Old Man, sitting in charge. Under such circumstances, the Red Crab Demon King and his wife naturally dare not provoke. Moreover, this world-destroying chaos was caused by the combined efforts of demonic forces from all over the world. Strictly speaking, the demon kings of the Holy Demon Sect can be regarded as allies of the Red Crab Demon King and his wife. Although revealing the news of the demon sect would not trigger some secret restrictions set by the Sea Dragon clan in their sea of consciousness. But if they really agreed to help Ling Pengyun, they would probably leave behind a disaster. Afterwards, it would be fine if the matter was not exposed, but as long as it was exposed, the couple would be severely punished by the Sea Dragon clan, and even the Red Crab clan behind them would be completely destroyed and eliminated from the Sea Dragon clan, a great family of transformation. For various factors, they did not dare to agree easily. As for the matter of restrictions, it is a long story. After all, the Sea Dragon clan is a spiritual demon clan, so they have a lot to consider. Long before the start of this world-destroying chaos, the clan leaders had set up special restrictions in the Sea of Consciousness of the Red Crab Demon King and other Yuanying Demon Kings one by one to prevent them from revealing the secrets of the Sea Dragon clan or attacking other Yuanying members of the Sea Dragon clan. But this is only an internal restriction of the Sea Dragon clan. After all, although the Sea Dragon clan has joined forces with other forces, in essence, the relationship between the parties is average. In fact, the Sea Dragon clan and the Black Dragon Lake clan had hatred in the early years. Under such circumstances, how could the Sea Dragon clan leaders set up restrictions to make their subordinates really regard those forces as allies? It is possible that when this world-destroying chaos is victorious, they will fight each other. Fellow Taoist Ling, this matter. The Red Crab Demon King was going to refuse, but he didn't know what to say. There are 5 demon kings in the Holy Demon Sect. I will give you 2 lives for 5. Although it seems a bit of a loss, if you, Taoist Crimson Crab, care about the overall interests of the demons and are willing to die, I have no intention of doing so. But before it could say a few words, it was interrupted by Ling Pengyun. Then, the Demon King and his wife saw Ling Pengyun taking out the magic treasure, and they were about to take action. Taoist Ling, you misunderstood. We are naturally willing to help. We are willing to help. They were immediately startled and said hurriedly, "That's right." Ling Pengyun smiled when he heard it. Then, he and the Demon King and his wife set up a big game, and in order to prevent the Demon King and his wife from taking the opportunity to set up a game to harm him, he also left a ban in the consciousness of the Demon King and his wife. although the Demon King and his wife were particularly unwilling during this period. But Ling Pengyun was too strong. A few years ago, the Demon King and his wife had already experienced Ling Pengyun's lesson. At that time, he led a large number of his fellow red crabs to set up a special 4th level formation obtained from the Sea Dragon clan, and work together to fight the enemy. He also sacrificed a 4th level middle grade attack spiritual treasure and a 4th level low grade spiritual treasure. It can be said that his strength was at its peak, but he still fell in just a few dozen breaths. If it weren't for its cleverness and fast reincarnation, it would have been 3 or 4 years old this year. In the end, the Red Crab Demon King and his wife sighed helplessly, and watched Ling Pengyun drive the 4th level flying boat away with complicated expressions. They didn't come back to their senses until the flying boat disappeared. It was still the female crab that broke the calm. Should we tell the senior leaders of the main lineage about this matter, and ask them to help dissolve the consciousness in the sea of consciousness, and take the opportunity to kill Ling Pengyun? He has a spiritual treasure with a foundation of transformation. Even if it is difficult for us to obtain it, if we can help the demon kings of the main lineage to obtain it, it is estimated that we have done a great deed and can get a lot of merits. Indirectly, it should be no problem to exchange 1 or 2 spiritual treasures. By then, my husband, you don't have to worry about not having spiritual treasures anymore. Although it is well-intentioned, this idea is also the safest way. After all, who knows whether Ling Pengyun will unlock the restrictions in their sea of consciousness and really save their lives after doing things for them. But the Red Crab Demon King finally refused this matter. This is not right. Although Ling Pengyun's cultivation is only at the late stage of the nascent soul, his spiritual power and consciousness must be extremely strong. He should even have entered the realm of perfect foundation building. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to control the 5 elements Long River, the supreme treasure of the divine transformation, to fight me for a long time. Under such circumstances, even if we persuade the elders of the clan who have reached the perfect stage of the nascent soul, to help, it is estimated that with their abilities, it would be difficult for them to help us resolve the special restrictions set by Ling Pengyun. Unless we ask the divine transformation ancestor of our clan for help, but with our identities, how can we see such an existence? Furthermore, even if we see him and persuade him to help resolve the restrictions in our sea of consciousness, how can we guarantee that we can take this opportunity to kill Ling Pengyun? Don't forget, he is the most talented person in the Qingshi Pavilion today, who has condensed the 5 elements nascent soul, and even obtained the supreme treasure of the divine transformation in the late stage of the nascent soul. Undoubtedly, he is particularly valued by the ancestor of the Qingshi Pavilion. And that ancestor is much stronger than the ancestor of my clan. The female crab sighed helplessly after hearing this. If that's the case, we can only do as you say. The Red Crab Demon King nodded, and took the female crab away from here, and went straight to a nearby medium-sized market. Although the defense here is very strong, and there is even a Yuanying early-stage cultivator from the Muing Immortal sect, there are also many cultivators inside, even hundreds of thousands. As long as it can be broken, it is tantamount to a lot of gains. Perhaps it is for this reason that the Red Crab Demon King and his wife took action directly. But strangely enough, the Red Crab Demon King actually had an extra 4th level spiritual treasure in his hand. It is also for this reason that even though the two of them seem a little lonely and weak, they can still suppress the market and even severely injure the Muing Immortal sect Yuanying early-stage cultivator stationed there. But as this market entered a dangerous situation, the only remaining Yuanying of the Muing Immortal sect immediately passed through the teleportation array and turned from the sect's headquarters to this market to provide support. The Red Crab Demon King and his wife had no choice but to retreat. Afterwards, they hid on a deserted island and sent out a communication talisman. A few days later, a golden elixir spirit ghost slowly emerged from the deep sea and slowly crossed to the side of the Red Crab Demon King and his wife. Then, it spoke in human language. Fellow Taoist Red, I wonder why you and your wife are looking for my sect's Yuanying. Chapter 1288 Holy Demon Sect. Seeing this, the Red Crab Demon King and his wife's eyes suddenly lit up. They were particularly familiar with the voice coming out of the ghost's mouth. It came from the resentful Ghost Demon King, one of the 5 demon Yuanying of the Holy Demon Sect. Moreover, this Ghost King was best at controlling ghosts. In the past, they had contact with the Yuanying Demon Kings of the Holy Demon Sect, relying on the ghosts sent by this Ghost King. In addition, It was said that although this Ghost King's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the Yin-Yang, he had 3 Yin-Yang level resentful ghosts in his hands, so his strength was extraordinary, even enough to fight against the strong men in the middle stage of the Yin-Yang. For this reason, the Red Crab Demon King and his wife did not dare to underestimate it. The two looked at each other, and then the Red Crab Demon King said to the ghost, "Fellow Taoist Yuan Ji Yui, this is a long story, please let me tell you slowly. Although the overlord of this Mu Yuan Si, the Mu Yuan Xian sect, originally had 3 nascent souls, but since one of them was killed by Taoist Zasha from your sect, this sect only has 2 nascent souls left, and these 2 people need to garrison in many areas. One is in the Mu Yuan Xian sect's headquarters, and the other is in the Angry Whale Market, a border market in the Angry Whale Sea area under the command of this immortal sect, which is closest to the boundary of the boundless Demon Sea. Based on this situation, my wife and I had planned to capture the Angry Whale Market, and kill the nascent soul of the Mu Yuan Xian sect and his cultivators and mortals who were refining treasures there, but who would have thought that another true lord of the Mu Yuan Xian sect who was in charge of the Mu Yuan Xian sect actually used the teleportation array to instantly support the Angry Whale Market. So that my wife and I missed that opportunity, and the reason I'm looking for you fellow Taoists from your sect this time is to ask you to join me in conquering the market in the Wrath of Whale Sea, and at the same time help me contain the Yin-Yang that is stationed in the Muing Immortal sect. Of course, this is not for nothing for your sect. As long as you are willing to help this time, after conquering the Wrath of Whale's market, except for the Yin-Yang true lord in it, the other half of the cultivators and mortals can belong to your sect, and I can help your sect to defeat the Muing Immortal sect in the future. The majority of the benefits will go to the nobles, and my wife and I can get a small profit." The resentful ghost demon lord who temporarily occupied the golden core spirit ghost mind heard this, and was slightly moved. Because the Muing Immortal sect is one of the strongest righteous Yin-Yang forces in the Wubian Sea immortal cultivation world, it often quarrels with the holy demon sect, and gradually there is a deep hatred between the two sects. The holy demon sect wanted to destroy it all the time. In this way, the strength of the righteous path could be reduced by 1 point, and it would be safer for the holy demon sect to go to other places to cause trouble in the future. In addition, as long as this sect is destroyed, the 2 vast seas under its command will be no different from the holy demon sect's back garden, and the cultivators and mortals in it will naturally become the resources of this sect. It is possible that the holy demon sect can cultivate 2 or 3 more nascent soul demon lords. However, the foundation of the Muing Immortal sect is strong after all, and it even has many 4th level formations, and even a 4th level top grade formation. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to swallow it. For this reason, the resentful ghost demon lord used the golden elixir ghost incarnation to express his thoughts. Several years ago, our sect gathered all the nascent soul demon lords and brought tens of thousands of low-level cultivators from the holy demon sect to attack the Muing Immortal sect, but we never conquered the sect. At most, we just suppressed it. Under such circumstances, even if you and your wife join us, how can we change anything? What's more, it seems that you don't have any spiritual treasures. Under such circumstances, even if you have reached the rare middle stage of the nascent soul, you will not be able to exert your full strength for fear of death, and you may not even be able to defeat me. So let's forget about it. If you are fine, I will leave. At the beginning, when the holy demon sect worked together to kill a nascent soul of the Muing Immortal sect, they sought help from the Red Crab Demon Lord who was also causing trouble in the nearby seas. During this period, the Red Crab Demon Lord naturally showed his skills. For this reason, not only did the resentful ghost demon lord know that he had no spiritual treasures, but the other nascent souls of the holy demon sect also knew about it. In fact, if it weren't for the demons and monsters that had united and appeared in the world, the holy demon sect would have secretly killed the Red Crab Demon King to refine treasures. After all, the Red Crab Demon King, a demon king in the middle stage of the nascent soul, was covered with treasures. After hearing what he said, the Red Crab Demon King felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the words of the resentful ghost demon king were really a bit discouraging. But it was true. But the Red Crab Demon King was no longer the same as before, and he immediately called out to the ghost demon king's spirit ghost incarnation who was about to leave. "Dao, please stay." After saying that, he raised his hand and summoned a flying shuttle. "Dao, please look at this thing." Hearing this, the golden core spirit ghost incarnation of the resentful ghost demon king couldn't help but look at the flying shuttle carefully, and soon, he found something wrong. A 4th level lower grade Pogang Supreme Treasure. Dao, why do you suddenly have such a treasure? Hearing this, the Red Crab Demon King couldn't help but smile. My loss of the spiritual treasure was just an accident. Besides, no matter what, my Crimson Crab clan is also a branch of the Sea Dragon clan, so how can its foundation be weak? In addition, I have made a lot of gains from the chaos in the surrounding seas in recent years, so naturally I have refined this treasure. The resentful Ghost Demon King's eyes slightly shone, and he looked at the shuttle for a while. He immediately saw that the shuttle was full of spirituality, and it was indeed a bit like it was newly made. It was precisely because of this that he couldn't help but look up to the Crimson Crab Demon King. The Yuanying Middle Stage Demon King with spiritual treasures is completely different from the Yuanying Middle Stage Demon King without spiritual treasures. What's more, his shuttle is also a treasure that can break the gang, which is specially designed to overcome various defensive means, and it is extremely sharp. In addition, the Crimson Crab Demon King is a demon king with a strong physique, and he does not need the help of defensive spiritual treasures at all. In this way, his current strength is probably not weaker than that of ordinary demon kings of the same level. At this time, the Crimson Crab Demon King said with a smile, "Now that I have this item, do I have the strength to persuade you to join me in dealing with the wrathful whale market of the Muing Immortal sect?" The ghostly demon lord's spiritual ghost incarnation heard this, considering that there was only one Yuanying of the Muing Immortal sect in charge of the wrathful whale market, and there was only one 4th level middle grade defensive formation. If the Red Crab Demon Lord's Pagan Supreme Treasure was there, as long as the Yuanying of the Muing Immortal sect was restrained, it would only be a matter of time to break through the market formation. And it wouldn't take long. The feasibility of this matter was also relatively high. For this reason, he thought about it carefully, and did not refuse. Instead, he changed his attitude. "Fellow Taoist, this matter is too important, and it is difficult for me to make the decision alone, but I will definitely inform the other demon lords of my sect as soon as possible to see their opinions." The Red Crab Demon Lord heard this and couldn't help but smile. Now the ghostly demon lord looked a little moved. It's really a dog's eye that looks down on people. The Red Crab Demon King despised it in his heart, but he still had a smile on his face. Then he watched the ghost disappear from here. Then, he left here with his wife. At the same time, hundreds of thousands of miles away, in the void, there was a large group of flying boats hidden. There was even a flying boat of the 4th grade middle grade. They were very large, at least medium-sized, so they had a large space and built many quiet rooms. At this time, 3 strange people gathered in a quiet room. The strange monk who was wearing a black robe and a veil on his face, as if he didn't like to show his true face, was the resentful Ghost Demon King, one of the 5 Yuanying of the Holy Demon sect. The beautiful young man with fair skin and delicate features was the evil Demon King. As for the burly middle-aged man, he was the Mountain Demon King, who was also the strongest among the 3 of them. Not only is he a physical cultivator, but he had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the nascent soul more than 200 years ago, and he was just one step away from a breakthrough. That was why, after he learned from the resentful Ghost Demon Lord about the Red Crab Demon Lord's proposal, his eyes suddenly flashed with countless brilliance, and he said, "The treasure that can break through the barrier." If that's the case, and the Red Crab Demon Lord is a demon lord in the middle stage of the nascent soul, his strength can be considered good. And if he helps, this is indeed a breakthrough opportunity to destroy the Muing Immortal sect. And then we can also make a fortune, and we can even get enough corpses of cultivators and mortals to refine precious pills, so as to impact the late stage of the nascent soul. Then, he asked the resentful Ghost Demon Lord and the evil Demon Lord, "What is your attitude towards this?" The resentful Ghost Demon Lord said faintly, "Of course I am particularly interested in this matter, otherwise I would not have told you to." The Demon Lord of Evil had the lowest cultivation level, only at the initial stage of the nascent soul, so he spoke last, and at the same time he had more things to consider. "I agree with this. But it is difficult for the 3 of us to conquer the Muing Immortal sect together with the Red Crab Demon Lord, so this matter must be consulted with a holy demon, that old thing. However, that old thing has always been greedy, and he has just entered the nascent soul perfection realm not long ago, and is in need of blood food. But that is precisely why I am afraid that even if we do this, we will not get much benefit. After all, you know how domineering that old thing is." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Demon Lord Shanky and the Demon Lord of Resentment changed, and they fell silent. Although the old man of the holy demon is from the same sect as them, this old ghost is really domineering. In the past, he not only took advantage of his powerful cultivation to occupy more than 50% of the resources of the holy demon sect for cultivation, but also used 20% to 30% of the resources to purchase void treasure crystals to set up a large formation and attack the secret realm of Kanglan Bahe sect. Even some time ago, he was even more like this. After gathering the strength of the entire holy demon sect to kill a Yuanying from the Muing Immortal sect and a Yuanying from the Mingxiu Immortal sect, he not only took the bulk of the benefits, but also took 70% of the overall benefits of this world-destroying chaos. It is precisely because of this that the holy demon elder, who had been stuck in the late Yuanying for a long time, has entered the realm of Yuanying perfection. But this also made the three Shanka demon lords suffer. Of course, during this period, the three of them also had the intention of resisting, but they were all suppressed by the holy demon elder by force. After all, the holy demon elder not only has a high level of cultivation, but also possesses the holy demon sect's treasure, the 4th level upper grade holy demon sword, and one of his female disciples has also entered the realm of Yuanying. The combined efforts of the two are extraordinary. For this reason, the three Shanka demon lords could only unite together, otherwise their situation would be even worse. They might even be killed one by the Saint Demon Elder and refined into a magic pill. Therefore, the Shanka demon lord, who was the strongest here, said immediately. Although the Saint Demon Elder is overbearing, this time with the intervention of the Red Crab fellow Taoist, perhaps the situation will be different. By then, as long as I can enter the late stage of the nascent soul, the three of us will be able to stabilize our footing together. It depends on whether you are willing to fight with me. Of course, if you want to refuse, it's okay, but the premise is that you have to think about it carefully. After all, if we don't find an external force to break the deadlock, I'm afraid we will be killed by the Saint Demon Elder sooner or later. The resentful demon lord and the evil demon lord shuddered, and they agreed to this matter immediately. Once this matter was settled, the resentful demon lord found the Saint Demon Elder on this flying boat and told him about the Red Crab demon lord's search for cooperation. After hearing that the Demon King had the extremely rare treasure of breaking the aura, he was also tempted by this matter, and even secretly said, "The treasure of breaking the aura is a rare thing. If I take this opportunity to kill the Red Crab Demon King, I can get another treasure. It's just that his identity is a bit extraordinary, which is really troublesome. For this reason, this matter must be planned carefully." The old man of the holy demon did not show any wrongness on his face, but his heart was a little more murderous. If the resentful ghost demon king knew about this, he would definitely curse the old man of the holy demon for being too bold. At this time, he still wanted the treasure of the demon clan ally? Then, the old man of the holy demon said, "I think this matter can be done. I will go and observe the situation first to avoid any traps." After saying that, he disappeared here. But at this moment, the group of flying boats hidden in the void and slowly moving forward suddenly rose up with rays of light, and finally gathered into a huge cover that covered the flying boats. However, this was not a defensive light curtain, but a light curtain that trapped the enemy. Seeing this, the ghost demon lord could not help but sigh inwardly. This old thing, no matter what, is always on guard against me and senior brother Shanky, afraid that we will take the opportunity to leave. It seems that it is indeed as senior brother Shanky said. If we don't find an opportunity, I'm afraid we will all be killed by him. Then, he left this place with a gloomy face. On the other side, the holy demon elder quickly rushed to the angry whale market in the angry whale sea that the Red Crab demon lord intended to destroy, and then he took out a high-level communication mirror. As the magic power was transferred into it, a figure soon appeared on the mirror. If the people in the angry whale market saw this, they would definitely recognize that this person was a famous giant in perfection loose cultivator in the angry whale market. But the world does not know that he is also the secret hand of the holy demon sect. From his mouth, the holy demon elder also learned that the Red Crab demon lord had indeed come here to cause trouble before and had made some achievements. It was only because of the support from the Yuanying and the Muing Immortal sect that he returned empty-handed. So, he was not lying. Then, he explored the area around the market to see if there was any ambush. Seeing that everything was normal, he returned to the holy demon sect flying boat group hidden in the dark. He also privately summoned his female disciple and chatted with her. Chapter 1289 Pit. Once this matter was settled, The entire fleet of flying boats headed directly to the direction of the Muing Immortal sect. However, the nascent soul female disciple of the Saint Demon Elder did not follow, but took the opportunity to leave here and headed straight for the largest wrath whale market in the Wrath Whale Sea, another sea area under the command of the Muing Immortal sect. A few days later, she met the Red Crab Monster King, who was seeking cooperation through communication. Our sect has agreed to what Aoiao proposed, and our sect's manpower has already set off to the Muing Immortal sect's headquarters. Within half a month, our sect will definitely launch a general attack on that place. At that time, it will be the time for both of us to attack the Wrath Whale market that Aoiao has set your eyes on according to the plan. And I came here this time to help Aoiao break through the Wrath Whale market. I hope Aoiao will not despise this small number of people from our sect to support us, the female disciple said to the Red Crab Monster King in a particularly polite manner. When the Red Crab Monster King heard this, he naturally understood that the Saint Demon sect sent this person here, and it was estimated that helping to break through the Wrath Whale market was only one of the reasons. In all likelihood, they were monitoring whether they would really attack the whale market, so as to prevent the Holy Demon sect from being tricked. In addition, there were probably some deeper meanings. After all, this woman was extraordinary. Not only was she a disciple of the Holy Demon Elder, but it was also said that she was extremely powerful, having already reached the limit of the early stage of the nascent soul, and had inherited the lineage of the Holy Demon Elder. There were even rumors that her strength was actually lower than that of the Holy Demon Elder, who had reached the perfect nascent soul stage, and the Shamqui Demon Lord, who had reached the middle stage of the nascent soul stage of the Holy Demon sect, and that she was the third strongest among the 5 demon lords of this sect. You should know that she was the youngest of the 5 nascent souls of the Holy Demon sect, and she was only 400 or 500 years old so far, and there were at least 500 or 600 years left before the nascent soul stage. And according to her cultivation speed, she could completely use her remaining lifespan to enter the middle stage of the nascent soul stage, or even the late stage of the nascent soul stage. She even had the opportunity to enter the perfect nascent soul stage. Undoubtedly, she would become a giant of the magic path in the future, and now she could be considered a genius demon lord. Therefore, the Red Crab Demon Lord could not help but be more wary of her. However, on the surface, the Red Crab Demon King just smiled indifferently, and then he continued. Your sect is willing to help me contain the nascent soul cultivator in the Muing Immortal sect's headquarters, which is already a blessing for me. Under such circumstances, your sect is willing to send fellow Taoists to help me break through the wrathful whale market. I am really grateful. The female disciple heard this and her face immediately raised a bit of satisfaction. Then, the two chatted for a few more words, and then hid nearby together waiting for news from the main force of the Holy Demon sect. Half a month later, in the Muing Immortal sect's headquarters, deep in Muing Island, a flying sword suddenly soared into the sky. Then, a figure followed it and flew out. This person is the current Muing Immortal sect's master, Muing Elder, whose cultivation is as high as the middle stage of the nascent soul, and even reached the limit, and only one step away from entering the middle stage of the nascent soul. Although his cultivation level is just average among the major forces of the God of Transformation, if we only look at the situation of the righteous way of the immortal cultivation world in the boundless sea, his cultivation level is enough to rank in the top 10. It is precisely because of this that this sect can become one of the righteous facades of the immortal cultivation world in the boundless sea. At this moment, he looked at the mysterious flying sword beside him, which was constantly flashing fierce light, and his brows suddenly frowned. I didn't expect the Holy Demon sect to come again. Although he had never seen the hands of the Holy Demon sect, the flying sword was the famous demon-slaying sword of the Muing Immortal sect, the Muing Flying Sword. It was refined with a special material and was refined with countless demon blood and souls, thus becoming a special existence. Even if it was 100,000 miles away, he could still feel the breath of the demon. And now, he felt that the cultivators of the Holy Demon sect had stepped into the Muing Immortal sect within 100,000 miles. This distance is very close for the nascent soul cultivators. It is estimated that it will not take a few breaths to cross. That is why Elder Mu Yuan immediately took out the array disk of the Mu Yuan Xianzong's protective array, and used it to control the array to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and maintain the operation of the array. In an instant, the entire Mu Yuan island was covered by a huge thick light curtain. Elder Mu Yuan saw this and felt relieved. With this array, even if the Holy Demon sect came out together, it would be difficult to capture our sect. And the person from the Qingshi Pavilion has been patrolling several nearby seas. By then, our sect can completely delay them until they come to support us. That array is the 4th grade upper grade array in the Muyuan Xianzong. It originated from the Qingshi Pavilion branch behind Elder Muyuan. Otherwise, according to the Qingshi Pavilion's foundation, it would be difficult to have this array. And this array is not only of high grade, but also powerful, and it is even a dual-purpose attack and defense array. In this way, as long as this array has enough spiritual energy to help, it is completely enough to burst out the defense and attack comparable to that of a late-stage nascent soul cultivator. Even more, this formation can burst out an attack comparable to the Yuanying perfection level, but this method is difficult to use continuously in a short period of time. However, even so, this formation is still extraordinary. Then, he patted the storage bag on his waist and took out a high-level communication mirror from it. As the spiritual power was transferred into it, Ling Pengyun, who was sent by Qingshi Pavilion to patrol the 5 nearby sea areas for safety, suddenly appeared on the mirror. But strangely, Ling Pengyun seemed to have known the current situation of Muyuan Xianzong, and asked with a smile, "Brother Muyuan, is your sect being targeted by the Holy Demon Sect?" Elder Muyuan on the other side was not surprised to hear him address him as senior brother, but showed some kindness on his face. Although Elder Muyuan was the leader of the Muyuan Xian sect, his real identity was the Yuan Ying elder of a branch of the Qingshi Pavilion. It was just that he was sent to the Muyuan Xian sect by that branch for various reasons in his early years to serve as the leader, manage the affairs of the sect, try to develop the sect, and reap the benefits for the branch behind him. At the same time, he could also take this opportunity to plunder enough cultivation resources. It is worth mentioning that Elder Muyuan, who was originally of average aptitude among the Yuan Ying, relied on this small opportunity to cultivate to this point, and even had the opportunity to enter the late Yuan Ying. In addition, the people in power of all the righteous Yuan Ying forces in this cultivation world are basically the people of the Qingshi Pavilion, but they come from different branches. It is precisely because of this that some conflicts arise between some righteous Yuan Ying forces. Of course, there are also some Yuan Ying forces belonging to the same branch faction who get along very well, and have even formed an alliance long ago. But then, seeing that Ling Pengyun seemed to have anticipated the current situation of the Muyuan Immortal sect, Elder Muyuan could not help but feel a little strange. "Junior brother, how do you know that our sect is targeted by the Holy Demon Sect?" Ling Pengyun smiled and said simply, "Although there are many Yuanying demons roaming in the nearby seas, the only real threat to your Muyuan Immortal sect is the Holy Demon Sect." Elder Muyuan thought about it and felt that there was some truth in it, so he said, "Junior brother, you are really as good as a god, but our sect is not as strong as before, and we are not the opponent of the Holy Demon Sect at all, so I hope you can support us in time." Ling Pengyun agreed without hesitation. "Of course, this will be done." Elder Muyuan felt relieved when he heard this. Although he was not familiar with Ling Pengyun, as they were both from Qingshi Pavilion, he had naturally heard about how powerful Ling Pengyun was. At the same time, he was particularly tactful. "Thank you very much for this. I will definitely thank you with a generous gift later." The Muyuan Immortal sect was an important source of income for him. If something happened to this sect, his future would be over. Moreover, this immortal sect was, after all, the property of the branch faction behind him. If something really happened here, I am afraid that even if he could escape the next disaster, he would definitely be punished by the branch faction. After hearing that there was a generous reward, Ling Pengyun's face was more joyful. This senior brother knows how to behave. Afterwards, the two had a brief conversation and then closed the communication mirror. Then, Elder Muyuan greeted all the cultivators on the island. "The demonic path is approaching our island, so disciples must remember not to panic and rush to the sect's General Affairs Hall to receive some special spiritual items for war preparation. Although Muyuan Island is large, it is the base of Muyuan Xianzong, so there are only disciples of Muyuan Xianzong." When these disciples heard that the Holy Demon Sect, the first demon sect in the Boundless Sea, had invaded, they were immediately panicked. A few years ago, at the beginning of the world-destroying chaos, the Holy Demon Sect also invaded once. That battle was particularly tragic, and even a Yuanying in the sect was beheaded. If it weren't for a mysterious strong man leading a group of strong men to suddenly come to support and scare away the Holy Demon Sect, I'm afraid that the Muyuan Xianzong would no longer exist. However, for now, the only way to go is to keep warm together. Otherwise, if you escape alone, you're afraid you'll die faster. For this reason, this group of people immediately followed the instructions of Old Man Muyin and immediately rushed to the General Affairs Hall of the sect to receive the war preparation spiritual objects. At the same time, in a certain void, there is a huge flying boat hidden, and Ling Pengyun is in it. His face is full of murderous intent. We have been planning for a long time, and it is finally time to finish. Now we just need to wait for the people of the Holy Demon Sect to attack the Muyin Immortal Sect. In this way, I can use the power of the Muyin Immortal Sect to temporarily delay them, so that they will not escape again like they did several years ago. Then, he closed his eyes and began to sit quietly. The flying boat he was on was still hidden in the void, and did not move at all, as if Ling Pengyun did not care about the Old Man Muyin's request for help. On the other side, Muyin Immortal Sect, near Muyin Island. Indeed, as the Muyin Immortal Sect guarding Demon Slang Flying Sword had detected, a large number of demon cultivators from the Holy Demon Sect were constantly approaching. As time went by, when the group of hidden demon cultivators got closer and closer to the Muyin Immortal Sect, they were discovered by the Muyin Immortal Sect's 4th Grade Superior Defense Formation. However, these demon cultivators were all on huge flying boats. At a glance, it was actually a huge group of flying boats gathered by thousands of flying boats. And there are at least hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators in the island. It is for this reason that the face of Mu Yuan, the master of Mu Yuan Xianzong, is extremely gloomy. It seems that the main force of the Holy Demon Sect has come, and judging from the posture of the Holy Demon Sect, I am afraid that this time it will not end well. Then, he considered that the flying boats of the Holy Demon Sect that attacked from outside the island were still far away from the sect, tens of thousands of miles away, which was not a place that ordinary cultivators could attack. Perhaps it was for this reason that the flying boats kept approaching. After a while, when the flying boats had just entered the Mu Yuan Xianzong's territory of 1 or 2,000 miles, the old man Mu Yuan immediately called out to the disciples on the island. All cultivators in the sect, follow me to attack the invading demons. If we can't defend this place this time, we will not be spared. On the contrary, as long as we can defend this place, we can still practice safely on the island. As the words fell, Elder Mu Yuan immediately sacrificed the demon slang flying sword that had already revealed its fierceness. Although its grade is only the 4th level middle grade realm, like Elder Mu Yuan, it has already reached the limit of cultivation. As long as it can kill 1 or 2 Yuanying early stage demon cultivators or 1 Yuanying middle stage demon cultivator, it will surely be able to cross this bottleneck. It is precisely for this reason that it is extremely eager for this battle. For this reason, as soon as it was sacrificed, it directly broke out in its strongest state. The sword suddenly grew larger, and eventually turned into a huge flying sword that was 6 or 7,000 feet long. Its power was close to that of the 4th level upper grade flying sword, which can be said to be the power of the demon slaying treasure. Then it cut through the void and swept directly towards the group of flying boats. Although an extremely powerful 4th grade upper grade combined magic formation was arranged on the group of flying boats, so that the entire group of flying boats was protected. But after all, that formation was not like the Muyin Immortal Sect's protective formation, which was supplied by spiritual veins, so its power was weaker. In addition, the demon-slaying sword was originally designed to counter such demonic methods. For this reason, with a fierce slash of the sword, the formation was actually shaken and swayed. Moreover, with the attack of other cultivators in the Muyin Immortal Sect, the formation shook even more, as if the sword was about to be blown away. Seeing this, the Yuanying Perfect Saint Demon Elder, who was in the depths of the flying boat group, frowned slightly and stared at the demon-slaying, flying sword. This treasure is really difficult to deal with, but it is a treasure. Even this treasure has some demonic shadows. After all, ordinary spiritual treasures cannot be like it, and can refine the soul and flesh of demon cultivators. In this way, if I can obtain it and use a special method to refine it, it is possible that I can transform it into a real magic item. At that time, with the help of this item's domineering power, my strength will definitely be further improved. And the 3 people in the sect, the resentful ghost, the evil spirit, and the mountain leader, have good cultivation. They are all in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul. They can completely serve as the nourishment for the magic sword and help it to reach the 4th level upper grade realm. Thinking of this, The old man Shengmo couldn't help but raise a touch of excitement on his face. The 4th level upper grade magic treasure is extremely powerful. If he can get one more, it can completely increase the combat power of his nascent soul perfection magic cultivator. At that time, even the nascent soul perfection cultivators of Xinghe Pavilion will probably find it difficult to do anything to him. But this kind of treasure is also extremely rare. Even the Holy Demon Sect, which is known as the first demon sect in the world of immortal cultivation in the Boundless Sea, has accumulated for tens of thousands of years and has only obtained one 4th level upper grade magic treasure. Moreover, it is said that this matter was also helped by the Red Demon Buddha sect of the Supreme Buddhist cultivation world behind the Holy Demon Sect. If it were not for this sect, it is estimated that the Holy Demon Sect would only have some 4th level lower middle grade magic treasures at most. It is precisely for this reason that the old man of the Holy Demon has always wanted to break through the Muing Immortal Sect. Chapter 1290 Good Show. In addition, the power of the Demon Slayer Flying Sword of Mu Yuan Elder was so strong that if it was not stopped, it would not take long for the Holy Demon Sect's formation, which was supported by the flying boats, to be destroyed. For this reason, the Holy Demon Elder immediately sacrificed his strongest magic treasure, the Holy Demon Flying Sword. This sword was of the 4th grade upper level and had a fierce momentum, but it was still weaker than the Demon Slayer Flying Sword. In the end, the two swords only fought to draw. However, the Holy Demon Elder was not surprised by this. After all, he had fought with the Mu Yuan Xian sect for hundreds of years and naturally knew the power of the Demon Slayer Flying Sword. And it was a good thing that he blocked the Demon Slayer Flying Sword with a Holy Demon Flying Sword. After all, the Mu Yuan Xian sect only had one such powerful treasure. But the Holy Demon Elder had other powerful magic treasures. As he raised his hand and waved, he actually sacrificed a 4th grade middle grade black and red small lamp and a 4th grade lower grade Holy Demon Sword. The former is called the Holy Demon Lamp, which originated from an ancestor of the Holy Demon Sect. It was finally refined by the successive generations of Yuaning Demon Lords of the Holy Demon Sect, and finally reached the level of the 4th order middle grade, and this object can transform into the Holy Demon True Fire with extraordinary power. As for the 4th order lower grade Holy Demon Sword, it is his own lifelong spiritual treasure, which he has spent all his family resources to create over the years. Although its grade is not high, it is of the same origin as the Holy Demon Elder, so its power is relatively strong, and it is not even weaker than the ordinary 4th order middle grade. The combination of the two is extraordinary. They are very smart and bypass the place where the Holy Demon Flying Sword and the Mu Yuan Flying Sword clash, and then point directly to the Mu Yuan Xianzong's protective formation. During this period, although the master of the Mu Yuan Xianzong, Mu Yuan Lao Zhenren, used some special means and even two 4th order lower grade attack spiritual treasures to resist, it was useless and was no match for the two powerful magic treasures of the Holy Demon Elder. Finally, the two magic treasures hit the Muing Immortal Sect's protective formation. Although they could only cause some ripples, as long as they continued like this, the two treasures would be able to completely break through the formation. As for the Muing Immortal Sect's disciples' methods, they were all blocked by the cultivators on the huge flying boat of the Holy Demon Sect. It was precisely because of this that the situation between the Holy Demon Sect and the Muing Immortal Sect was clear. However, the old man of the Holy Demon was not satisfied. He immediately turned his head and looked at the resentful Ghost Demon Lord, the Evil Demon Lord, and the Shanka Demon Lord behind him, and snorted coldly. "How long do you three want to see?" From beginning to end, the three resentful ghost demons did not take action. However, this was not the instruction of the old man of the Holy Demon, but the three resentful ghost demons themselves. According to the original plan of the three of them, they planned to send one or two people to accompany the Red Crab Demon Lord to attack the Wrathful Whale Market. In this way, their small group can reap the benefits and help the Shanka Demon Lord to impact the late stage of the nascent soul. By then, they would have some strength to fight against the Saint Demon Elder. But who would have thought that the old ghost was so overbearing that he directly refused the matter and instead asked his female disciple to cooperate with the Red Crab Demon King alone. In this way, according to the Saint Demon Elder style, even if his female disciple and the Red Crab Demon King really captured the Wrathful Whale Market and killed another Yuaning of the Muing Immortal Sect stationed there, as well as many cultivators in it, it is estimated that the benefits will only be divided with the Red Crab Demon King in the end. After the matter is accomplished, it will never be mentioned again. The three resentful ghosts, demons and kings will also be unclear and have no benefits. Under such circumstances, how could the three resentful ghosts, demons and kings be willing to help the Saint Demon Elder to contain the cultivators in the Muing Immortal sect? Master, you are so powerful that you can lead the demon cultivators of our sect to suppress the Muing Immortal sect by yourself. Why would you need our help? In my opinion, it is better for me and junior brother resentful ghost to not take action. In this way, the outside world will not know our whereabouts, and we can also catch the enemy off guard at some necessary moments. The Shanka Demon Lord, who had hoped to use the Red Crab Demon Lord's plan to enter the late stage of foundation building, heard the cold snort of the Saint Demon Elder and said in a sarcastic tone, "That's right. The resentful Demon Lord and the evil Demon Lord echoed one after another. Hearing this, the Saint Demon Elder couldn't help but get even more angry. There is only one opponent here, the Muing Immortal sect, and the sect is already in a weak position. There is no need for the Shanka Demon Lord and others to lurk and catch the sect off guard. Obviously, the Shanka Demon Lord and the other two want to fool around with this matter and don't intend to take action. You three are looking for death? If you are still pretending to be stupid and not taking action to besiege the Muing Immortal sect together, don't blame me for being ruthless," the Saint Demon Elder said angrily. The faces of the three Shanka Demon Lords changed slightly, and then they looked at the battle situation. When they saw that the only three attack magic treasures in the hands of the Saint Demon Elder were all shot out by him and could not be retrieved for the time being, the Shanka Demon Lord immediately called out fiercely, "Attack!" Then, countless murderous intentions suddenly emerged from the lazy Shanka Demon Lords and the other two, and they summoned a series of attack methods to blast them directly. However, the target of their attack was not the Muing Immortal sect, but the Saint Demon Elder. Although the Saint Demon Elder reacted very quickly and summoned a 4th level middle grade defense magic treasure in time to resist, and his life was not in danger for the time being, he still couldn't help but feel a little scared. Indirectly, he was extremely angry, and he immediately scolded the three Shanka Demon Lords. "You three dared to attack the leader of this sect. Do you want to bear the name of the Judgment sect and become the enemy of our sect?" The three Shanka Demon Lords all showed some disgust at the same time. "If we don't take action now, I'm afraid it won't be long before you take action against us. You forced me to do this. We just want to practice Taoism and explore a higher realm, but you are blocking us and even want to use us to refine magic treasures. Under such circumstances, how dare we do anything in your hands?" Shanka Demon Lord roared. Then, he used a profound method of the Holy Demon Sect to increase his strength, and he looked like he was going to fight to the death. In an instant, his middle stage giant in extreme cultivation level suddenly entered the late giant in realm, and his strength was also improved. The same was true for the Ghost Demon Lord and the Evil Demon Lord. It was precisely because of this that the light curtain supported by the 4th level middle grade defensive magic treasure of the Holy Demon Elder was shaken, and it was estimated that it would be shattered in dozens or hundreds of breaths. However, the Holy Demon Elder did not feel a crisis because of this, but instead had a few more smiles on his face. Everything went as planned. As the uncle of Shanka Demon Lord and his companions, he had watched them grow up, so how could he not know the temperament of Shanka Demon Lord and his companions? In this way, he had actually already calculated that Shanka Demon Lord and his companions would rebel today. In fact, he had even deliberately created the opportunity for them to rebel today. Everything was done so that he could legitimately kill Shanka Demon Lord and his companions. Then, he used the sound enhancement technique and called out to the hundreds of thousands of Saint Demon Sect disciples on the thousands of flying boats around him. "Junior brother Shanka, junior brother Zimei, and junior brother Yuangui have been bribed by the Muing Immortal sect, and are now attacking me. This is undoubtedly an act of treason, therefore, I hope that you can help me and kill those three beasts together." The disciples of the Holy Demon Sect on the thousands of flying boats around were all shocked when they heard this. Some of them did not react, but after turning their heads to look at the 4th level flying boat where the Holy Demon Ancestor and others were, they saw the three Shanka Demon Lords fighting against the Holy Demon Ancestor. Previously, the Holy Demon Old Man had been leading the disciples of the sect to encircle and suppress the Muing Immortal sect. On the other hand, the three Shanka Demon Lords had not made any move. Originally, these disciples thought that the three ancestors were not there. But now they finally understood. It turns out that the Shanka Ancestor, the resentful Ghost Ancestor, and the Evil Charm Ancestor were waiting for this moment. But these three ancestors were fine. How could they be bribed by the Muing immortal sect and eventually rebel against the sect? Most of the disciples of the Holy Demon sect were puzzled by this. But some of them had come into contact with the foundation-building demon cultivators or golden elixir demon cultivators of the Holy Demon sect's high level and knew some secrets. 9 out of 10. These three ancestors rebelled because the Holy Demon ancestor was really too harsh. If not for this, the three ancestors probably wouldn't have risked being wanted by the entire demonic path to betray the sect, and it's possible that the three ancestors were not bribed by the Muing immortal sect at all, but simply wanted this opportunity to escape the sect's control. Thinking of this, the group of demon cultivators who knew the secret couldn't help but shudder in their hearts, and became more afraid of the saint demon ancestor. At the same time, it also broke their fantasy that they could practice safely in the sect. The demonic path has always rarely talked about the feelings of the sect. Everything is just for the sake of the path. When necessary, even fathers and sons killing each other, and disciples stabbing their masters in the back may happen. It is precisely because of this that the demonic path is extremely chaotic. Basically, no one will accept disciples casually, and even if there are, it is only for profit. Even the Saint Demon sect, which is known as the strongest sect in the demonic path, will recruit disciples from outside. In fact, it is also for profit. However, many demon cultivators have reached a higher level because of this. For example, the Saint Demon Old Man. If he had not tyrannically integrated most of the resources of the Holy Demon sect to supply his own cultivation, he would certainly have found it difficult to enter this realm. Of course, if he had not done so, a cultivator like Qingshi Demon Lord who was stuck in a bottleneck would have a great chance of entering the late nascent soul stage. But this has nothing to do with the old Saint Demon. One's own cultivation is the real thing, and the cultivation of others has nothing to do with oneself. Compared to helping others achieve their goals, the old Saint Demon Lord hopes that he can enter a higher realm. At this moment, the three of Qingshi Demon Lord, Zimei Demon Lord, and Yuan Gui Demon Lord also realized that they had fallen into the trap of the old Saint Demon Lord. Their faces suddenly turned black. "Old Saint Demon, don't talk nonsense anymore," Qingshi Demon Lord cursed angrily. The old Saint Demon Lord smiled and used an obscure voice transmission to Qingshi Demon Lord. "In wartime, the three of you really attacked me. Under such circumstances, people in the world will not think about other things, so the three of you should just serve as Muing and Xianzhuang's helpers and wait for death." After saying that, he raised his hand and waved it, taking out a black array disc. This was the array disc of the boat protection array here, and it was also the strongest trump card of the old Saint Demon, who did not have an attacking spiritual treasure. As he transferred his spiritual power into it, the entire boat protection array trembled, and a fourth-order low-grade flying sword array device flew out of it. But with the blessing of the array, its power was close to that of a fourth-order middle-grade magic treasure. On the other hand, although Qingshi Demon Lord and others had good cultivation and many magic treasures, they were only ordinary fourth-order low-grade magic treasures. For this reason, the flying sword array device only appeared and resisted most of the methods of Qingshi Demon Lord and others. In addition, many low-level demon cultivators around also temporarily gave up resisting the attacks of those low-level disciples of Muing and Xianzhuang, and came to help the old Saint Demon. Although they were not strong, they numbered tens of thousands, and many of them had practiced various special joint formations, and their attacks were extraordinary. As a result, the situation between the Saint Demon Elder and the Qingshi Demon Lord and others was reversed. Seeing this, the Qingshi Demon Lord and others looked dark, but they had expected it. As the Qingshi Demon Lord spit out a mouthful of blood, his cultivation level soared again, and he was even about to reach the realm of Yuanying perfection. In contrast, his strength was also greatly improved. The next moment, he actually held a fourth-level magic treasure thick shield and forcibly led the Ghost Demon Lord and the other two out of the attack encirclement, and then arrived at a border of the flying boat group's protective formation. Although this formation is comprehensive, it can now defend against external attacks and can also be used as a trap, and it is difficult for ordinary people to get out easily. But the Qingshi Demon Lord and the other two dared to turn against the Saint Demon Elder at this time, so they were naturally prepared. Moreover, the Saint Demon Elder would not give them a chance to leave the flying boat group since the beginning of the world destroying chaos. For this reason, they usually studied the protective formation of the flying boat group very deeply. And now the border area of the formation where they are fighting is the weakest part of the formation. Ghost Junior Brother, Evil Junior Brother, Just use those formation-breaking talismans. Shan Kui Demon Lord called out, and then he and the Ghost Demon Lord and others used hundreds of talismans. These were all formation-breaking talismans. Although most of them were of the 3rd level, there were also 4 that reached the 4th level. In addition, with a large number of these formation-breaking talismans, they actually blasted a large gap directly in the weak part of the formation. Shan Kui Demon Lord and the other 2 were overjoyed and rushed out of it quickly. They immediately dispersed and fled in 3 directions respectively, so as to avoid being blocked by all 3. I didn't expect these 3 beasts to have so many formation-breaking talismans. But it was precisely because of this that the Saint Demon Elder's face was extremely dark. How could he know that the 3 Shanky Demon Lords had been waiting for this day for hundreds of years? For this reason, the 3 of them also worked together to help the evil Demon Lord embark on the path of talismans, and finally got so many array-breaking talismans. Otherwise, according to the temperament of the old Saint Demon, he would not let the 3 of them get such things. Then, in order to keep the 3 Shanky Demon Lords and avoid endless troubles, the old Saint Demon planned to call back all the spiritual treasures that had been sent out. But at this moment, a series of array patterns suddenly rose in the area of 100,000 miles. Then, this place was covered by a huge array. Whether it was the old Saint Demon or the 3 Shanky Demon Lords who had just escaped from the Holy Demon Sect's flying boat group trapped array, they were all very surprised. What's going on? Chapter 1291 Stunning. At this moment, a joking voice followed. You have really put on a good show. I didn't expect that at this time, your sect would have an internal strife. Then, a huge flying boat appeared in the border area of the suddenly appeared huge trap array. However, this is not a magic flying boat, but a righteous flying boat, and it originated from Xinghe Pavilion. Ling Pengyun, who had been planning for a long time, was among them, and he had had the flying boat here half a month ago, all for today. It is also worth mentioning that a few months ago, he let the Red Crab Demon King go because you persuaded him to lure the Holy Demon Sect to attack the Muing Immortal Sect. Only in this way, he would have the opportunity to destroy the Holy Demon Sect, the Scourge, in one fell swoop. But he really didn't expect that the Holy Demon Elder who had reached the perfect nascent soul of the Holy Demon Sect would anger the public, leading to the 3 people of the resentful Ghost Demon King, the Evil Demon King, and the Mountain Demon King to judge the sect, thus causing an internal strife. If not, he had already used his spiritual sense to explore the surroundings, and he was particularly confident in his own methods, otherwise he really suspected that the Holy Demon Sect was acting for him. But if that was the case, then he really admired the resentful Ghost Demon King and others for being so willing to use hundreds of array-breaking talismans. You know, these things together are enough to be comparable to the entire property of an ordinary nascent soul force. If it weren't for the fact that the 3 of the resentful Ghost Demon King had good cultivation and extraordinary methods, it would be difficult for the 3 of them to get such a number of array-breaking talismans together. It was for this reason that Ling Pengyun showed up as planned and planned to make dumplings. As for the female disciple of the Holy Demon Elder who followed the Red Crab Demon King to besiege the wrathful whale market, naturally someone would deal with it. In order to completely destroy this demon sect, Ling Pengyun was fully prepared. At this moment, after Ling Pengyun raised his hand and took out the array disc of the special array that Xinghe Pavilion had supported earlier, he immediately said to the cultivator on the flying boat, "My disciples, mobilize your spiritual power to transfer into that special array disc and help me open this 4th order special array." Upon hearing this, the tens of thousands of cultivators in the flying boat immediately understood and immediately transferred spiritual power into the array disc suspended above the flying boat. After those spiritual powers were integrated into the array disc, although they were not compatible with each other due to inconsistent properties or other nascent souls, the special array was really powerful. With a flash of spiritual light, it actually stimulated a special power, which suppressed all those spiritual powers and refined them at a very fast speed. In this way, those spiritual powers became the energy of the array disk, and finally countless special array patterns emerged from it, converging into a huge water dragon phantom of the late nascent soul stage that was 1 or 2,000 feet long. Go! Ling Pengyun raised his hand and waved, and the phantom of the water dragon was particularly obedient and went directly to the 3 demon kings who had just escaped from the group trap of the Holy Demon Sect's flying boat, the Demon King of Evil Spirits, and the Demon King of Shanky. The 3 people's faces suddenly changed when they saw this. They and Ling Pengyun were old rivals, so they knew that Ling Pengyun and the other 10,000 righteous cultivators on the flying boat all came from Xinghe Pavilion. Under such circumstances, Ling Pengyun and others' sudden appearance here must be extraordinary. Even the Red Crab Demon King, who suggested that their people from the Holy Demon sect attack the Muing Immortal sect to involve the sect's nascent soul, may have been bribed by Ling Pengyun. Otherwise, how could Ling Pengyun seem to have been waiting here for a long time? Damn Red Crab, how dare you violate my demon alliance contracts and plot with the righteous to harm us? The three Shanka Demon Kings cursed inwardly, and at the same time they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Just escaped from a dangerous place, and encountered a more dangerous opponent. If I had known this earlier, I might as well stay in my sect's flying boat group honestly. The water dragon phantom created by the special formation in Ling Pengyun's hand was already at the late stage of the nascent soul. With the blessing of the formation, its strength would be even stronger, and it would even have entered the perfect stage of the nascent soul. In addition, Ling Pengyun had already arranged a powerful 4th level trap formation around them, so it was difficult for them to escape in a short time. It was precisely because of this that the three Shanka Demon Lords did not dare to underestimate them. They quickly stopped and gathered together, and used their strength to attack the dragon phantom that was coming to kill them, hoping to block it. But the dragon phantom was so strong that they could only barely block it even if they tried their best. This special formation given by the sect is quite useful. Not only is it comprehensive, but the light curtain of the trap is also very solid, and the water dragon phantom it created is also quite powerful. In this way, with this formation, we can prevent the group of Saint Demon cultivators here from escaping, and at the same time help me temporarily entangle the three weaker nascent soul demon lords of the Saint Demon sect. Ling Pengyun, who was on the flying boat at the border of the formation, couldn't help but smile. Then, in order to avoid hesitation, he directly used his strongest attack method. It was a ball of water that was only the size of a fist, flashing with the light of the 5 elements. But with a slight tremor, the water ball suddenly swelled and turned into a 5-element river that was more than 2,000 feet long and swept out. It was like it was in an infinite force, and the space where it passed was constantly shaking, as if it was about to collapse. And although its body was large, its speed was extremely fast. In just a moment, it crossed a distance of tens of thousands of miles and directly rolled the Shanka Demon Lord, who was entangled by the water dragon phantom of the formation, into the long river. Then Shanka Demon Lord and others were squeezed by countless water currents. This 5 elements river is extraordinary. Not only is its grade as high as the 4th grade upper realm, but it has also refined a primordial essence and forged a foundation of transformation. For this reason, it has comprehended the true meaning of heavy water transformation of 60% to 70% of the way of gravity in advance. Indirectly, the power it contains is extremely huge, reaching 20 million. It is precisely because of this that although Shanka Demon Lord and others were able to temporarily stabilize their bodies with the help of the power of defensive spiritual treasures at the beginning, and as time went by, their defensive spiritual treasures were all crushed. Then, the ghost cultivators, the resentful ghost demon lord and the evil charm demon lord, who were ordinary cultivators, died one after another. Only the extremely strong Shanka demon lord could barely hold on. But this was just a forced hold, and if he had not used means to enhance his strength, so that his physical cultivation reached a late stage of the nascent soul, he would have died tragically long ago. In addition, during this period, although the Saint Demon Elder and the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Saint Demon Flying Boat group were very smart and planned to help Shanka Demon Lord escape from trouble, so as to form an alliance with him to deal with Ling Pengyun, a powerful enemy of the righteous path. However, their methods were all blocked by the shadow of the dragon in the formation, and they did not help Shanka Demon Lord at all. As time went by, when the power-enhancing spell used by Shanka Demon Lord gradually disappeared, the strength of his body returned to its original strength. At this time, he could no longer withstand the tearing of the 100 Treasures River. With a scream, he was torn to pieces by the 5 Elements River. And this happened in just a few hundred breaths. For this reason, whether it was the Saint Demon Sect cultivator in the Saint Demon Flying Boat group or the Muing Immortal Sect cultivator who was besieged in the distance, they all showed countless shocks. You know, Shanka Demon Lord and others are veteran strongmen in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul. All of them are extraordinary, and even any one of them can occupy a sea area in the boundless sea Immortal Cultivation world. But now, Such a strong man was killed at will, which was really terrifying. How could this person be so strong? This strength has probably already surpassed the ordinary nascent soul perfection realm. It is even estimated that only those who have comprehended the true meaning of the divine transformation can possibly fight against him. In the Holy Demon Flying Boat group, the old holy demon who was originally so majestic now had a face full of fear, and he had no intention of fighting Ling Pengyun at all. Then, he considered that Ling Pengyun was simply difficult to fight, and now the Holy Demon Flying Boat group was protected by a powerful defensive formation. Even if Ling Pengyun's spiritual treasure was extraordinary, it would probably be difficult to destroy it in a short time. For this reason, he immediately greeted the hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators in the Flying Boat group. Disciples of the sect, there is no need to worry about the powerful righteous cultivators. With our sect's holy demon formation, they will not be able to hurt us in a short time. Follow me to attack the trap array that man has set up around us. As long as we blast a gap in it, I will be able to lead you to escape. After saying that, he took the lead and used various means to bypass Ling Pengyun's powerful 100 Treasures River and the water dragon phantom of the formation, and then blasted the trap-shaped light curtain that Ling Pengyun had set up with this special formation. The hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators in the Holy Demon Flying Boat group saw this and followed suit. For a while, roars rang out. However, the effect of the attack was somewhat embarrassing, and it only blasted waves on the trap-shaped light curtain. Moreover, Ling Pengyun reacted in time and immediately asked the water dragon phantom to block the attack methods of the old man of the Holy Demon and the Holy Demon Flying Boat group. Although the water dragon phantom was a little struggling, it was even beaten back step by step, and the spiritual light on its body gradually dimmed. But he did stop it perfectly after all. This also gave Ling Pengyun an opportunity. As his thought moved, the 5 elements 100 Treasures River, the spiritual treasure of the foundation of the transformation of the spirit, suddenly turned into an explosive dragon and directly hit the formation of the Holy Demon Flying Boat group. This attack was not ordinary, and it directly shook the formation. From this, we can see the situation of the two parties. The Holy Demon sect could not attack the trap set by Ling Pengyun, and it was difficult to escape. But Ling Pengyun could hurt the defensive formation of the Holy Demon sect. In this way, I am afraid that it will not take long for the formation of the Holy Demon sect to be broken. The old man of the Holy Demon knew this very well. For this reason, his face was full of sorrow, and there was no more dignity. He even lowered his status and sent a message to Ling Pengyun. I hope you will hold back. I am from the Qian Buddhist sect of the God-transforming demon sect in the supreme Buddhist cultivation world. In addition, I can give you a fortune that will definitely satisfy you. Ling Pengyun heard this and immediately raised a bit of teasing on his face and retorted. Too late. This time it's not me who wants to kill you, but the Xinghe pavilion behind me that wants to kill you. In addition, you may not know that I was also half a member of the Kanglin Bahe sect in my early years, and even got a lot of karma from this sect. In the past few hundred years, your sect has been killing the Kanglin Bahe sect. It even forced this sect to hide in the Kanghe secret realm and dare not come out. Under such circumstances, I finally blocked you. How could I let you leave easily? The Saint Demon Patriarch was slightly stunned when he heard this. Is this person related to the Kanglin Bahe sect? The Kanglin Bahe sect is a righteous God-transforming force in the boundless sea cultivation world. 10,000 years ago, this sect was extremely powerful and had 4 or 5 nascent souls sitting in it. It is for this reason that this sect used its powerful strength to obtain a medium-sized secret realm with complete laws of heaven and earth in its early years, where one can safely enter the realm of gold and elixir from key training. The only drawback may be that one cannot trigger the nascent soul tribulation thunder in it. However, in recent years, this sect has gradually declined. Even hundreds of years ago, this sect only had 1 nascent soul sitting in it. In addition, the old man Shengmo happened to encounter a bottleneck in his cultivation at that time, and it was difficult to break into the realm of nascent soul perfection. He also spent a lot of money to get a special method of promotion from the Red Demon Buddha sect, which can break through the realm with the help of the laws of heaven and earth contained in the secret realm. For this reason, he set his sights on the Kanglin Bahe sect. In the end, although he used his powerful strength to lead the Holy Demon sect to capture the garrison of this sect, but the Kanglin Bahe sect was really slippery and actually went directly into the medium-sized secret realm of this sect to take refuge. And the secret realm can be said to be another world. If you don't have a method to master the entrance and exit of this secret realm, it is difficult to enter it easily. Moreover, if you want to use force, it is also difficult. Only by using the void crystal, a spiritual object containing the power of space, and arranging a special formation, can the secret realm be temporarily connected. But the problem is that the Kanglen Baha'i sect has built this secret realm very well, and arranged a powerful defense formation inside it. This has prevented the old man Shengmo from conquering the Kanglen Baha'i sect. On the other hand, as time went by, the talisman master Bishu Zhenren of the Kanglen Baha'i sect actually entered the realm of Yuanying. As a result, this sect has 2 Yuanyings sitting in charge, which also increased the difficulty of breaking through this sect. However, the old man Shengmo did not give up, even until today when his cultivation entered the realm of Yuanying perfection, he did not give up. It was because the special method of breaking the bottleneck that he obtained in his early years could use the laws of heaven and earth contained in the Kanglen secret realm to help him, a Yuanying perfect cultivator, to comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth, and thus comprehend the true meaning of the transformation of the spirit. This is undoubtedly a way to improve strength. Although it is a bit extravagant, the old man Shengmo can't care so much. It was just a pity that before his plan even started, he ran into Ling Pengyun. Ling Pengyun did have a connection with this sect, and it was a very long connection. Even the true man Bishu who entered the nascent soul hundreds of years ago was his master. The leader of the Kanglen Baha'i sect, True Lord Kanglen, was his uncle. At the same time, True Lord Kanglen was also a member of the Xinghe Pavilion. It was because he valued Ling Pengyun's extraordinary talent that he introduced him to True Lord Yangxian, the deputy leader of the Yunqian lineage of the Xinghe Pavilion, which led to the Ling Pengyun of today. Otherwise, Ling Pengyun would probably still be hovering in the early and middle stages of the nascent soul. For this reason, whether it was emotional or reasonable, he had to completely destroy the holy demon sect today and restore peace to the surrounding seas. At the same time, it was also to avenge the monks who died in his hands in recent years and the ancestors of the Kanglen Baha'i sect. Chapter 1292, Red Demon Transformation. At the same time, in the Muing Immortal sect, the master of this sect, Muing Lao Zhenren, looked at Ling Pengyun who was showing his divine power, and his heart was full of surprise. I didn't expect that junior brother Ling really had a spiritual treasure with the foundation of the god transformation, as rumored. But this treasure is not one of the spiritual treasures with the foundation of the god transformation in the sect. I don't know how junior brother Ling got it. In addition, junior brother Ling's cultivation is only in the late stage of the nascent soul, but he can activate this treasure for a long time. It is bound to be that his spiritual power and consciousness are extraordinary, and it is even possible that they are stronger than ordinary cultivators with perfect nascent soul. Is this the gap between the genius who condensed the 5 elements nascent soul and ordinary cultivators like us? No wonder the news that junior brother Ling had this treasure had been spread for a long time, but he had never encountered any accidents, and the treasure in his hand had not changed hands. Then, his eyes were fixed on Ling Pengyun's spiritual treasure above the 100 Treasures River, which contained the foundation of the transformation of the spirit. Most of the qualifications of ordinary cultivators are similar, so they usually compete for the quality of inheritance or skills. And Yuanying cultivators like Mu Yuan Liao Zhenren, who come from big forces, have high status, and their skills and inheritance must be the best. In this case, the competition is about qualifications. Whoever has stronger qualifications will be stronger. The 5-element Yuanying condensed by Ling Pengyun is the best Yuanying, and the increase it can bring is naturally the strongest. And after careful calculation, Ling Pengyun's spiritual power and divine consciousness are almost equivalent to 1 or 2 times that of cultivators of the same level, which is enough to be on par with old-fashioned Yuanying perfect cultivators. It is precisely because of this that Ling Pengyun has enough spiritual power and divine consciousness to drive the 100 Treasures River. The situation of the flying boat group of the Holy Demon sect is becoming more and more critical. The hundreds of thousands of low-level demon cultivators were in chaos, and they didn't know what to do for a while. The Saint Demon Elder, who had reached the nascent soul perfection, was also somewhat panicked. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before the flying boat formation here is breached. Besides, there are means of blocking communication around here. I simply cannot ask for help from the Red Demon Buddhist sect or the Demon Clan. Under such circumstances, we can only rely on ourselves. And according to my current means, I guess I can only use that move to have a chance to resolve the crisis at hand. His face showed some determination, and then he became ruthless and immediately used a powerful method. With a flash of magic light around him, he suddenly turned into a lava monster about 10 feet in size. There was no trace of skin on his body, only signs of lava. Only from the vague outline of his overall shape could we confirm that he was the Saint Demon Elder. However, its aura increased by nearly 1 or 2 times, and it had already reached the limit of the nascent soul. Therefore, after this increase, it actually touched the rumored middle-level divine red devil mysterious fire true meaning, and temporarily mastered it by 20% or 30%. This fire is extraordinary. It not only contains extremely high temperature, but also contains a special magic flame poison, which can not only invade the body of the cultivator, but also invade various spiritual objects or spiritual treasures. If the amount of magic poison is small and the poison person has a high cultivation level, it may be temporarily suppressed. But if the magic poison invades too much, unless some ice-attributed healing spiritual objects are used to help, even if the gods come, the poison person will die tragically under this fire. It is for this reason that after the old man of the holy demon raised his hand and poured in a powerful and incomplete red devil mysterious fire true meaning and the 4th level upper grade holy demon flying sword that was fighting with the formation dragon, the power of this sword suddenly increased. Even with one sword, it repelled the formation dragon. In this way, whether it is the holy demon flying sword, the other magic treasures of the holy demon old man, or the hundreds of thousands of magic cultivators in the flying boat group, they all have the opportunity to attack the nearby trap array. For a while, there was a constant roar. Although the trap array was powerful, the holy demon flying sword of the holy demon old man was blessed by the true meaning, and it was no longer the same as before. Even with the attack of the sword, the trap array was slowly invaded by the magic poison, which increased the consumption of the remaining power of the array. This also caused the array to start shaking. Ling Pengyun, who was trying his best to use the treasure of the 100 treasures river to attack the defensive array of the holy demon flying boat group, was slightly surprised when he saw this. Then, his eyes were fixed on the holy demon old man in the holy demon flying boat group, who had changed so much. This person now looks a bit like he has used a means to increase his strength. But how can ordinary means of increasing strength allow him to temporarily master some means of true meaning? After thinking about it for a while, he vaguely felt that this method was familiar. Could it be that the old Saint Demon used the Red Demon transformation, a relatively famous supernatural power that increases strength from the Red Demon sect, the only power in this world that is a power in the God-transforming demon Dao? Thinking of this, he felt that it was indeed possible. As a nascent soul in Xinghe Pavilion, he naturally knew that the holy demon sect where the old Saint Demon was located had 1,000 connections with the Red Demon sect, the power in the God-transforming demon Dao in the supreme Buddha cultivation world. Even the old Saint Demon, who was the master of the holy demon sect, was probably from the Red Demon sect. Under such circumstances, it was normal for him to master the Red Demon sect's signature magic method. The Red Demon transformation was a very mysterious method to increase strength. It was even rumored that this move was related to the Red Demon mysterious domain, the great magic power in the God-transforming demon Dao of the Red Demon sect. It was precisely because of this that this move was so powerful that once it was used, it would at least allow cultivators to master some of the true meaning of the Red Demon mysterious fire in advance, helping the cultivator's strength to undergo earth-shaking changes. However, it is very difficult to comprehend this move. Not only does it require the cultivation of the nascent soul, but only cultivators who mainly practice fire-attributed techniques can comprehend this technique. Moreover, it is necessary to use the 4th order magic fire in the famous quasi-5th order magic volcano of the Red Demon Buddha sect as the source, slowly use a special method to sacrifice and refine it into a red magic crystal stone and hide it in the body, and then use spiritual power to warm it to a certain degree before this technique can be used. In addition, once the remaining power of the crystal stone is exhausted, it is necessary to collect a new magic fire to sacrifice the crystal core before this move can be performed. Therefore, this technique can actually be regarded as a spiritual object for improvement. And the Red Devil mysterious fire that the old man of the holy demon now controls is full of true meaning. 9 out of 10 times, it is based on a 4th order upper grade magic fire, and sacrifices a Red Devil crystal core to perform this move of Red Devil transformation. Thinking like this, This person is estimated to have some status in the Red Demon Buddha sect in the past, otherwise, it would be difficult for ordinary people to get such precious fire. Ling Pengyun guessed secretly. And that is exactly the case. Although the quasi-5th level magic fire of the Red Demon Buddha sect can produce magic fire continuously, it takes a long time. For example, if you want to breed a 4th level high-grade magic fire, it will take at least hundreds of years. As the only magic sect in this world, the Red Demon Buddha sect has countless magic cultivators, and there must be many who can enter the nascent soul stage. Under such circumstances, it is naturally extraordinary that the old man Saint Demon was able to obtain a 4th level high-grade magic fire. After all, he only entered the nascent soul perfection realm a few years ago, and in this period of time, even if he obtained a 4th level high-grade magic fire, it would be difficult to condense the red demon crystal. The only possibility is that he had practiced this move hundreds or even 100 years ago, and his cultivation was average at that time. I don't know what this person's true identity is. But this has nothing to do with me. Now, I just need to kill him. Ling Pengyun's murderous intent could not help but become more intense. Considering that the purpose of this battle was to destroy the group of demon cultivators here, rather than to fight with them, he did not intend to mobilize the extremely powerful Beibao Changling Bao to resist the attack of the Saint Demon Elder and other demon cultivators on the special array light curtain. But he did not intend to do anything, but to use a magical power that was particularly restraining the means of the magic. Between Zumi, there was a sudden sound of thunder. A flash of colorful light suddenly crossed the sky, and with a lightning speed, it directly hit the Saint Demon flying sword blessed with true meaning. Boom! With a loud bang, the flying sword was blown away, and the true meaning contained in it was eroded by the pure Yang 5 elements mysterious thunder, just like white snow encountering flames. Even the demonic nature on the flying sword was destroyed by several times, causing the sword demon light to dim, the breath to wilted, and no longer had the previous style. Pure Yang 5 elements mysterious thunder magic power. I didn't expect that this person could master this move. The old Saint Demon who was in the Saint Demon flying boat group saw this, and his eyebrows were full of fear, but he did not give up on escaping, because he still had 2 extremely powerful moves that he had not used. With his divine thoughts, the entire Saint Demon flying boat group actually reached the border of the trapped array set up by Ling Pengyun at a very fast speed while resisting the attack of the 100 treasures long river. Then, the Saint Demon old man offered hundreds of talismans in succession. However, these were not ordinary talismans, but array-breaking talismans. And the grades were extremely high, at least the 3rd level, and there were as many as 6 4th level array-breaking talismans. After careful calculation, the value of this batch of array-breaking talismans was stronger than those taken out by the Ghost Demon Lord and others before. And these were not the Saint Demon old man's own things, but the resources and support of the Red Demon Buddha sect behind him to support him in the chaos in the Immortal Cultivation world in this boundless sea area. In this way, the old Saint Demon could seize the opportunity to use those array-breaking talismans to break through some righteous Yin-Yang forces and collect resources. At that time, both the old Saint Demon and the Red Demon Buddhist sect would surely benefit. But unfortunately, before the old Saint Demon could find that opportunity, Ling Pengyun came to his door. In this way, he could only use this trick. And those array-breaking talismans were attached to the trapped array at a very fast speed. As the magic light flashed, those talismans immediately disrupted the origin of the trapped array with a particularly domineering talisman power, thereby absorbing a large amount of spiritual power from the array. The next moment, a series of explosions sounded. Countless spiritual power fluctuations swept in all directions, shattering the surrounding space, which was enough to show how powerful it was. It was precisely because of this that the trapped array was blasted with a gap of dozens of feet no matter how powerful it was. Although this was not enough for all the Saint Demon flying boats to escape in a short time, it was also an opportunity to escape, a good opportunity. Seeing this, the old Saint Demon didn't bother to care about the other hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the Saint Demon flying boat. He directly controlled the 4th level flying boat under his feet to break away from the group of Saint Demon flying boats, and then flew out of the trap along the gap and gained freedom. He was overjoyed. Finally escaped from the trap. The same was true for some of the higher level demon cultivators on the 4th level flying boat. Some even said in their hearts, "Fortunately, I was selected by the sect and boarded this flying boat. Otherwise, it would be difficult to escape from the trap, The hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators who were still in the trap changed their faces and could not help but curse the old saint demon. How could this sect master do this? Did he promise us before that he would take us out of the trap? What a beast! If I had known this, I might as well be a low-quality righteous cultivator and live a peaceful life. It's really a matter of everyone running away when disaster strikes. However, although they were scolding the Saint Demon Elder, those who controlled the magic boats followed the Saint Demon Elder's actions, left the magic boat group, and flew towards the gap in the trapped formation alone, in order to prevent the gap from being restored. Moreover, the flying boat group was extremely large. If they evacuated with a flying boat group, they might be trapped to death. Instead of this, flying alone was indeed better. But it was precisely because of this that some unnecessary commotion was caused, and some flying boats even collided during flight. The entire flying boat group was in chaos. In addition, the core flying boat controlled by the Saint Demon Elder had already left this place, so the power of the huge flying boat formation arranged by this flying boat group was actually weakening at a very fast speed. The Saint Demon Elder, who had just escaped from the ascension, saw the situation behind from afar, and his eyebrows could not help but raise a few delays and distress. This group of disciples in the sect are really a group of idiots. Since they don't help me resist Ling Pengyun, I can only use the trick, which is a pity for the thousands of flying boats. After this incident, the strength of our sect's flying boats will probably be directly beaten back to 10,000 years ago. As for the group of demon cultivators, they will die. Anyway, what our sect lacks the least is disciples. Thinking of this, his mind suddenly moved. At this moment, the huge group of flying boats that were still trapped in the formation could not help but bear the attack of the treasure of the 100 Treasures River, and turned to fly towards the flying boat where Ling Pengyun was. Just as they were about to get close, they suddenly exploded one after another. In the end, the explosion of thousands of flying boats was even more powerful than the previous attack that the Saint Demon Elder had launched with his true intention. For a moment, the flying boat where Ling Pengyun was directly submerged by the violent power. The space nearby collapsed completely, and the entire world seemed to have disappeared. There was only a void. Countless infinite strong winds blew out from it. Although that person robbed, this move can at least hurt that person. The old man was slightly delighted, and immediately drove the fourth-order flying boat away from here without looking back. However, what he did not realize was that in the deep sea below him, there was a black shadow like a long dragon, catching up at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 1293 To Life-Defining Magic. After a moment, a small splash of water suddenly appeared on the calm sea surface below. Then, a thin figure jumped out from it and blocked the flying boat driven by the old man Saint Demon. The innate magical power, the 5 elements water prison. As the figure pinched his hands, he cast a spell in an instant. The blue sea water below suddenly surged, and finally countless seawater gathered into 5 huge water ropes flashing 5-colored spiritual light, which quickly rushed out of the sea and blocked the flying boat of the old man Saint Demon. Although this flying boat was protected by a defensive light curtain, the water ropes could not directly pull it, but the 5 water ropes were entangled with each other and quickly turned into a huge cage, blocking the flying boat. Moreover, there was a thin layer of light curtain in the huge gap between the 5 ropes, making the cage look simple, but particularly perfect. Even as the light curtain trembled, the water vapor contained in the seawater within a radius of 300,000 miles was suddenly attracted and eventually poured into the cage. As a result, the cage continued to grow stronger. Until the surrounding water vapor was exhausted, the speed of its power growth stopped. But after careful calculation, its power increased by at least 30%. This also made the Saint Demon old man trapped in it frown. According to his estimation, this defensive light curtain is not weaker than the previous trap array. For this reason, he immediately looked at a mysterious monk who suddenly appeared and cast a spell. Why is it this person? And judging from his appearance, he seems to be uninjured. This is completely impossible. Previously, I activated the special restrictions contained in the thousands of flying boats of my sect, which made them explode at the same time. The power is stronger than ordinary true meaning attacks. Furthermore, the flying boat under my feet is a medium-sized flying boat of the 4th grade, which originated from the Red Buddha demon sect and is of excellent quality. It is also engraved with a magical pattern of escape technique as its innate magic. Before, I activated this technique, which indirectly increased its speed in a short period of time. Even ordinary nascent soul perfection cultivators would find it difficult to catch up with it by performing escape techniques. In this case, no matter how extraordinary this person is, he doesn't have much chance of catching up, right? After seeing the man's face, the old saint demon was shocked, but he moved quickly and took action directly. The tens of thousands of other demon cultivators on the 4th tier flying boat would naturally not sit and wait for death, so they also started to move, trying to break the strange 5-element water prison. As for the mysterious spellcaster, it was Ling Pengyun who had previously set up a trap array and planned to kill the Saint Demon sect cultivators. Although the attack method used by the Saint Demon old man to detonate the huge group of flying boats was extremely powerful, Ling Pengyun was fully prepared for this world-destroying chaos. His life defense spiritual treasure, the 5 elements bronze bell, was recast to the 4th tier upper grade by the ancestor of Xinghe Pavilion in advance, and it was also his life defense object, so its power was extraordinary. In addition, Ling Pengyun also had the 4th tier defense talismans drawn by Lingxiao, the 4th tier talisman master of many families. Moreover, the special formation that Xinghe Pavilion temporarily gave Ling Pengyun was extremely comprehensive. It could not only create a dragon phantom to attack, but also a trap formation and a defensive light curtain. With these 3 factors added together, Ling Pengyun could naturally survive the explosion of the 1,000 flying boats. But he was indeed shocked before. Although ordinary flying boats can also self-destruct, it is difficult to explode such a great power. Only those flying boats that have been engraved with self-destructing spiritual patterns in a special way can do so. Under normal circumstances, these flying boats are just like ordinary flying boats, but when necessary, they can be transformed into self-destructing magic tools. Obviously, as early as the beginning of the refining of those flying boats, the Holy Demon sect intended to use them as self-destructing magic tools. It was for this reason that Ling Pengyun couldn't help but sigh that the Holy Demon sect was willing to do so. Previously, the 1,000 flying boats that the Holy Demon sect self-destructed were of extraordinary value, and the grades were extremely high. Even the flying boats of the Ling family were somewhat inferior. It is even estimated that the fleet of flying boats is comparable to 30% of the combined power of the fleets of all the Yuan-Yang forces in the entire Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. For this reason, Ling Pengyun had previously felt a little regretful that those flying boats had exploded. If they could be seized one by one, the family's foundation in flying boats would surely be several times stronger, and even this foundation could completely reach the top of the major forces in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation world. At the same time, the family would surely be able to use the huge formation of the powerful fleet of flying boats to enhance its strength, and the probability of self-explosion in the chaos of the world destruction would be greater, and it might even be able to help a strong man like Ling Pengyun. What a pity. As for Ling Pengyun's ability to catch up with the Saint Demon Elder, it was because of a method called 5 elements sea controlling escape technique. This method was created by him. Before the chaos of the world destruction, Xinghe Pavilion held a Xinghe small meeting every 50 years. The participating cultivators could discuss the Tao with each other or trade spiritual objects. Ling Pengyun had originally gone there to trade spiritual objects, but during the discussion, he gained a lot from the Master of Xianshu, one of the 9 branches of Xinghe. The Master of Xianshu followed the path of practicing the law, and the end of this path was to create his own magic and take magic as the way. The battlefield between Xinghe Pavilion and the Sea Dragon clan this time was the boundless sea area cultivation world, which was mostly seawater. For this reason, he proposed that the monks in the pavilion practice more water-attributed magic during the discussion. In this way, they can use the water vapor in the seawater to resist the enemy, which can increase their combat power and reduce the gap between themselves and the Sea Dragon clan. After all, there are mostly water-attributed monsters in the Sea Dragon clan, and they are all ancestors who play with water. The battlefield is also restricted, mostly seawater. In this way, if a normal cultivator encounters them in the boundless sea area cultivation world, it is tantamount to adding a few more dangers. And Ling Pengyun also took this into consideration, and went through a years-long retreat before the destruction of the chaos. Finally, he comprehended this water-attributed innate skill of the 5 elements sea controlling escape technique, which can use the water vapor in the sea and is based on the 5 elements. Although this skill is generally effective when used in ordinary places, it is as if it is assisted by God when used in the sea. In addition, Ling Pengyun has a strong foundation, so the speed of his use of this move is relatively fast, and it can even be comparable to an ordinary 4th level small flying boat. For this reason, he can catch up with a flying boat under the feet of the Saint Demon Old Man. However, this move consumes more spiritual power and spiritual consciousness, so Ling Pengyun couldn't help but sigh. If I delay for a while, I guess I will be directly sucked dry by this escape technique. As for why he didn't use the 4th level flying boat lent to him by Yun Qianyi, it was mainly because although the flying boat was good and came with an innate sword magic power with extraordinary power, the speed of this flying boat was average and mainly biased towards fighting. It is also worth mentioning that the 5 elements water prison he used earlier was also a means of innate skill that he had comprehended on his own some time ago. It is also based on water vapor in the 5 elements, so its power is relatively strong. At the same time, it is also because of this that it can gather the surrounding water vapor to help itself. And at this moment, this time, I want to see if you can still escape. Ling Pengyun saw that the old man Saint Demon and other demon cultivators who were trapped in the water prison by him continued to attack and bombard the water prison, but did not make much noise, and could not help but smile contemptuously. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the 5-element long river of spiritual treasures containing the foundation of the transformation of the spirit from his body. This long river swept out, and was not hindered by the water prison. It directly drilled into it and hit the 4th level magic boat where the old man Saint Demon was. Although the long river was finally blocked by a life defense spell that the magic boat brought with it, this spell was simply incomparable to the defense formation of the boat protection that the 1,000 flying boats of the Saint Demon sect had jointly arranged before. For this reason, it didn't take long for the 5-element long river containing the true meaning to shatter the defensive light curtain. However, Ling Pengyun did not let the 5 elements river directly destroy the 4th level magic boat. This is a treasure. Originally, the 1,000 flying boats of the Holy Demon sect exploded and turned into nothingness, and most of the property of the demon cultivators was also destroyed. After careful calculation, the harvest after the war was relatively small. For this reason, Ling Pengyun planned to leave the 4th level flying boat. Therefore, he turned to control the 5 elements river to split it into countless small streams, which washed towards the 10,000 demon cultivators and the Holy Demon Elder in the flying boat. It was precisely because of this that the Holy Demon Elder and other demon cultivators suddenly became chaotic and began to fight each other. Although the power of the 5 elements river was reduced after the division, it was not something that ordinary demon cultivators could resist. For this reason, it didn't take long for the 10,000 demon cultivators here to be slaughtered. Only the Yin-Yang perfect Saint Demon Elder, who used the powerful means of enhancing strength, could barely resist, but that was all. With the tragic death of the other demon cultivators, countless tributaries of the 5 elements river converged, and its strength reached its strongest. After several fierce blows, all the defensive means around the old Saint Demon were shattered, and finally his entire body was hit by the huge force. Countless tearing sensations came immediately. He was in great pain, and at the same time, countless resentments emerged in his heart. If it weren't for that damned red crab demon king, I would never fall into this trap. If there is a day, I will definitely sacrifice that bastard to refine it into a magic weapon. And how could my life end so quickly? I haven't touched the true meaning, nor have I tried to impact the transformation of the spirit. I haven't been able to prove my talent to my father. How could it be? Before he could finish thinking carefully, he was washed into meat paste by the 5 elements river. His soul had no way to avoid it, and was eventually blasted into pieces, but the essence of his soul did not dissipate, and was collected by Ling Pengyun together with his flesh and blood mud. But during this period, a blood soul rune suddenly emerged from the flesh and blood of the old Saint Demon and flew towards Ling Pengyun. And no matter how Ling Pengyun used magic to resist, it was difficult to stop the blood soul rune from approaching. Could it be a true intention? Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun immediately had an idea. He raised his hand and quickly called back the 5 elements river, the spiritual treasure of the Incarnation Foundation, and let it lock in front of him. And this move did resist the blood soul rune. It's done. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up, and he quickly mobilized the 5 elements river to surround it directly, and then he carefully observed the blood soul rune. This rune is a bit strange. Although it did not show any attack methods, I felt a strong breath of danger from it. Ling Pengyun was slightly suspicious. At this time, The tens of thousands of Xinghe Pavilion monks who had escaped the disaster with the help of Ling Pengyun before, drove the 4th-level flying boat of Xinghe Pavilion Yunqianai lineage to support. The same was true for the middle-stage nascent soul sex master Mu Yuan, the old man. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun cleaned up the battlefield and then used the 100 Treasures River to find Mu Yuan Lao's Henjin with a mysterious blood soul and asked him, "Brother Mu Yuan, do you recognize this thing?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan's Henjin curiously looked at the blood soul rune trapped by the 5 Elements River. In just an instant, he recognized the thing, and because of this, he couldn't help but shudder. It seems that the Saint Demon Elder is related to that person. Ling Pengyun frowned and asked curiously, "Brother, who are you talking about?" Old man Mu Yuan looked at Ling Pengyun, then looked at his spiritual treasure 100 Treasures River with the foundation of the transformation of the spirit, and sighed helplessly. If I'm not mistaken, this strange rune should be a relatively famous blood soul poisonous insect method of the magic poison of the Red Buddha demon sect, the only magic power in this world that has transformed into a god. Then, he pointed at the trapped strange rune and said with some fear, "Although this thing looks like a rune, it is actually a poisonous insect containing the rune. Under normal circumstances, this poisonous insect has no attack power. It is estimated that it has been in the body of the Saint Demon Old Monster. Only when the body of the Saint Demon Old Monster is broken, the poisonous insect will wake up. If it possesses the body, although it will not kill you, the owner of this poisonous insect will definitely use it as a source to poison the cultivator. And the Gudeo is extremely mysterious and difficult to deal with. For this reason, those who are hit by this move are basically dead. In addition, according to what Junior Brother said just now, this goo worm contains some true means. This goo worm is most likely arranged by the Gudeo master of the demonic Gudeo, the demonic Gudeo master. After all, the demonic Gudeo is extremely difficult to enter. As a result, the number of demon cultivators in this demonic Gudeo has always been small, and the only demon cultivator who can cultivate to the point of touching the true means is the demonic Gudeo master, who is known as the most talented in the Red Buddha demon sect in the past 1,000 years, and our sect and the Holy Demon sect are both in this boundless sea area. For this reason, our two cultivators often have intersections. According to Yuan Ying Fellow, when he fought with the Holy Demon Old Monster of the Holy Demon sect in his early years, he found that the Holy Demon Old Monster repeatedly used powerful demonic goo to fight against the enemy, and this kind of thing is rare, so he guessed that the old Saint Demon had a relationship with the demon Gu Daojin of the Red Buddha demon sect, and it was a relatively deep one. Otherwise, according to the old Saint Demon's previous cultivation, he would be afraid of death, and it would be difficult for him to get those Gudeo methods, and it would also be difficult for the demon Gu Daojin to personally arrange such blood soul methods. Speaking of this, Master Mu Yuan couldn't help but raise a bit of fear on his face. It is said that the demon Gu Daojin is vindictive and cruel. Now that Junior Brother has killed this Saint Demon Old Monster who has an unusual relationship with him, I'm afraid it won't be long before that Daojin comes to investigate the matter and even take revenge. Although Junior Brother was not poisoned by this goo worm, the Daojin Huishin has extraordinary means. I guess there are many ways to help find out that it was Junior Brother who did it. And the Saint Demon Old Monster died next to my sect, who knows if my sect will be visited too. And there are rumors in the sect that Junior Brother has a good relationship with our sect's ancestor. For this reason, Senior Brother would like to ask you to help and see if you can ask the sect's ancestor to deal with this matter, otherwise our sect will be finished. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1294 Harvest and Refuge. Ling Pengyun couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He didn't expect that the old Saint Demon would be involved with the demon Gu Daojin of the Red Buddha demon sect. You know, the demon Gu Daojin is the top existence in this world, and ordinary people can't compare with him at all. The most important thing is that in addition to the demon Gu Daojin, there is another Red Demon Daojin in the Red Demon Buddha sect. And it is said that the demon Gu Daojin has a very good relationship with the Red Demon Daojin, and even the demon Gu Daojin can enter the transformation of the god because of the full help of the Red Demon Daojin. In this way, the death of the old Saint Demon is a bit difficult to deal with. It is possible that after finding a way to resist the demon Gu Daojin, the red demon Daojin will also take action. Thinking of this, Ling Pengyun's scalp tingled. And he also understood why the old man Mu Yuan directly asked him to help find the old ancestor of Xinghe Pavilion. As for why the old man Mu Yuan didn't go to find the Xinghe ancestor himself, it was naturally because of his low status, and he didn't even have the opportunity to meet the Xinghe ancestor. On the other hand, Ling Pengyun is said to be highly valued by Xinghe patriarch. For this reason, Mu Yuan Lao Zhenjin asked Ling Pengyun for help. Although Ling Pengyun had some dealings with the ancestor, and even received countless resources from the ancestor in his early years, his life treasures were also recast to the 4th level upper grade by the ancestor himself. But this crisis is after all related to the Daojin of the Red Demon Buddha sect. Therefore, Ling Pengyun did not dare to guarantee it. Brother, if the ancestor does not take action, this matter will indeed be impossible to resolve. But now is the chaos of the destruction of the world. Our pavilion and the Sea Dragon clan of the boundless sea cultivation world are fighting again. If the ancestor takes action at will, I am afraid that the god of the Sea Dragon clan will find an opportunity, so it is difficult to ask the ancestor for help. At this point, Ling Pengyun sighed slightly, and then he said to Mu Yuan Lao Zhenjin, Brother, take your disciples from the Mu Yuan Immortal sect and evacuate this sea area with me, and hide on the Xinghe Island on the front line inside the pavilion. That place has gathered the support of our pavilion, and there is also a quasi-5th order formation, so it is relatively safe. There was still a trace of fear on the face of Mu Yuan Lao Zhenjin. He looked around the Mu Yuan Sea area, his brows full of reluctance. It is said that the demon Gu Daojin is extremely vicious, and the demon Gu insects in his hands like to eat blood. For this reason, this demon king has slaughtered many of our righteous cultivators. In the early years, he even slaughtered several cultivators and mortals in the Zeuxin kingdom to sacrifice demons. If I don't deal with such a demon, I will really feel uneasy. If I lead the sect to withdraw, and he fails to find you, junior brother, he will directly destroy the cultivators in the Muiyuan Sea to vent his anger. At that time, I am afraid that the foundation of my sect will collapse directly. And I am afraid that my wish to rely on this sect to gather resources and try to impact the late nascent soul will also be shattered. Ling Pengyun thought that this disaster was caused by his killing of the Saint Demon Old Man. If he ignored it, it would be a bit immoral. In addition, he had some origins with the Muiyuan Immortal sect in his early years, and he and the Muiyuan Old True Lord were from the same sect. For this reason, he kindly persuaded him a little more. Brother is a powerful god-transforming expert. People like us cannot provoke him. Back off and don't worry too much. Otherwise, let alone the foundation of your sect, even your life may not be saved. Besides, there is no guarantee about what will happen to the Saint Demon Elder. We are just overthinking it. Besides, the Supreme Buddha Kingdom where the Red Buddha Demon sect is located is also in the midst of a world-destroying chaos, and the sect is also involved in the Supreme Buddha realm of the God-transforming Buddha Demon. Under such circumstances, the probability of the Red Buddha Demon sect's Demon Gu Daojin coming here to kill is estimated to be extremely low. If he does that, it will be tantamount to breaking the peace of the battlefield between the Supreme Buddha Kingdom and the immortal world here. The chaos will be huge by then, and I guess the Demon Gu Daojin will also have a headache. Upon hearing this, Mu Yuan Lao Zhenjin sighed helplessly. Then, he chatted with Ling Pengyun for a few more words, and then returned to Mu Yuan Xianzong to start recruiting disciples and property from the sect. He even ordered the formation masters in Mu Yuan Xianzong to move away the spiritual veins in Mu Yuan Island. Afterwards, he sacrificed hundreds of medium and large flying boats of various grades, and arranged for the disciples in Mu Yuan Island to board the flying boats. These were the flying boats of Mu Yuan Xianzong. Although the number and grade of those flying boats were not as good as the flying boats of the Holy Demon sect before, they could barely accommodate the disciples of Mu Yuan Xianzong in Mu Yuan Island. Once this matter was settled, he followed Ling Pengyun to Xinghe Island. Although Xinghe Island was named after the Xinghe of Xinghe Pavilion, it was actually just an ordinary small island. It was just because of its good geographical location, located in a desolate sea between the boundless Demon Sea and the 36 seas of the righteous path, and because of its large space, Xinghe Pavilion temporarily moved a quasi-5th level spiritual vein into it and cultivated it into a temporary base. It is also worth mentioning that the Sea Dragon clan also set up a base in that desolate sea area. Indirectly, That desolate sea area actually became the main battlefield of the world-destroying chaos in the boundless sea area. At the same time, in the moving and flying boat group, there is a unique flying boat. Its aura is very different from the other flying boats, but its grade is extremely high, reaching the 4th level, and there are enough 10,000 cultivators with good cultivation in it, which looks extraordinary. And this flying boat is the Yunqian No. 2 flying boat lent by the Yunqian lineage of Xinghe Pavilion to Ling Pengyun, the future master of the Yunqian lineage. It is a 4th level medium-sized flying boat, so the space is very large, and there are even many quiet rooms. At this time, in a quiet room, although I killed all the Saint Demon sect cultivators there in that battle, the old Saint Demon is really difficult to deal with. If I am dragged by him for a longer time, I estimate that my spiritual power will be exhausted. And I have relatively few pills to restore my spiritual power, and they are even rarer on the market. One less pill is consumed, so I need to pay more attention to the consumption of spiritual power. Otherwise, if I run out of spiritual power during the battle, it will be troublesome. Ling Pengyun felt the consumption of the previous battle with the Saint Demon old man and frowned. Among the methods I used before, the spiritual treasure of the 100 treasures Chang, which consumes the most spiritual power, but this thing is my main means of attack and cannot be abandoned. The second is the pure Yang 5 elements mysterious thunder, which directly consumed 30% of my spiritual power. This technique is not a necessary method, but the number of times it can be used can be reduced in the future. The next is probably the 5 elements sea escape technique, and this method is a good method for chasing the enemy and is also difficult to replace. But, if my 4th order small flying boat is successfully built, it will be different. After all, the materials I gave to Uncle Zinke are all top grade. Once the flying boat can be built, it will definitely be very fast. I just don't know if Uncle Zinke can successfully forge that thing. Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Long before the start of the world-destroying chaos, Ling Pengyun intended to build a 4th order small flying boat. This kind of flying boat is a real flying treasure, and its speed is far faster than the 4th order medium-sized Yunqian No. 2 flying boat under his feet. After all, whether it is a medium-sized flying boat or a large flying boat, it actually mainly combines the 2 factors of space and speed. And there is nothing perfect in the world, so the speed of this kind of flying boat is actually average. But small flying boats are different. They are smaller in size, and their main feature is speed. For this reason, this kind of flying boat has infinite uses whether it is escaping or chasing the enemy. Therefore, in his early years, Ling Pengyun gathered many 4th level materials, even a piece of 4th level medium grade precious iron, and then sought the help of Zinkelao Zhenjin, a veteran 4th level medium grade refiner from the Zinke lineage among the 9 major veins of Xinghe Pavilion, to build a flying boat. Originally, this matter was estimated to be completed in just half a year, but unfortunately, the war has been tied in recent years, and there is a shortage of manpower in the sect. Even refiners like Zinkelao Zhenjin have been transferred to the front line to help. Indirectly, the matter of building a flying boat for Ling Pengyun was delayed. This time I will go back to Xinghe Island to hide from the matter of Mogu Daojin. At that time, I can ask Zinke uncle about building a flying boat. Ling Pengyun secretly planned it. Then, he began to consider the matter of consuming spiritual power during the battle. Thinking of this, it is better to use the 5-element attack and defense spells with water attributes that I created some time ago. Not only does it consume less, but it also has good power. The most important thing is that I can use the rich water vapor in this boundless sea to help me indirectly improve my strength. After a moment, he murmured with a satisfied look on his face. And the prospects of those spells are good. Although they are all based on water attributes, their origins are the roots of the 5 elements, which can be said to have touched the path of perfection. In this way, they actually have a chance to be transformed into stronger magical means, but it will be more cumbersome during this period. But this kind of means is powerful after all. If I have time in the future, I can use more of my mind to do this. As long as it succeeds, my strength can be improved again. Then he planned a path again, and then raised his hand to take out the gains from the previous battle. They were the blood mud that the body of the old man of the holy demon turned into his nascent soul, the flesh and nascent soul of the 3 traitorous demons of the holy demon sect, the resentful ghost demon king and others, their magic treasures, and several storage bags. There was nothing else. It's a pity that the 1,000 flying boats of the holy demon sect exploded, Ling Pengyun couldn't help but shook his head, and then he looked at a palm-sized 4th-level magic boat, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. This magic boat was the magic boat that the old man of the holy demon used to escape. Fortunately, there is no self-destruction restriction in this thing. Otherwise, if this thing also exploded, it would be a big loss. But it is also true that the self-destruction spiritual pattern restriction of the refining weapon is particularly difficult to engrave, and it is even more difficult to engrave it on a large magic weapon like this magic boat. The grade of this magic boat is at the level of the 4th level middle grade. It is estimated that ordinary 4th level upper grade refiners cannot forge it into a self-destructing magic weapon. Then, Ling Pengyun studied the magic boat again and found that there were 2 life spiritual pattern restrictions engraved in the origin of this magic boat. One is of the speed type. Once activated, it can make this flying boat cross 100,000 miles in an instant. And as long as the magic power is sufficient, it can last for 100 breaths, that is, it can cross tens of millions of miles in 100 breaths. But the magic power consumed during this period will be particularly terrifying. Even if this flying boat can store a lot of magic power, it can only maintain this restriction for 10 breaths. And the general Yin-Yang perfection demon cultivator can't hold it. It is estimated that 3 people can barely maintain it together. It is precisely because of this that Ling Pengyun was able to catch up with the saint demon old man. The other life pattern restriction is of the defense type. Once it is activated, it can support a light curtain that is barely comparable to the 4th level upper grade defense magic treasure. And compared with the speed pattern restriction, its consumption is not large. On the whole, this flying boat is not bad, you can keep it. And the family just happens to have Penxing and the Yin-Yang Ghost Dao Demon Cultivator, who can completely activate this thing. When there is time in the future, you can send this flying boat back. Ling Pengyun looked at the 4th order middle grade magic boat with a smile, and planned to say. He had never thought of leaving this flying boat from the beginning to the end. After all, he was not a magic cultivator, and it was difficult to activate this thing. Moreover, he already had Yunqian No. 2, a flying boat with a larger space. Although Yunqian No. 2 was not as fast as this flying boat, the natal pattern of Yunqian No. 2 flying boat was a sword-wielding magical power with extraordinary power. Once it was activated, it could at least burst out with a force comparable to that of a late-stage Yin-Yang. Indirectly, this flying boat was more helpful to Ling Pengyun. Afterwards, Ling Pengyun began to look at the other magic treasures, body flesh, and Yin-Yang of the 4 Yin-Yang magic cultivators of the Holy Demon sect, including the Holy Demon Elder. The grades of these magic treasures are all average. Only the Holy Demon Flying Sword of the Holy Demon Elder has reached the 4th order upper grade realm and can barely be ranked. But even if it is recast into a righteous thing, it will not be of much help to me. The flesh and souls of these demonic Yin-Yang have long been eroded by the demonic energy. Unless special means are used to remove the demonic energy in them, it is not only difficult for me, a righteous cultivator, to help. However, this is an opportunity for ghost cultivators like Brother Penxing. Both the flesh and soul can be used to refine demonic elixirs. However, it is a bit extravagant to use the soul to refine elixirs. This thing can be handed over to Senior Gui Xiandeng to help cultivate it into spirit ghosts in the future. After all, his ability to cultivate spirit ghosts is extraordinary. As long as he is given time, the souls of the 4 demonic Yin-Yang can be completely transformed into 4 powerful spirit ghosts. It is even possible that Senior Gui Xiandeng can use the Yin-Yang of the Saint Demon Elder to cultivate a spirit ghost with a perfect Yin-Yang, or at least a spirit ghost in the late Yin-Yang stage. And this thing can help me. In addition, through these nascent soul bodies and nascent souls, a large number of war merits can be obtained from the sect. By then, I estimate that I can gather enough war merits to buy a portion of Earth's soul essence and 9 heavens mysterious key for Qingshi. Ling Pengyun's eyes lit up, and he raised his hand to carefully pack up these treasures. There are 2 reasons why he came to this sea area to serve Xinghe Pavilion during this world-destroying chaos. First, he received too many benefits from Xinghe Pavilion, so he should naturally serve this sect. Second, through this matter, he can get war merits and buy a portion of Earth's soul essence and 9 heavens mysterious key for his eldest son Lingxiao and his extraordinary spiritual beast Black Armor Turtle, to help them impact the nascent soul in the future and condense a better nascent soul. Although Ling Pengyun has killed many monsters and monster kings and accumulated a lot of war merits over the years, those nascent soul spiritual objects are expensive, so Ling Pengyun has never bought them. Moreover, even if he killed the 4 Yuanyings of the Holy Demon Sect this time, it would be difficult to exchange for enough military merit. However, the matter had taken a turn for the better some time ago. The 4 Yuanyings of the Holy Demon Sect had committed too many sins of killing in recent times. For this reason, Xinghe Pavilion issued a wanted order for the Demon Lord of the Holy Demon Sect, and the military merit that could be obtained by killing them was directly multiplied several times. This was also one of the reasons why Ling Pengyun tried his best to design to kill the Yuanyings of the Holy Demon Sect. After that, Ling Pengyun put his thoughts on the storage instruments on the 4 Yuanyings of the Holy Demon Sect. These instruments were all imprinted with divine consciousness, so Ling Pengyun began to slowly mobilize his divine consciousness to cleanse those storage instruments. During this period, he couldn't help but wonder. I don't know what the situation is over at the Angry Whale Market. Chapter 1295 Backhand. On the other side. The 36 Seas of the Righteous Path. Among the 2 seas under the command of the famous righteous Yuanying sect, Mu Yuan sect, there is a huge island in the border area of the Wrathful Whale Sea, which is closest to the boundary of the Boundless Demon Sea. There are many monks in it, and there are beautiful buildings everywhere. There is even a huge city, which is also covered by a huge formation. And this is the largest market in the sea area, the Wrathful Whale Market, which is not only the trading center of the sea area, but also the strongest border defense line established by the Mu Yuan Immortal sect. Since the construction of this market, the Mu Yuan Immortal sect has always attached great importance to this place. The sect even cultivated a 4th-level spiritual vein in it, and based on this vein, arranged an extremely rare 4th-level middle-grade defense formation. For this reason, this market is also the 2nd most defensive market under the command of the Mu Yuan Immortal sect after the Mu Yuan Immortal sect. It was for this reason that the Red Crab Demon King, who had long been eyeing this place, and the nascent soul female disciple of the Saint Demon Elder, did not dare to act casually, and were still waiting for the news that the Saint Demon Elder had attacked the Mu Yuan Immortal sect and held back the nascent soul of the sect. But at this moment, a sound of breaking suddenly came from the nascent soul female demon's arms. The face of the nascent soul female demon suddenly changed drastically, and she was even a little bit unbelievable. Immediately, she reached into her arms, took out a storage bag, and summoned a broken jade pendant from it. How is it possible? Seeing this, the Red Crab Demon King on the side had a strange light in his eyes. Then, he asked with some confusion. Dao, what are you doing now? The nascent soul female demon looked at the broken jade pendant and was a little dazed. After a long time, she came back to her senses. But then, fear appeared on her face. Then, she looked at the Red Crab Demon King beside her, and after hesitating for a few seconds, she considered that the Red Crab Demon King was very powerful, and she was in a situation where she needed allies. Moreover, if the Red Crab Demon King continued to pursue his suicidal plan, resulting in her life and death, she would be retaliated by the Sea Dragon clan without a backer. For this reason, the female devil pointed to the broken jade pendant in her hand and explained in detail. This jade pendant contains a trace of the soul of my master, the Saint Demon Elder. Now that the jade pendant is broken, it means that the soul has been broken. And this means that my master may have had an accident. But my master's cultivation has entered the realm of Yuanying perfection. Even such a cultivation would be in trouble. I am afraid that a great change has occurred in the Mu Yuan Immortal sect. Therefore, the plan of our sect and fellow Taoists to capture the Wrathful Whale Market this time is probably difficult to continue. Fellow Taoist, I can't just ignore the tragic death of my master. I will go to investigate. If we have a chance in the future, I will definitely help you plan the Wrathful Whale Market again. After saying that, the female devil turned into a beam of light, dived into the depths of the sea, and disappeared. The Red Crab Demon King looked at this scene, with a flash of brilliance and fear in his brows, and secretly said in his heart, "It seems that fellow Taoist Ling should have succeeded. However, fellow Taoist Ling's strength is truly extraordinary. I didn't expect that he could actually kill the old monster of the Holy Demon Sect, who had reached the perfect nascent soul stage." Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be a little speechless. From the beginning to the end, the plan he had planned with the Holy Demon Sect to capture the Wrathful Whale Sea area and let the main force of the Holy Demon Sect attack the Mu Yuan Immortal sect, involving the main force of this sect, was just empty talk. Everything was just a plan set up by Ling Pengyun. And now, it is obvious that Ling Pengyun's plan has been more than 70% successful. That female devil is also a nascent soul demon cultivator of the Holy Demon Sect, and according to fellow Taoist Ling's determination to destroy the Holy Demon Sect, he should not have left this person behind. But now that this female devil has left here, her whereabouts must be secretive, and who knows whether her previous plan to investigate the death of the Holy Demon Old Monster near the Muing Immortal Sect is true. In this case, it will be extremely difficult to find her in the future. And fellow Taoist Ling has not appeared near this place, and I don't know if he has any backup plans. Otherwise, if that female devil is still in this world, I'm afraid it will be a scourge. And if she knows the truth about the tragic death of the Holy Demon Old Monster, I guess I will be in some trouble because of it. After all, we are still in the period of world-destroying chaos, and our demon race and the demon sect are allies. If the news of my betrayal of the Holy Demon Sect gets out, it will inevitably affect the alliance between the two sects. The Red Crab Demon King suddenly had a headache, and even wanted to personally stop the nascent soul female devil from leaving. But once that happens, as long as the nascent soul female demon is not stupid, she will definitely guess something wrong, and then the trouble will inevitably come faster. Moreover, the Red Crab Demon King is not sure that he can keep the nascent soul female demon. Although the female demon's cultivation is in the early stage of the nascent soul, the Red Crab Demon King, a big demon in the middle stage of the nascent soul, feels that her cultivation is a bit weird. It is possible that the female demon has hidden some cultivation, and in fact, she has already entered the middle stage of the nascent soul. In the end, the Red Crab Demon King sighed helplessly and turned to leave this place of right and wrong. Previously, Ling Pengyun only let him design, not let him do it, and did not leave any means for him. Otherwise, if he had some powerful means, how could he be like this now? But at this moment, the Red Crab Demon King suddenly found that there were huge battle fluctuations in the direction where the nascent soul female demon left. He turned his head and found that the nascent soul female demon was actually blocked by a huge fourth-order flying boat. There were as many as 30,000 or 40,000 monks. Although most of them were ordinary cultivators, they had 3 special fourth-order formations in their hands. 10,000 people formed a team, each supporting a formation. In addition, there were 2 righteous Yuanying early-stage monks controlling those formations. In this way, the 3 special fourth-order formations and the 2 Yuanying monks added up to an extraordinary strength. Of course, if not for this, they would not be able to stop the Yuanying female devil. The overall cultivation level of that group of low-level cultivators is actually quite good. They should be from the Xinghe Pavilion, and the 2 early nascent soul cultivators on the flying boat are wearing the robes of the elders of the Yunjin lineage, one of the 9 major sects of the Xinghe Pavilion. From this point of view, this group of people may indeed be from the Xinghe Pavilion. And it is rumored that fellow Taoist Ling is a nascent soul elder of the Yunjin lineage, one of the 9 major sects of the Xinghe Pavilion. Furthermore, the timing of the appearance of that group of Xinghe Pavilion personnel is really coincidental, and it seems that this group of people appeared suddenly, or even as if they had been hiding in the dark here. Could it be that this group of people is the backup arranged by fellow Taoist Ling, specifically used to deal with the nascent soul female devil? Thinking of this, the Red Crab Demon King really felt that it was possible. Ling Pengyun's plan is really profound. But it doesn't matter. As long as the Xinghe Pavilion can successfully kill the female demon in the nascent soul stage, I can have no worries. But for some reason, it always felt something was wrong, so it immediately took out a 4th-level broken gang flying shuttle. Before, it was able to convince the Holy Demon Sect to help deal with the Muing Immortal Sect because of this broken gang treasure that had a miraculous effect on defensive formations. And this thing is naturally not from this poor guy, but from Ling Pengyun, and is one of his means to advance his plan. Fellow Taoist Ling has extraordinary means and should not be offended. And this flying shuttle was given by fellow Taoist Ling. If I accept it directly and pretend not to know, it will be more or less not good. It is even possible that fellow Taoist Ling has arranged some positioning restrictions in it, but I have not discovered it. In this case, leaving the thing behind will be a disaster. For this reason, although it was reluctant in its heart, it still threw the flying shuttle treasure into the deep sea here without hesitation. As for finding Ling Pengyun to return the item, the risk was too great, and it really didn't dare. Moreover, on weekdays, it couldn't even hide from Ling Pengyun, so how could it take the initiative to find him? But at this moment, The shuttle was suddenly lifted up by an inexplicable spiritual power and quickly flew to void thousands of miles away. Even a male voice with a bit of teasing came from the void. Isn't it a bit bad for Dao to throw away the treasure given by my junior brother Ling like this? Then, the void trembled slightly, and a young man with sword eyes and eyebrows appeared. He was playing with the shuttle treasure that was previously thrown away by the red crab. From a distance of thousands of miles, he kept smiling at the red crab monster king. When the red crab monster king saw that the young man was wearing the Taoist robes of the elders of the Yunqian lineage of Xinghe Pavilion, just like the two Yuanyings who blocked the female demon of the holy demon sect in the distance, he immediately thought of something. I didn't expect that Dao Ling would also arrange a hidden hand for me. Judging from his appearance and age, he should be Wang Qiuang, the peerless swordsman and disciple of the old master of the Yunqian lineage of Xinghe Pavilion. His face darkened, and he inexplicably felt a little fear in his heart. Although it is said that Wang Qiuang is only in the middle stage of the nascent soul, he has learned the true teachings of Yunqian and is a powerful swordsman. He also has an extremely powerful flying sword. Under such circumstances, his strength is estimated to be comparable to some late nascent soul masters. In addition, the Red Crab Demon King's property was robbed by Ling Pengyun before, and the flying shuttle treasure Ling Pengyun gave it was lost by it and finally fell into Wang Qiuang's hands. In this way, it does not have any spiritual treasures to protect it. After careful calculation, if it fights with Wang Qiuang, it will definitely lose, and it will die ugly. For this reason, it couldn't help but wonder why Wang Qiuang didn't follow the other two Yuanying cultivators of Yunjin's lineage and the 30,000 or 40,000 cultivators to block the Yuanying female demon, but instead went to find it. In addition, Wang Qiuang knew that Ling Pengyun had a very special relationship with it. A bit of regret and helplessness suddenly rose in its heart. I should have thought of it earlier. It was a mess to design a plan for fellow Taoist Ling to harm the holy demon sect. It is difficult to escape this disaster just by doing things for fellow Taoist Ling. Then, it saw that Wang Qiuang had no intention of taking action, and it felt a little relieved. Maybe the situation is not as dangerous as I thought. For this reason, it immediately plucked up the courage to ask the sword cultivator Wang Yanqiu in the distance. Fellow Taoist, you are fellow Taoist Wang Qiuang of the Yunjin lineage, right? And the fellow Taoist Ling you mentioned should also be fellow Taoist Ling Pengyun, right? In that case, we can be considered a family. As for the precious flying shuttle that I left behind earlier, it did come from fellow Taoist Ling, but I didn't really throw it away. This thing was originally given to me by fellow Taoist Ling to lure the holy demon sect to the Muing immortal sect. Now, the matter of the holy demon sect should have been settled, and this thing should naturally be returned. But I don't know the whereabouts of fellow Taoist Ling, so I left it here. After all, this place is not far from the battlefield in the distance. I think after the battle is over, the two nascent souls of your lineage will be able to discover the existence of this flying shuttle, and I have left a note on the flying shuttle, indicating the origin of this flying shuttle. By then, this flying shuttle will most likely be returned to its original owner. Sword cultivator Wang Qiuang raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. You are really good at making up stories. You said that the dead are alive. If you say so, wouldn't my junior brother Ling have to thank you? The Red Crab Demon King said hurriedly. This is my sincere intention, and there is absolutely no falsehood. Wang Qiuang couldn't help but feel a little contemptuous. He knew exactly what the truth was. Okay, I'm too lazy to talk to you. It's time to talk about business. After saying that, he threw a note to the Red Crab Demon King. This note is written by junior brother Ling. Do you want to do it obediently, or do you want me to do it? But I have to say this in advance. Junior brother Ling and I are different. I may not be careful and kill you and your Yuanying together. When the Red Crab Demon King heard this, he saw that the note said leave your body and you can live, otherwise you will go to the underworld to accompany those righteous cultivators and mortals who died at your hands, and his heart suddenly became as dead as death. According to Ling Pengyun, even if it can escape from the sword cultivator Wang Qiuang today, it will probably be chased by Ling Pengyun in the future. Ling Pengyun's means are all powerful. Unless it hides in the core area of the Sea Dragon clan, it will definitely not be able to escape this disaster. It seems that there is only one way to go. For this reason, it sighed helplessly, and immediately mobilized its nascent soul and left its body. Then, it said to Wang Qiuang in the distance. Fellow Taoist Wang, I have left my body. I hope you can give me a way out. Sword cultivator Lingxiao Maturation was a little surprised when he saw this. This monster just abandoned its body so easily? Isn't this too spineless? You know, for monsters like the red crab, the physique is the strongest reliance. Once it is lost, even if the nascent soul is retained, their strength can only be exerted at most 10%. Under such circumstances, most monster kings should not agree. Thinking this way, it's no wonder that junior brother Ling was able to persuade this demon to kill the holy demon sect. He is really a coward, Lingxiao Maturation couldn't help but mutter in his heart, and then he threatened the red crab demon king. Okay. But if you dare to make trouble in my righteous way in the future and are caught by my sect will definitely kill you without mercy. The red crab demon king agreed repeatedly, and immediately used the nascent soul to escape and left here. When Lingxiao Maturation saw that he had indeed left, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of contempt in his brows, and then he rushed to the battlefield in the distance, and followed the rest of the Yunjin lineage to besiege the female demon. Chapter 1296, Lure the God. A moment later, Lingxiao Maturation arrived at the battlefield. But just when he thought that he could cooperate with the two Yuanying early elders of the Yunqian lineage on the Yunqian No. 1 flying boat, as well as 30,000 to 40,000 cultivators to easily kill the female demon of the holy demon sect, a sudden change occurred. In just an instant, the female demon's cultivation entered the middle stage of the Yuanying. This was not the effect of using some means to enhance strength, but more like her own cultivation. It was precisely because of this that the sword cultivator Lingxiao Maturation was a little surprised. I didn't expect that this demon's cultivation had also reached the middle stage of the Yuanying. No wonder I always felt that there was something strange about him before. But then again, this person can actually cover up my detection, which is quite extraordinary. After all, the detection method that Lingxiao Maturation mastered was a superior magical method. Logically speaking, only a concealing method of the same level could block his detection. But this kind of method is extremely rare. Even the Yunjin lineage, one of the 9 branches of Xinghe Pavilion, a power of the god transformation, only has one. Under such circumstances, even if the holy demon sect behind the female devil is the first demon sect in the boundless sea cultivation world, it is reasonable to say that it is difficult to obtain this kind of method. From this point of view, the rumor that the holy demon sect is the claws of the red Buddha demon sect in the supreme Buddha cultivation world should be true. Lingxiao Maturation muttered to himself, and then he couldn't help but be amazed. But then again, this red Buddha demon sect is really capable, and it can actually cultivate such a huge number of minions in the boundless sea cultivation world under my sect. You know, the holy demon sect is the strongest demon sect in this cultivation world, and it can even be said to be the strongest Yuanying force in the boundless sea cultivation world. It can be said to be the best in this cultivation world. If it weren't for the joint efforts of the righteous in this world, otherwise the holy demon sect would be lawless on weekdays. After all, its strength is monstrous, plus this female demon here, there are as many as 5 Yuanying. And this kind of cultivator's foundation is enough to match any of the 9 branches of Xinghe Pavilion. Although Xinghe Pavilion also has many branch forces in the outside world, most of those branch forces are of average strength, and there are definitely no more than 2 branch forces that can match the holy demon sect. The most critical thing is that during its development, it has never borrowed too much power from the red Buddha demon sect on the surface, as if it has developed on its own. There are some explanations for this matter. If the red Buddha demon sect, a demonic force that has reached the level of a god, helps it develop at will, then Xinghe Pavilion will certainly take action, and even mobilize all its forces to destroy it directly. After all, the territory where the holy demon sect is located is the boundless sea cultivation realm, not the supreme Buddha cultivation realm where the red Buddha demon sect is located. On the contrary, the holy demon sect has always relied on its own strength to gain a foothold in the boundless sea cultivation realm, and it has not made much noise, so Xinghe Pavilion has not intervened. After all, Xinghe Pavilion also has many branch forces in the supreme Buddha cultivation realm where the red Buddha demon sect is located, and they are all developing well. Xinghe Pavilion does not want those forces to have accidents, which is more or less unprofitable. In addition, the strength of the holy demon sect is not so strong that Xinghe Pavilion is afraid of it, and it is even too lazy to look down on it on weekdays. As for the fact that Xinghe Pavilion will take action against the holy demon sect this time, it is mainly because the holy demon sect has done too much in recent years. Moreover, the situation in the boundless sea area is already chaotic, and a large number of demon kings or demon beasts of the Sea Dragon clan have entered the righteous realm to cause chaos. Under such circumstances, the sudden appearance of the holy demon sect to massacre the righteous cultivators and mortals is tantamount to running into the muzzle of a gun. It is precisely because of this that Wang Qiuang, a sword cultivator who was personally taught by the old master of the Yunqian lineage, still did not give up his murderous intent even after guessing the background of the female demon. Immediately, he summoned his own natal flying sword. It was a 3-foot-long sword with a white body. Although it looked ordinary, as Wang Qiuang's mind moved, this flying sword immediately dispersed the monstrous sword intent and rushed straight into the sky. Then, those sword intents gradually turned into physical objects, forming nearly 2,000 3-foot-long sword shadows. A sea of swords suddenly appeared. It can be said to be extremely vast. And this piece of sword intent as a whole actually revealed a breadth of aura, showing its extraordinariness. This is the 3,000 cloud sword formation, Yunqian's meridian suppressing magical power. Go. As Wang Qiuang raised his hand and waved, the huge sea of swords directly submerged the nascent soul female demon. Even though her methods were extraordinary and her cultivation was not inferior to Wang Qiuang's sword realm had reached the 4th realm. In this way, it was particularly suitable for her to use the 3,000 cloud sword formation, and it could even increase the power of this method by 3 points. And this magical power was already strong. Indirectly, even if a nascent soul late-stage cultivator was targeted by the sword formation, it would be difficult for him to get out in a short time. The nascent soul female demon obviously did not have such strength, so she died under the sea of swords in just 100 breaths. In this way, the nascent soul of the holy demon sect was completely dead. In addition, the hundreds of thousands of demon cultivators of the holy demon sect who followed the old man of the holy demon to besiege the Muing immortal sect were also killed, and the strong foundation of the cultivators of this sect would undoubtedly collapse directly. Even if this sect still has her legacy and the backers are very powerful, if there is no strong opportunity in the next 10,000 years, it will be difficult for the sect to restore the previous scene of having 5 nascent soul demon lords in charge. And under such circumstances, the righteous path of the immortal cultivation world in the boundless sea area has lost a big enemy, and they can be more relaxed in the future. I just don't know if the Red Buddha demon sect will attack our branch forces in the immortal cultivation world of the Supreme Buddha Kingdom after learning that the holy demon sect was destroyed by our sect. After the sword cultivator Wang Qiuang raised his hand to chop the nascent soul of the female demon head into pieces, he looked at her corpse with a complicated expression on his brows. Although my Yunjin lineage did not support the branch forces there are still many of my sect's senior brothers, junior brothers, uncles and uncles there. If they encounter an accident, it will also be a loss to the sect. And now is the period of the world destroying chaos, which will have some impact on the sect's battle situation. Wang Qiuang was trained as the successor of the Yunjin lineage by Yunjin Lao Zhenjin earlier, so he always taught Wang Qiuang that when necessary, he should put the overall situation first. Gradually, Wang Qiuang's temperament did become like that. As for the main support place of the Yunjin lineage, it is the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation Realm. The second is the vast Zhongzhou Immortal Cultivation Realm, where the Yunjin lineage has supported 2 or 3 ordinary nascent soul forces. However, the situation in this Hongzhou Immortal Cultivation Realm has stabilized, and the strength of the infinite demon realm of the Transformation God Demon Clan there is too strong. As a result, if those nascent soul forces want to expand, they can only make a move towards the nearby righteous ways, but this move is really troublesome and will involve many forces. Therefore, the development of those forces is relatively general. On the contrary, the Heian Immortal Sect, which is directly under the Yunjin lineage among the 3 major immortal sects in the Northern Wilderness Immortal Cultivation Realm, although at the beginning, its strength was not as good as those forces in the Hongzhou Immortal Cultivation Realm. But the Northern Wasteland Immortal Cultivation World is quite special, because it has just been opened up for 10,000 years, and the strength of the Black Dragon clan of the Earthly God Demon clan is average, so in the past, this clan has always been in a weak position. In this way, it gave the Heian Immortal Sect an opportunity to expand continuously into the Demon Clan, and the strength of this sect became stronger and stronger, achieving a reverse strength. And now there is an additional affiliated force like the Ling family, which is particularly good. As long as the world destroying chaos in the Northern Wasteland Immortal Cultivation World can be quelled, It is estimated that the Yunqian lineage will be able to use the Heian Immortal clan and the Ling family to cultivate more Yuanying affiliates. Indirectly, the Yunqian lineage will have more income every year and a stronger foundation. After collecting his distracting thoughts, the sword cultivator Wang Qiuyang raised his hand to collect the corpse of the female demon, and then returned to the Yunqian #1 flying boat. The two Yunqian lineage Yuanying early cultivators who were here saw this and came forward to compliment him. After Wang Qiuyang waved his hand, he simply divided the benefits and then said, "According to junior brother Ling, the Saint Demon Old Man of the Saint Demon sect is suspected to have some relationship with the Demon Gu Daojin of the Red Buddha Demon sect in the Supreme Buddha country's Immortal Cultivation world, but now the Saint Demon Old Man has been killed by junior brother Ling, so there will be some trouble. For this reason, we should keep a low profile these days and return to Xinghe Island to avoid the limelight. By then, even if the Demon Gu Daojin really stands up for the Saint Demon sect, he probably won't dare to attack us directly." As soon as these words fell, Wang Qiuyang saw that the two nascent soul early-stage cultivators began to panic, and even hurriedly asked Wang Qiuyang if this was true. After confirmation, one of them asked anxiously, "If this is the case, and if the Demon Gu Daojin of the Red Buddha Demon sect really stands up for the Saint Demon sect, will the sect protect us? After all, he is a divine transformation Daojin, and there is a behemoth like the Red Buddha Demon sect behind him." Wang Qiuyang smiled. "This is the least to worry about. According to my master, the ancestor of our Xinghe pavilion is the most protective of his shortcomings, and under the general trend, even if our ancestor does not protect his shortcomings, he has to do so. After all, this time we will cooperate with junior brother Ling to take action against the Holy Demon sect, which is a task assigned by the sect. Under such circumstances, if the sect does not help us to prevent some subsequent troubles, when the other Yuanying brothers in the sect see it, how can they serve the sect honestly? Moreover, this task is led by junior brother Ling, and as far as I know, our ancestor values him very much." The two Yuanying early-stage Henjin felt relieved after hearing this. Then, everyone chatted for a few more words, and then drove the Yunqian #1 flying boat under their feet to Xinghe Island. Not long after that, the cultivators of the Muing Immortal sect in the Angry Whale Market not far away also left this place and headed straight for Xinghe Island. As for the ordinary cultivators in the market, they were also notified to leave the sea area as soon as possible. And this news also spread. For a while, the cultivators in the Angry Whale Sea and the Muing Sea, another large sea area under the Muing Immortal sect, were suddenly in a panic. And in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, they did temporarily move towards the surrounding seas. At the same time, Muing Sea. The Ling family is here in the secret branch of the Shanhe Han family, on the Shanhe Island. How did Brother Pengyun offend that kind of person? This is a big trouble. Ling Pengyun, the elder of the family who founded this branch in the early years, had a worried look on his face, and then he thought about it carefully and made a decision. Then, he turned to his son Ling Qingshi who had entered the middle stage of the golden corb beside him and said, "Qingshi, although the demonic Taoist lord that your uncle Pengyun mentioned may not go on a killing spree, and may not even come to this sea area to stand up for the Holy Demon sect at this time, but this matter needs to be handled steadily, so you should follow the other forces in the Muing Sea area to hide in other sea areas." Just now, Ling Pengyun used communication methods to convey to this branch the destruction of the Holy Demon sect and some minor troubles, so Ling Qingshi also knew the real secret of the unrest in the outside world. It was for this reason that he particularly agreed with his father's plan, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt something was wrong. "Dad, what about you?" Ling Pengyun frowned and said, "I will stay here and test whether the demonic Taoist master has come to this world. In this way, I can also remind your uncle Pengyun. Otherwise, if the demonic Taoist master knew that your uncle Pengyun had hidden in the Xinghe pavilion on the Xinghe island in the outside world, he did not forcibly attack, but hid in the dark to create a situation that he had not come to this world, so that your uncle Pengyun would relax his vigilance and leave the Xinghe island, and then he would plot against your uncle Pengyun. That would be the end of you." Ling Qingshi's expression suddenly became a little complicated. "Dad, that's the god of transformation. And how can you test that such a strong man has come to this world?" Ling Pengyun heard this, his heart couldn't help but warm, but at the same time he also felt a little angry. "I have taught you countless times, why are you still so ignorant of the overall situation? At least 50% of the credit for our clan's current strength belongs to your Uncle Pengyun, and the fact that you and I can enter the golden elixir stage is also thanks to your Uncle Pengyun's early resource assistance. Under such circumstances, your Uncle Pengyun has actually been very kind to our family. How can I watch him fall into danger? If anything happens to him, our clan will surely collapse. So, I must do this. Having said this, his expression paused, and then said, "The means of incarnation are extraordinary and can even touch the cause and effect in the legend. In this way, if that demon Gu Taoist is willing to take action, he will surely be able to find the holy demon old man who was killed by your Uncle Pengyun. And according to your Uncle Pengyun, he left 2 mysterious incarnation talismans in the family, which were refined with 1/10 of his soul as the source. In this way, the talisman should be very similar to his aura. In this way, as long as I bring one of the talismans to this world, or even bring it to the Muian Xianzong residence where your Uncle Pengyun killed the saint demon old man, I can probably confuse the fake with the real thing and lure out the demon Gu Daojin. The only pity is that the incarnation talisman will probably be wasted by then, which is a loss for the family. In addition, I have come into contact with a talisman, and it is estimated that there will be some cause and effect with the talisman more or less, and it is estimated that the poison Gu Daojin will easily find it by then." Hearing this, Ling Chengshi's face suddenly raised a bit of helplessness. "Dad, it's time now, and you are still concerned about the value of the talisman. If you really do this, I'm afraid you will also be in danger by then. But then again, if the aura of the incarnation talisman is similar to that of Uncle Pengyun, then wouldn't the demon Gu Daojin be able to find the family? By then, won't the family also be in trouble?" Chapter 1297 Demonic Gu Daojin. Ling Pengyun's face couldn't help but show a little more sorrow, but it disappeared quickly. According to your Uncle Pengyun, the battle situation in the northern wilderness cultivation world is related to the future of all the righteous ways in this world, so all the righteous gods in this world are staring at that place. In this way, unless the demonic Gu Daojin intends to die, even if he knows the existence of the family, he probably won't do it himself. At most, he will send some people to retaliate against the family, but the family is extraordinary and should be able to resolve this matter. So the family doesn't need to worry. Okay, let's just leave it at that. I'll go back to the family to get the talisman first. Only in this way can we have a chance to know as soon as possible whether the poisonous Gu Demon Lord really appeared in this world." After saying that, he turned into a beam of light and left the mountain and island of the Han clan. But at this moment, a voice transmission appeared in Ling Chengshi's mind. "Chengshi, after this separation, perhaps it will be difficult for us father and son to meet again." This speech was very long, and it took a long time before it stopped. After hearing this, Ling Chengshi looked at the direction where Ling Pengyun left. Even though he was a resolute person and had reached middle age, he couldn't help but feel sad, and some tears welled up in his eyes. "Dad." At the same time, Ling Pengyun, who left the Han clan, was also very uncomfortable. After all, this trip was undoubtedly going to his death. And who would be willing to die? It was for this reason that he said goodbye to his son Ling Chengshi after leaving the Han clan. He was afraid that he would give up the plan under Ling Chengshi's persuasion. "I hope my old life with a short lifespan can help Brother Pengyun a little." After saying this, his already hunched back couldn't help but hunch a little more. Although Ling Pengyun entered the realm of the golden elixir, in his early years he used a fake elixir condensed from the golden elixir of a golden elixir demon king, but after all, this was the realm of the golden elixir, so his lifespan was relatively long. But as an elder of the family, he had been in this world for 400 or 500 years. If he had not made great contributions to the creation of the Han branch and had not been given many things to increase his lifespan by the family, he would have reached the end of his lifespan. But then again, even if he had a lot of spiritual objects to help him increase his lifespan was not much, only 100 years at most. In addition, what he condensed was a fake pill, which had cut off his future path, and Ling Pengyun was also indebted to him. That's why he had such a plan. A few days later. In the Boundless Sea area, the Immortal Cultivation world. In the barren sea area between the 36 sea areas of the Righteous Path and the Boundless Sea of Monsters. In a certain space, there was a mysterious monk wearing a black robe, and the robe also had a big hat, which covered most of his head, making it difficult to see his face. But through some small details, it can be found that he has been looking at the south. The south of here is a large sea area with many islands, But they are all deserted islands, nothing special. Only an area covered by clouds is special. If you can see through the clouds, you can see that there is a huge island inside, and there are many monks inside. From time to time, you can see a large number of monks flying out of the island on flying boats. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that the mysterious monk dare not approach. But he has never intended to leave this place. He really feels that he is afraid of the island, but because of special things, he is unwilling to leave. Now is only the early stage of the world destroying chaos. I have time to waste with you. I want to see if you can hide in that island for a lifetime. After the mysterious monk took a vicious look at the island, he sat cross-legged in the void and did not move. But just a few months ago, he suddenly opened his eyes and turned to look towards the angry whale sea area of the Muing immortal sect. How can there be that person's aura there? Could it be that he left the Xinghe Pavilion's base in this desolate sea area through some special means? Then, he looked at the Xinghe Island in the distance. At this moment, he found that although there was still that person's aura on the island, it was a little ethereal, as if it was fake. On the contrary, the aura in the angry whale sea was more obscure, and if the angry whale sea was not close to here, it would be difficult for him to detect it. That person left Xinghe Island. But this is a bit strange. But then again, the breath suppression method he mastered is extraordinary, at least it is estimated to be the kind of quasi-fifth level breath suppression method. In addition, even if this is false, I have to go to the Wrathful Whale Sea to take a look. Otherwise, if that person really left Xinghe Island through special means and went to the Wrathful Whale Sea, and I didn't rush over, I would undoubtedly miss this great opportunity to kill him. In this way, it will be difficult for me to avenge Xuanai's disappointing kid in the future. Then, he thought about it and disappeared directly from here. This is not an ordinary escape method, but a space-designed escape method that can only be performed by the Daojin of the Divine Transformation. And it is obvious that this person is not an ordinary person. However, his speed is extremely fast. In just a few hours, he crossed countless miles and arrived at the Wrathful Whale Sea. After that, he drove a little further and stopped above a sea area. He looked at a cultivator who was hiding his aura and was constantly escaping to the depths of the 36 sea areas of the righteous path from a distance of millions of miles. That person was Ling Pengyun. It is indeed this person. A strong murderous intent emerged from the mysterious cultivator, and he immediately chased after him with a bit of anger. But just when he was about to reach the range of Ling Pengyun's million miles, Ling Pengyun, who was on his way, suddenly trembled and turned into a talisman, and then fell into the hands of the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared from nowhere. Although he looked ordinary and had no spiritual power in his body, he could float in the air, which was extremely strange. Then, as if he had seen through the hidden mysterious cultivator, he turned to the mysterious cultivator and said lightly, "I didn't expect that you, an old demon, would come here for the death of the leader of the holy demon sect. It seems that you have a special relationship with that person, right? Is that person your disciple, descendant, or direct relative?" After saying that, his tone changed, and there was a bit more murderous intent. "But you are quite courageous. At this time, you dare to leave the Supreme Buddha Kingdom and come here. Aren't you afraid of dying in my boundless sea cultivation world?" The mysterious cultivator heard the words and saw the appearance of the middle-aged man. He stopped and even shuddered. The middle-aged man was the Xinghe patriarch of the Xinghe Pavilion, the only righteous incarnation force in the boundless sea cultivation world. Moreover, this ancestor is an old cultivator in this world, and it is said that he has extremely high qualifications. Indirectly, with the Xinghe Pavilion as a foundation, his cultivation has been increasing over the years. He even entered the limit of the initial stage of incarnation. Such a cultivation level has surpassed the ordinary gods, standing at the top of this world. It is for this reason that this Xinghe patriarch has been said to be one of the three most powerful gods in this world. The other two most powerful gods are the Heijiao patriarch of the Heijiao clan, a demon clan in the boundless sea of the boundless sea. His dragon blood is extremely pure, and it is even said that he has refined some real dragon blood. Indirectly, not only is his body extremely strong, comparable to the ordinary 5th level god defense treasure, but he is also good at various magic, and can be said to have reached the extreme in both physical and magic. The last strong man is the Zushan patriarch of the Zushan demon flame tiger clan, the powerful overlord of the boundless demon domain in this Hongzhou world. It is said that he is a mutant monster that masters a kind of magic thunder power evolved from magic flames, not a pure Zushan demon flame tiger. The power of thunder is the strongest way of killing in the magic. The magic thunder he controls has increased the power of thunder. Indirectly, his strength is naturally stronger. The fact that Xinghe Patriarch can be on par with these two is naturally extraordinary. It is not just because of his cultivation. It is said that he, like the ancestor of the Sea Dragon clan, is a dual cultivator of physical and magical skills, which is particularly difficult to deal with. As for this mysterious cultivator, he is naturally the demon Gu Daojin, one of the two gods of the Red Buddha demon sect, the demonic god of the supreme Buddha cultivation world. His visit here this time is indeed because of the incident of the Saint Demon Old Man of the Saint Demon sect who was killed by Ling Pengyun before. The Saint Demon Old Man is just the code name of the old demon, and his real name is Bai Zuanai. The real name of the demon Gu Daojin is Bai Qingyan. It is not a coincidence that the two have the same surname. It's all because the Saint Demon Old Man is the son of the demon Gu Daojin. As a god, the demonic Gu Daojin has already entered the top ranks of this world. Naturally, he will not be without a Taoist partner. On the contrary, his Taoist partners can be said to be in groups, and most of them have the nascent soul cultivation. And the female demon cultivators with such cultivation are very beautiful. In addition, the demonic Gu Daojin intends to have some offspring, so after many years, he has many offspring. The holy demon Old Man is one of the few with better qualifications, but he is not the most qualified offspring of the demonic Gu Daojin. It is precisely for this reason that the holy demon Old Man was arranged by the demonic Gu Daojin to the holy demon sect in the boundless sea cultivation world. However, this arrangement is indeed an opportunity for the holy demon Old Man. If not, it is estimated that even if he is the offspring of the demonic Gu Daojin, it is difficult for him to enter the realm of nascent soul perfection in this life. After all, it takes a huge amount of resources to help a demon cultivator enter this realm. Although the demonic Gu Daojin is a god-transforming Daojin of the Red Buddha demon sect, he is not the only Daojin in this sect. And he didn't just have this one offspring, he also had another one with stronger qualifications, named Bai Zuanming. Perhaps because of the higher cultivation level of the demonic Gu Taoist, Bai Zuanming's qualifications were terrifyingly strong. He not only had a spiritual root, but also had a superior demon body. The combination of the two undoubtedly created a path for him to become a god, and even increased his probability of entering the realm of transformation by 10%. For this reason, the demonic Gu Taoist had always cultivated him as a seedling for transformation, but this required more resources, and indirectly, it was naturally difficult for him to support the Saint Demon Elder with many resources. But the demonic Gu Taoist did not expect that he had taken all precautions and even cut off the cause and effect involved with the Saint Demon Elder, making it impossible for ordinary people to find out his true identity, saving the Saint Demon Elder from some unnecessary troubles, but still not saving his life. Strictly speaking, the Saint Demon Elder came to this sea area to practice Taoism, which was both an opportunity and a disaster. Without this opportunity, he could not enter the realm of Yuanying perfection, but he could save his life in 9 out of 10 cases. For this reason, as the one who originally guided him to this world of cultivation, Gu Daojin naturally felt a little guilty. After all, Saint Demon Old Man was also his child, and he was the second most talented among his many descendants. If he had a better chance, he would have a chance to reach the god transformation stage. Retracting his distracting thoughts, Gu Daojin recalled that the Ling Pengyun he was chasing suddenly turned into an incarnation talisman, and coupled with the sudden appearance of Xinghe Patriarch here, he roughly guessed something. It seems that the appearance of Ling Pengyun's aura here this time is not a coincidence, but a plan set by this person. However, this person is indeed as extraordinary as the rumors say. He can hide his body under my nose. And although Ling Pengyun is the incarnation of the talisman, and his aura is very similar to that of Ling Pengyun, under normal circumstances, this talisman can hardly be mistaken for the real thing in front of me. Obviously, this talisman was able to deceive me this time because of the work of the old ghost Xinghe, and I guess it was him who did it when I sensed the aura of the talisman before. And his tone is full of murderous intent, so I need to be careful. After thinking about it this way, his fear of the Xinghe ancestor in his heart undoubtedly increased countless times. In the past, he had never had any dealings with Xinghe Patriarch. After all, he was the incarnation of the supreme Buddha cultivation world, not the incarnation of the boundless sea cultivation world. Incarnations rarely quarreled with each other, otherwise it would be very involved. For this reason, in the past, Mogu Daojin had only heard of the reputation of Xinghe Patriarch. Then, he said to Xinghe Patriarch, "You don't need to worry whether I will die here. Why not talk about business? The leader of the holy demon sect does have a close relationship with me, and he's even my heir. And you are here now, are you planning to protect Ling Pengyun who killed my son?" Xinghe Patriarch was a little surprised when he heard this. Although he used to be in seclusion in Xinghe Pavilion for many years, he knew that there was a powerful demon sect in the 36 seas of the Boundless Sea, the Holy Demon Sect, which had some relationship with the Red Buddha Demon Sect. It was precisely because of this that the Holy Demon Sect could always exist in the Boundless Sea cultivation world. But he didn't know that the Saint Demon Elder was actually his son. Logically speaking, if this was the case, he should be able to sense it with some means. The blood of the God of Transformation is particularly extraordinary. In the eyes of the God of Transformation cultivators, it is like a beacon in the dark night. For this reason, the Xinghe Patriarch couldn't help but secretly said, "This person's achievements in the way of cause and effect are probably extraordinary." Then, he said to the demon Taoist lord in a serious tone, "Yes, I do intend to save Ling Pengyun of our sect. However, don't blame others for your son's death. If he hadn't caused chaos in the immortal cultivation world of our sect in the Boundless Sea, why would our sect send Ling Pengyun to kill him? In addition, if fellow Taoist dares to move the branch forces of our sect in the immortal cultivation world of the Supreme Buddha Kingdom because of this matter, I will definitely go to your sect for tea." Chapter 1298 Secret. Seeing that Xinghe Patriarch really intended to protect Ling Pengyun, Mogu Daojin was not surprised. Ling Pengyun possessed the extremely rare 5 elements nascent soul. Such nascent souls are known as the foundation of the divine transformation, which greatly increases the various amplifications of cultivators. Indirectly, it can increase the probability of cultivators to impact the divine transformation by 10%. And this probability is particularly good. Moreover, such people are extremely rare. Even among the major forces in this world, there are only 2 or 3 people including Ling Pengyun. It can be said that it is hard to find such people. For this reason, it is normal for Xinghe Patriarch to be reluctant to let such people get into trouble. However, Mogu Daojin would not let Ling Pengyun go, and Xinghe Patriarch was really rampant, daring to threaten directly. Mogu Daojin was a little angry. "It's not that easy for you to save Ling Pengyun. If you are not afraid that your sect will encounter an accident in the dispute with the Sea Dragon clan in the Boundless Sea area during this world-destroying chaos, it's best to hand over Ling Pengyun. In addition, you are using such a domineering move in the wrong place. If you really come to my sect, I will definitely treat you well." Xinghe Patriarch frowned, and countless violent auras suddenly emerged from his body, directly pressing towards Mogu Daojin. "If you dare to disrupt the battle situation of my sect here, I will lead my troops to kill your sect. Don't be shameless." Although this move did not have any power, it made Mogu Daojin realize the gap between him and Xinghe Patriarch, a veteran incarnation. "I'm afraid his cultivation is about 50% stronger than mine. No wonder he can be ranked among the 3 strongest gods at the same time as the 2 beings from the Sea Dragon clan and the Boundless Demon Realm clan. And if I have a dispute with him, I'm afraid my situation will be extremely dangerous. Although it won't be life or death, I will definitely be injured, and it will be a very serious injury." The demonic Taoist frowned very tightly, and for a moment, he actually had some intention of retreating in his heart. The Star Sea ancestor noticed this subtly, and then he took out a storage bag from his arms and threw it to the demonic Taoist, who was a million miles away. "The things in the storage bag are considered compensation for your son's death. If you accept it, everyone will be happy. If you still plan to die, I don't mind leaving you here." The demonic Taoist stretched out his hand to open the storage bag, and saw some precious quasi 5th level cultivation spiritual water in it, and his eyes couldn't help but become more brilliant. This kind of quasi 5th level spiritual water is also a rare thing for him, and he rarely gets it. Generally, he cultivates through the spiritual energy produced by the 5th level magic vein in the Red Buddha Demon Sect. At this time, he also understood that Xinghe Patriarch was going to give him a way out. It seems that this old ghost Xinghe probably doesn't want the worst to happen. However, he knew that Xinghe Patriarch was not afraid of him, but of the Red Buddha Demon Sect behind him. Now is the chaos of the destruction of the world. The major gods are keeping a close eye on the battle situation in every place in the cultivation world. Once the demon Gu Daojin really goes crazy and mobilizes the power of the Red Buddha demon sect, desperate to disrupt the battle situation in this boundless sea area, it is estimated that Xinghe Pavilion will also be targeted by all the demon gods in this world. Of course, by then, the situation of the Red Buddha demon sect is estimated to be not easy, and it is estimated to be even more dangerous. For this reason, when the demon Gu Daojin saw that Xinghe Patriarch was determined to protect Ling Pengyun, he did not think about really challenging Xinghe Patriarch. Zhuanyi, don't blame your father for not helping you to get revenge. The truth is that the man's backers are stronger than your father's. If your father doesn't give in, I'm afraid that your father will not have an easy life in the future, and your brothers and sisters will certainly be in trouble. For this, I can only wrong you. In addition, the quasi-5th level spiritual water compensated by Xinghe Patriarch is quite profitable, enough to reduce his decades of hard training. For this reason, he followed his intention and accepted the storage bag, and then he snorted coldly. Although my son is dead, he cannot die without a complete body. Where is his body? Xinghe Patriarch seemed to have been prepared, and threw another storage magic weapon to Mogu Daojin. When Mogu Daojin saw that the body of the Saint Demon Elder Baizuanai was indeed stored in it, his eyes darkened, and his anger became even greater. He secretly remembered this matter in his heart. Then he looked at Xinghe Patriarch coldly and turned to leave. When the domineering Xinghe Patriarch saw this, he actually breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Although he was not afraid of the demonic Gu Daojin, as long as he made a move, the old sea dragon of the Sea Dragon clan would definitely be able to detect him. And with his speed, he would be able to arrive here in half an hour at most. By then, if he and the demonic Gu Daojin worked together, his situation would probably be dangerous. In addition, as the demonic Gu Daojin guessed, he was somewhat worried about the disruption of the battle here. For this reason, he was actually unwilling to fight with the demonic Gu Daojin, and it was precisely for this reason that he gave in and gave some compensation. This matter is difficult to handle. But fortunately, this matter has been safely handled. After saying that, he left here. And not long after that, he quietly stepped into the Xinghe Island, the station of the Xinghe Pavilion in the desolate sea between the 36 seas of the righteous path and the boundless demon domain. At this moment, deep in the Xinghe Island, a cave, Ling Pengyun, who is using his spiritual consciousness to cleanse a storage bag with a residual spiritual consciousness imprint, suddenly raised his eyebrows and opened his eyes. Then, he found that Xinghe Patriarch was standing in front of him. He couldn't help but be surprised. When he returned to this island from the outside world to retreat, he arranged a 4th-level defensive formation around this cave. Under such circumstances, even those 4th-level formation masters who are good at formations can't enter this place so quietly. But Xinghe Patriarch can, which is enough to show that he is extraordinary. This also made Ling Pengyun respect Xinghe Patriarch even more. In addition, he asked Xinghe Patriarch for help some time ago, and Xinghe Patriarch came suddenly this time, which must be different. For this reason, Ling Pengyun immediately stopped the work in his hands, and stood up with some expectation, bowed to Xinghe Patriarch. Junior greets the ancestor. I wonder if the senior came here this time for that matter. Xinghe Patriarch nodded expressionlessly. Your guess is correct. The old Saint Demon of the Saint Demon sect does have some relationship with the demon Gu Daojin of the Red Buddha demon sect, and he is his descendant. However, this matter is hidden so deeply that I even estimate that the cause and effect between the old Saint Demon and the demon Gu Daojin have been cut off. If not, the sect would not have been unaware of it. But strictly speaking, the sect has cheated you. So, although this trouble is difficult, I have helped you resolve it. Then, he handed another incarnation talisman to Ling Pengyun. This talisman was taken back to the family by Ling Pengyun, who founded the Shanhaihan branch in the Muing Sea under the Muing Immortal sect some time ago. The reason why the matter concerning the demon Gu Daojin has evolved into the current situation can be traced back to that time. Although Ling Pengyun has made great contributions by opening up the branch, his cultivation is only at the level of fake elixir after all, and the incarnation talisman he wants to take from the family can burst out the power of the nascent soul. Moreover, this thing is extremely valuable. In the early years, Ling Pengyun only left 2 in the family. For this reason, it is naturally difficult to take this thing out at will. Indirectly, He told the Yuanying clan members stationed in the family that Ling Pengyun killed the old man of the holy demon sect in the Boundless Sea area, and it was suspected that he would provoke the incarnation of the demonic power, the demon Gu Daojin of the Red Buddha demon sect. After Yan Sai learned about it, she immediately established contact with Ling Pengyun from a distance through the incarnation talisman left by Ling Pengyun, and confirmed the matter. Ling Pengyun also indirectly knew about Ling Pengyun's plan, and he was inspired by it. Then, he used some means to find the Xinghe ancestor of Xinghe Pavilion, and finally persuaded the ancestor to help. The next thing is that the Xinghe ancestor followed Ling Pengyun's plan, using the breath produced by Ling Pengyun's incarnation talisman as the source, and then added some special means to it to make it look real. In addition, he also arranged a special cover-up method on Ling Pengyun. In this way, the previous demon Gu Daojin was tricked and was found by Xinghe patriarch. Otherwise, demon Gu Daojin had been hiding in the dark, and even if Xinghe patriarch had extraordinary means, it would be difficult to find him. But then again, with the action of this ancestor, Ling Pengyun, the elder of the family who was ready to die, escaped. Ling Pengyun was even grateful for his willingness to die to save Ling Pengyun and his plan. For this reason, Ling Pengyun immediately promised Ling Pengyun that if the family could continue to stand in the world in the future and his offspring Ling Chengshi did not have any accidents, he would definitely help his offspring Ling Chengshi enter the realm of gold and elixir perfection. After Ling Pengyun learned about this, he was happy for a long time. Indirectly, he could not help but respect Ling Pengyun a little more, and even secretly commented, "It's really good to work for Brother Pengyun." The distracting thoughts were recovered. At this time, Ling Pengyun was shocked to hear that the old saint demon was the descendant of the devil lord, the devil Gu Daojin. And the Xinghe patriarch obviously would not joke with him, and this matter was 9 out of 10 true. I didn't expect that man to be the descendant of the devil lord. No wonder the old saint demon was able to get the famous red demon transformation magical power of the red demon Buddhist sect, and was able to get a wisp of the 4th level magic fire, practice this magic power, and finally burst out with extraordinary strength at the critical moment. Suddenly, he understood why there were some great opportunities in the old saint demon. But on the contrary, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, the old saint demon was the descendant of the devil lord. If he relied on his father, the devil Gu Daojin, to get some devil lord level attack methods, it would be uncertain who would win or lose in the previous battle between Ling Pengyun and him. Fortunately, the old saint demon should not be valued by the devil Gu Daojin. Ling Pengyun said secretly with some relief. Then, he expressed his gratitude to the Xinghe patriarch. "Grandmaster, I am sorry to bother you with this matter. If you hadn't helped me, I would never have dared to leave this Xinghe island in my lifetime." Seeing his sincerity, Xinghe Grandmaster couldn't help but show a little satisfaction on his face. Then, he stayed for a while longer and took the initiative to help Ling Pengyun solve some problems he encountered in his cultivation. Finally, Xinghe Grandmaster said with some deep meaning, "For the recent period of time, you should not go out. You should practice well on this Xinghe island. First, to prevent the demonic Taoist lord from cheating. Although the probability of this is not high, we still need to be on guard. Second, the great opportunity of 100 years that I told you about back then will come in 40 or 50 years, and you are still in the late nascent soul stage. If you can't enter the perfect nascent soul stage in these remaining years, even if you have the help of the spiritual treasure and the river of treasures with the foundation of the divine transformation, and you have extraordinary means, it is estimated that it will be difficult for you to get an opportunity for divine transformation from the huge opportunities in the future. By then, even if you have extraordinary opportunities and have condensed the 5 elements nascent soul, the foundation of divine transformation, your probability of entering divine transformation is not high." Ling Pengyun raised a bit of solemnity and curiosity when he heard this. "I am confident that I can enter the realm of Yuanying perfection in the remaining years. But ancestor, since the great opportunity of 100 years is related to strength, is it a war or a dangerous place?" Xinghe patriarch did not answer, but said lightly, "When the time comes, you will know." After saying that, he turned into a shadow and left here. Ling Pengyun was a little more confused. "I don't know what the 100-year opportunity is." As for the fact that Xinghe patriarch knew that his 5 elements 100 treasures river had the foundation of transformation, it had to start from several years ago. Since Ling Pengyun used a primordial essence to create the foundation of transformation of the 100 treasures river, He did not intend to hide it. For this reason, he used this treasure many times after the beginning of the world destroying chaos. Indirectly, the fact that he had this treasure was spread. And Xinghe Patriarch naturally knew about it. Treasures with a foundation of the god of transformation are relatively rare, and the 100 Treasures River was originally recast to the 4th level upper grade by him, so the Xinghe Patriarch was quite curious about the fact that this treasure suddenly had the foundation of the god of transformation. For this reason, he went to Ling Pengyun at that time to ask for the truth. Ling Pengyun naturally did not intend to tell others that he was carrying the Taichu Sutra, so he made up a wilderness. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a scattered cultivator who mastered the true meaning of heavy water in this world. Because he had no power behind him and no god of transformation treasure to help him, his combat power was average. The major god of transformation forces showed their greed for him and wanted to kill him and refine treasures with his body. The scattered cultivator god of transformation knew this very well. For this reason, after entering the realm of the god of transformation, he hid himself with the help of a powerful escape technique that he had obtained due to a huge opportunity in his early years. This kind of great magical power is so powerful that even a divine transformation cannot catch up with it, so the divine transformation of the scattered cultivator survived and disappeared from this world. After many years, no matter how long his lifespan was, it would naturally run out. For this reason, Ling Pengyun used it as a source and pretended to have found the cave of the divine transformation, and indirectly obtained the divine transformation source from it. This allowed the 100 Treasures River to create a foundation for divine transformation and master the true meaning of heavy water. Chapter 1299, Riding the Wind. When Xinghe Patriarch learned about this, although he was a little unconvinced, he thought carefully and realized that after the casual cultivator entered the god of transformation, he did master the true meaning of heavy water, which was consistent with the true meaning of the 100 Treasures River with the foundation of the god of transformation. For this reason, he half believed and half doubtedly believed this. Afterwards, as Ling Pengyun expected, he did not rob the 100 Treasures River with the foundation of the god of transformation. Although this thing was helpful to the god of transformation Daojin. But no matter what, Xinghe Pavilion is also an extraordinary god of transformation force that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Its foundation is extraordinary. Even if the spiritual treasures with the foundation of the god of transformation are rare, Xinghe Pavilion has several of them after generations of accumulation, and even has a real 5th level god of transformation treasure. Under such circumstances, Xinghe Patriarch has enough spiritual treasures with the foundation of the god of transformation and the 5th level god of transformation treasures. Even if there is more of the 5 elements 100 Treasures River, it is not of much use. Moreover, Ling Pengyun is a person he is optimistic about, and he is the seedling with the best chance of impacting the god of transformation in the contemporary Xinghe Pavilion. Under such circumstances, how could he rob? However, Xinghe Patriarch was a little curious about the ruins of the scattered cultivator's cave, and asked a few more questions afterwards. For example, whether the scattered cultivator had left behind other things, such as his inheritance, or his body. Ling Pengyun naturally said that he had not. Although this matter was full of loopholes, Xinghe Patriarch thought about it carefully and did not pursue it. By the way, he also planned to use this matter to test Ling Pengyun. If Ling Pengyun used the means related to the scattered cultivator's god on the future, it would be enough to prove that Ling Pengyun lied. And how could such a person be trusted? You must know that Xinghe Patriarch did not just value Ling Pengyun from his heart. Over the years, he has also supported a lot of resources for Ling Pengyun, and even recast his life treasures to the 4th level upper grade realm for free. If such a great favor is not exchanged for a sincere heart, Xinghe Patriarch will naturally have opinions in his heart. Of course, if Ling Pengyun never used the method of the casual cultivator's transformation into a god on the future, it would be enough to prove that what he said at the beginning was true. At that time, Xinghe Patriarch would naturally trust him and give him trust at some critical moments. Although this matter seems small, it has great significance at some special times. Then, Xinghe Patriarch left this place. After Ling Pengyun bid farewell to Xinghe Patriarch, he couldn't help but think about the opportunity of transformation into a god that the ancestor had said before. But because he had no clue, he could only keep this matter in his heart. Then, his face showed a bit of joy. Now that the matter of killing the Saint Demon Elder has been settled, after the recent limelight has passed, I can continue to work for the sect and earn military merits to purchase nascent soul spiritual objects or other treasures to assist in the path, or to refine the 5 elements Long River. After all, although this object has the foundation of transformation, its grade is still at the upper 4th grade, and its limit is at least a quasi-5th grade, and recently, in order to deal with the increasingly dangerous situation of the world destroying chaos in the immortal cultivation world in the boundless sea, the sect has taken out a lot of treasures, even several quasi-5th grade objects, and one of them can be used as the main material of the 5 elements Long River of treasures, used to recast it into the quasi-5th grade. It's a pity that because the treasure is too rare, its value is relatively high. It requires at least 5 million military merits to exchange for it, which is equivalent to the value of nearly 2 ordinary nascent soul spiritual objects, but relatively speaking, this is also a good thing. After all, there is only one of that thing. If the price of buying it is relatively low, it is estimated that I will find it difficult to get it. On the contrary, if the price is high, it is estimated that it will be difficult for other fellows in the sect to buy it. This is my opportunity. In addition, in recent times, I can practice with peace of mind as the ancestors said. Otherwise, even if I have already gathered a batch of Joan grass that can help me enter the nascent soul perfection in a short time, it will be useless. At the same time, I can improve the 5 elements of life magic that I created before, which is mainly based on water. If these magic can be transformed into magical means, my strength can be stronger. Indirectly, I can also be more relaxed when fighting against demons. After making up his mind, he immediately went into seclusion. In a blink of an eye, a year passed. On this day, Ling Pengyun, who was practicing with the help of a large number of 4th-level Joan grass, was suddenly startled by a communication talisman. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the aura on the communication talisman came from the old demon Qi, a veteran 4th-grade middle-grade refiner from the Xinghe lineage, one of the 9 branches of Xinghe Pavilion. He suddenly felt a little more uneasy and expectant. I don't know if Master Xinghe sent a message this time for the matter of the flying boat. A few years ago, Ling Pengyun spent half of his life to collect several extremely valuable 4th-grade low-grade spiritual objects and a 4th-grade middle-grade spiritual object, and found the old refiner Xinghe to ask him to help build a small 4th-grade low-grade flying boat. As long as this can be accomplished, Ling Pengyun's flying speed will definitely be greatly improved in the future. Indirectly, whether he encounters a strong enemy in this world destroying chaos, intends to escape, or chases the enemy, it will be beneficial. What's more, if he has time, he can use the flying boat to rush back to the family in a short time. At that time, whether the family is in danger, he will return home to support, or bring the family's trusted people to help the boundless sea area. It will be particularly convenient. But there is a difficulty in this matter. That is, because the flying boat type of magic weapon is relatively special, it is relatively difficult to refine. Even the old 4th-level middle-grade refiner Zikiliodeo is not very sure about this. And if it fails, all the precious materials will be wasted. Moreover, Ling Pengyun estimated that it would be difficult to gather those treasures in a short period of time and try to refine such a spiritual treasure again. It is precisely for this reason that Ling Pengyun attaches great importance to the communication talisman sent by the old refiner Xinghe. He even took a deep breath and passed a spiritual power into the communication talisman. Then, some small words appeared on the communication talisman. Pengyun, nephew, I am lucky to have fulfilled my mission. Come and get the treasure quickly. Seeing this, Ling Pengyun's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately left here and rushed to a nearby cave. In recent years, Xinghe Pavilion has been in a tight war situation, so Zikiliodeo, who was originally only required to stay in the sect, was also transferred to the front line to work for the sect. For this reason, Master Xinghe also had a special cave on Xinghe Island. Soon, Ling Pengyun met Master Xinghe. Then he asked expectantly, Master, is the flying boat really done? Master Xinghe was a sturdy old man with white hair, and he was smiling at Ling Pengyun. Of course, why would I lie to you? Then, he raised his hand and took out a palm-sized green flying boat from a storage bag and handed it to Ling Pengyun. Nephew, this thing is the flying boat. And I refined it according to your standard. It's not too big or too small, just about 10 feet long. And because the materials you gave me were particularly good, there was even a 4th-grade middle-grade spiritual material. For this reason, The foundation of this flying boat is relatively good, and its power is stronger than that of the general 4th grade lower grade. It can reach a daily distance of more than 45 million miles. In the future, as long as we find some 4th grade middle grade spiritual objects to refine into it and recast the pattern in this treasure, it will have a high probability of entering the 4th grade middle grade realm. In addition to the patterns of sturdiness, lightness, etc. engraved in its body, there are 3 extraordinary 4th grade natal patterns. One is the wind-controlling divine traveling pattern, which is a pattern that increases speed. Once activated, the speed of this flying boat can be increased by 3 times in a short period of time, and as long as the spiritual power is sufficient, it can keep this technique activated. The second is the Qingshi Mountain cover pattern, which is a defensive pattern. Once that pattern can support a light curtain that is barely comparable to an ordinary 4th grade lower grade defensive spiritual treasure. Even if the spiritual energy is sufficient, it can still support a light curtain comparable to a 4th grade upper grade defensive spiritual treasure after consuming a large amount of spiritual power, but it can only last for 3 breaths, and once this move is used, the origin of the pattern will be greatly consumed. It needs to be slowly nurtured for half a year before it can be used again. The third is the Zhuanfang Nian pattern, which is a pattern that stores spiritual power. After careful calculation, the spiritual power it can store is probably enough to be comparable to that of a cultivator in the middle stage of the nascent soul. And according to my estimation, if this pattern is full of spiritual energy, it will probably be enough to maintain the normal flight of this flying boat for 100 days, but if it is asked to maintain the flying pattern or the defensive pattern, it can only last about 30 days. If both are used at the same time, it can only last for 15 days. Of course, if there are enough spiritual stones to help the weapon pattern recover its spiritual power during this period, it can keep its spiritual power full. How is it? This flying boat is okay. After saying this, the old Taoist Xingqi couldn't help but smile at Ling Pengyun with some complacency. After hearing this, Ling Pengyun's eyes became more brilliant, and he immediately took the flying boat treasure and looked at it. According to his observation, this treasure has indeed reached the level of the 4th level lower grade, and its aura is particularly strong, and it looks particularly extraordinary. But it is difficult to see the power of the natal weapon patterns of this treasure just by looking at it, so Ling Pengyun immediately said, "Master, I will go to the outside world to try it." After saying this, Ling Pengyun left the cave of the old weapon refiner Xingqi and went to the outside world, and then transferred a spiritual power into the flying boat. As it spun around, it suddenly rose against the wind and finally turned into a small boat of about 10 feet. The size is right. Ling Pengyun immediately praised it secretly. Then, he jumped onto the flying boat and continuously transferred spiritual power into it to drive it to operate. Instantly, its spiritual light flashed, the patterns in its body surged, and an infinite thrust emerged inexplicably to help it fly. Soon, the flying boat turned into a beam of light and carried Ling Pengyun across the sky at a rapid speed. When the old Taoist Xingqi looked up and saw this, he couldn't help but show a little envy. This flying boat is really fast, but it's a pity that the cost is too expensive. Even I, a veteran 4th level middle grade weapon refiner, can't afford it. I don't know how junior brother Pengyun got so many precious materials. After a while, Ling Pengyun smiled, drove the flying boat back to this place, and jumped off the flying boat, thanking the old weapon refiner Xingqi. "Master, this flying boat is really good. You have worked hard recently." When the old weapon refiner Xingqi heard this, the smile on his face increased a little. "It's not hard, and I took your refining fee after all." As early as when Ling Pengyun entrusted him to refine the weapon, Ling Pengyun gave a huge amount of refining fees to the old weapon refiner Xingqi. It was for this reason that Ling Pengyun chatted with him for a few more words and said goodbye to him and left. After a while, in a cave. With this flying boat, my shortcomings in flying speed are enough to make up for it. Ling Pengyun looked at the flying boat in his hand with love and said with a smile, "It should be given a name. Its attribute is wind. It can be named Riding the Wind." Then he looked at the flying boat again and went into seclusion again. After a while, in the 36 seas of the righteous path, in a certain deep void, there is a mysterious space. Although this place is not large, the spiritual energy is particularly rich. There is even an extremely rare 4th level spiritual vein in the deepest part. It can be said to be a real treasure land. This places the Kanglan Secret Realm, a medium-sized secret realm under the Kanglan Blue Sea sect, one of the stronger righteous Yin-Yang forces in the Wu-Ban-He-Zeuxin world thousands of years ago. Although this sect has gradually declined over the years, and even had its mountain gate in the outside world broken by the Holy Demon sect 1,000 years ago, it could only hide in this secret realm to survive. But with the development of 1,000 years, this sect has become more and more powerful. Now this sect has two Yin-Yangs sitting in it. They are the sect masters Kanglan's Henjin and Bishu's Henjin. At this moment, in a cave on the top of Kanglan Mountain, a fourth-level spiritual mountain deep in the Kanglan secret realm, Kanglan's Henjin, who was wearing a blue Taoist robe and had a bit of stability on his body, was suddenly startled by a communication talisman during his cultivation. Then, he watched the content. After he finished reading, his face suddenly showed some disbelief and endless excitement. After being stunned for a long time, he finally came back to his senses. Then he immediately found Bishu's Henjin, who was also in seclusion in the mountains, and told the news recorded in the communication talisman to Bishu's Henjin, who was full of Confucianism. What? The Holy Demon sect was destroyed by Pengyun. How is it possible? After hearing this, Bishu's Henjin was extremely surprised. In his early years, Ling Pengyun took advantage of the cause and effect of his ancestors and worshipped Bishu's Henjin as his teacher. In the end, this brought a more critical development outbreak point for the family. Relatively speaking, Bishu's Henjin and Ling Pengyun also have a good relationship. Although he knows that Ling Pengyun is extraordinary, the foundation of the Holy Demon sect is stronger. It should be difficult for Ling Pengyun to destroy the Holy Demon sect. However, this is just because he does not know that Ling Pengyun has the foundation of the 100 Treasures River. Chapter 1300, Flying Boat Achievement. Although I don't quite believe this was told by Mu Yuan Lao's Henjin, the old leader of Mu Yuan Xianzong. Zhenjun Kanglan said with a bit of disbelief. Is this also related to that senior Mu Yuan? Zhenjun Bishui was extremely puzzled. Although he had entered the nascent soul stage, he didn't know that Kanglan Bihai and the righteous nascent soul forces in the immortal cultivation world in the boundless sea were mostly branches of Xinghai Pavilion. However, he did know that his sect had a good relationship with Mu Yuan Xianzong. It was even said that for thousands of years, every time the sect encountered an invasion by the Holy Demon sect, Mu Yuan Xianzong would give it some extra strength. Of course, he only thought that there were some small deals between Mu Yuan Xianzong and Zhenjun Kanglan, such as a mutual assistance agreement when facing the crisis of the Holy Demon sect. When Zhenjun Kanglan saw the look on Zhenjun Bishui's face, he hesitated for a while, and finally did not tell the secrets of Xinghai Pavilion, so as not to let the sect be tainted by too many causes and effects. Then, he simply told Ling Pengyun about the incident when the Holy Demon sect was planning to attack the Muing Immortal sect some time ago. If that's the case, it's indeed more credible. After all, that old senior is an honest person. But now it's a world destroying chaos. Should Pengyun be in the northern wilderness immortal cultivation realm at this time? How did he suddenly come to this immortal cultivation realm, and happen to see the Holy Demon sect invading the Muing Immortal sect? Also, if Pengyun really did this, why didn't he come back to the sect? There is a small entrance and exit in our sect's secret realm near the Muing Sea, where the Muing Immortal sect is located, and you can enter the sect's secret realm from it. True Lord Bishu kept asking questions in his mind. True Lord Kanglan smiled when he heard it, and then he took out a letter from his storage bag and handed it to True Lord Bishu. The contents are all written by junior brother Pengyun himself, and there is still his aura on it. After you read it, you may be able to solve the puzzle. Bishu's Henjin immediately looked at the letter with curiosity. According to his observation, there is indeed aura left by Ling Pengyun in the letter, which is enough to prove that the letter was indeed written by Ling Pengyun. The content of the letter is also somewhat extraordinary. Ling Pengyun roughly describes how he got some powerful means by chance, and how he designed to kill the Holy Demon sect. He also emphasized that the Holy Demon sect is related to powerful demon sect in other cultivation worlds, and it was precisely to avoid the pursuit of the demon sect that he did not come to the Kanglan Bahe secret realm. However, he also said that the crisis was resolved, so that junior brother Bishu and others should not worry, and at the same time he left a sentence with deep meaning. The Holy Demon sect has fallen, and the sect should also take back some of its original things. After reading it, True Lord Bishu couldn't help but raise a little excitement, but at the same time he was a little uneasy. This kind of fact is really good. It is nothing less than an opportunity, not to mention that Ling Pengyun also said that the holy demon sect is actually related to the other demon sects in the cultivation world. For this reason, he was a little worried that Ling Pengyun was captured alive by the holy demon sect and the mysterious and powerful demon sect behind it, and then threatened to write this letter. The two demon sects even threatened the Muing Immortal sect to deliberately spread false news in order to harm the Kanglen Bahe sect. However, all his doubts were suppressed by Master Kanglen. Brother, I understand your worries, but I have used some special channels to confirm the truth of this matter, so you don't need to worry. Now it is most important to take back the foundation of the sect that was originally outside. After all, 1,000 years ago, the base of our sect in the outside world was particularly extraordinary. There was even a 4th-level middle-grade spiritual vein in a large area of sea. If we can take it back, the foundation of our sect will surely increase several times in a short period of time. As long as we spend some time, recruit enough disciples, and manage those treasures, we can completely wait for the huge resources to be in hand. Indirectly, the path of our two brothers will surely be further. Moreover, we can take this opportunity to rob the territories and various foundations of the holy demon sect itself. And the strength of both of us is not weak. This can be done. But this matter needs to be done quickly. It is rumored that it has been a year since Pengyun destroyed the nascent soul demon lords of the holy demon sect. It was just because that battle was too secretive, and the main force of the nascent soul of the holy demon sect had been causing chaos in the outside world, and their whereabouts were secretive, which led to the news that the nascent soul demon lords of this sect were destroyed. But if it is delayed for a while, someone will definitely notice the clues. By then, our sect's original base and the large area of land left by the holy demon sect will be out of our reach. When True Lord Bishu heard True Lord Kanglen say this, he felt a little relieved, and then his eyes couldn't help but become a little more fiery. Although he has entered the nascent soul realm for hundreds of years. But in fact, his cultivation has not improved much. All this is due to resource issues. Although there are many treasures in the Kanglen secret realm where he is now, and there is even a 4th-level low-grade spiritual vein that can produce a lot of resources every year. In fact, these resources are not as good as half of the annual output of some ordinary nascent soul forces. After all, those nascent soul forces in the outside world have large tracts of treasures as their foundation. Moreover, he is not the only one in the sect. As a result, the benefits he could share each year were relatively small, and he could only rely on the spiritual energy produced by the 4th-level inferior spiritual vein in the secret realm for his daily cultivation. His aptitude was average, and he only condensed an ordinary nascent soul in his early years. As a result, his cultivation speed was also average, and his cultivation naturally did not improve much. For this reason, he was particularly helpless in recent years, and even often felt that he would stop at the current realm in this life, and it would be difficult to enter the realm above the middle stage of the nascent soul. However, as long as the plan mentioned by Master Kanglen could be accomplished, then he could completely use the power of the sect to try to impact the middle stage of the nascent soul. Even if there were some more opportunities, he might have the opportunity to enter a higher realm. In addition, as far as he knew, when Master Kanglen impacted the nascent soul in his early years, the quality of the nascent soul condensed was particularly extraordinary, at least middle-upper quality, and even with a high probability of being a superior nascent soul. It was precisely because of this that he still entered the middle stage of the nascent soul, even in the case of lack of resources. Moreover, according to his qualifications, as long as there are enough resources to help him, he will probably be able to enter the late stage of the nascent soul in the future, and even have the chance to enter the perfect nascent soul. And junior brother Kanglen has a good character, and I have a good relationship with him. He even helped me to enter the nascent soul with all his strength. Under such circumstances, if he can enter a higher realm in the future and has spare energy, he may become an opportunity for me to pursue a higher realm. True Lord Bishu's eyes flashed with brilliance, and after he asked several more times about the authenticity of the destruction of the holy demon sect, he immediately agreed to this matter. Since junior brother is so sure, I will do it. Although True Lord Kanglen is the leader of the Kanglen Bahe sect and has a higher cultivation level, this is related to his aptitude. In fact, True Lord Bishu entered the sect earlier than him, but because True Lord Kanglen's aptitude was too strong, he surpassed his cultivation level. The two have always had a good relationship, so they have always called each other junior brother according to their old name. At this moment, True Lord Kanglin was delighted to see that True Lord Bishu was willing to help. Although he is powerful, he can only take back the sect's territory that was taken away by the Holy Demon sect at most with his own strength, and it is difficult to have greater gains. But with the help of True Lord Bishu, it will be different. Although True Lord Bishu's cultivation level is average, he is a genius in the way of talismans like Lingxiao, the 4th level talisman master of the Ling family, and his way of talismans has also reached the 4th level. In addition, through the powerful talisman foundation left by the ancestors of the Kanglin Bahe sect, he obtained a Yuanying talisman technique and became a Yuanying talisman cultivator. In this way, his means are extraordinary and far beyond those of the same level. Even when facing a mid-stage nascent soul, he has some self-preservation power and can entangle him. Afterwards, after discussing with each other, True Lord Kanglin and True Lord Bishu left the Kanglin Bahe secret realm separately and went to the Demon Sea Demon Realm, where the magic seas of the boundless sea cultivation world are located. After some more travel, they arrived at the Holy Demon Island, the headquarters of the Holy Demon sect. But this place is not peaceful now. The Muing Immortal sect has sent troops to surround this place at some point, and the middle stage nascent soul Mu Yuan Lao, True Lord of the Muing Immortal sect, who was originally stationed at the sect headquarters, also appeared here to participate in the attack on the Holy Demon Island. During this period, no nascent soul demon lord of the Holy Demon sect appeared. It is precisely because of this that the only trace of fear left in the hearts of True Lord Kanglin and True Lord Bishu turned into ashes. Then, in order to ensure that the next action would go smoothly and to thank Master Mu Yuan Lao for informing them of the opportunity, they went to Master Mu Yuan Lao for a brief exchange. However, Master Mu Yuan Lao surprisingly gave face to them. He not only agreed that after they conquered the Holy Demon Island together, the 4th grade high-grade magic veins that the sect had cultivated for tens of thousands of years could belong to the Kanglin Bahe sect, but also that the Kanglin Bahe sect could take 2 of the 3 or 2 sea areas under the Holy Demon sect. You should know that the Holy Demon sect has been frantically expanding its sea areas in the past few thousand years, relying on its own strength and the fact that there are often 4 or 5 demon Yuanying sitting in the camp. Indirectly, the 3 sea areas under its command are enough to be equivalent to 1.5 sea areas of ordinary righteous ways. For this reason, the 3 sea areas can actually be regarded as nearly 5 righteous sea areas. And the 2 sea areas of the Holy Demon sect are equivalent to 3 sea areas. Such benefits are far beyond the expectations of Master Kanglin and Master Bishu. As for the Kanglin Bahe sect, it had fallen into decline, so 1,000 years ago, this sect only had 1 righteous sea area in the outside world. Therefore, Kang Zhenjin and the other 2 originally planned to take the opportunity to seize the magic sea area where their original sea area was located, and then be content. After all, the magic sea area is larger than the ordinary sea area. Moreover, even though the Muing Xianzong had a Yuanying Zhenjin killed by the Shengmo sect a few years ago, it still has 2 Yuanyings, and the cultivation of the old Muing Zhenjin has reached the limit of the middle stage of the Yuanying. Moreover, he also came from the Xinghe Pavilion, mastered many powerful inheritances, and was stronger than Kanglin's Zhenjin. Under such circumstances, it is reasonable that this sect would not give in. But Kanglin's Zhenjin and Bishu's Zhenjin are not fools. After thinking about it for a while, they understood that the behavior of the old Muing Zhenjin was most likely related to Ling Pengyun, who destroyed the Shengmo sect. It was for this reason that they couldn't help but feel happy. This time it's thanks to Pengyun. Then, after they looked at each other, they decided together that as long as the next plan could be accomplished, they would give Ling Pengyun a sum of resources every year. After all, it was he who destroyed those demon Yuanying of the Holy Demon sect, so he should benefit from it. Even if he could spare his hands at the moment, in fact, all the interests of the Holy Demon sect would probably be taken over by him. Ling Pengyun did want to do so originally, as it was a good opportunity to strengthen the family, but now it was a world-destroying chaos, and all the Yuanying of the family were restrained, and there was no spare energy to come here to do this. For this reason, Ling Pengyun gave this opportunity to the Kanglin Bahe sect, which helped him enter a higher realm when he was weak in his early years, as a way of repaying his gratitude. Of course, the Kanglin Bahe sect naturally has the strength to accomplish the matter at hand. As for the participation of the Muing Immortal sect, it was all because when Muing Lao's Zhenjin hid with Ling Pengyun on Xinghe Island some time ago, He heard Ling Pengyun say that Xinghe patriarch personally came forward to resolve the matter of the demon Gu Daojin. As he was old and experienced, he thought about the remaining territories of the holy demon sect. It was not good to rob them directly. After all, the nascent soul demon cultivator of the holy demon sect was killed by Ling Pengyun. Moreover, Ling Pengyun was extraordinary. It was estimated that he could be ranked in the top 5 among the many nascent souls of the Kanglen Bahe sect. Moreover, the fact that he could ask the Star Sea Patriarch to deal with the transformation god Daojin such as the demon Gu Daojin was enough to show his extraordinariness. And he was reluctant to miss the sea areas under the holy demon sect, which was related to his future path. For this reason, he discussed it with a branch of the Star Sea Pavilion behind him. Then the branch considered that if the Muing Immortal sect obtained the sea areas under the holy demon sect, it would not only increase the territory by nearly 1-fold, which would be beneficial to the future development of the Muing Immortal sect, but also the Muing Immortal sect could use the sea areas under the holy demon sect as a base to take action against the ordinary demon forces in other demon seas. In this way, the fortune would be great. For this reason, after some discussion between Mu Yuan Lao Zhenjin and the faction behind him, they found Ling Pengyun and offered a large number of high-level resources, which eventually earned them the qualification to divide the sea area under the command of the holy demon sect together with the Kanglen Bahe sect. At the same time, after Kanglen Zhenjin and Mu Yuan Lao Zhenjin had a casual chat, they immediately returned to the sect to transfer personnel. Not long after, a large number of Kanglen Bahe sect's cultivators quickly arrived in the sea area through some entrances that the sect had originally left in the sea area outside, and began to slaughter them wantonly. In just half a year, the 3 major sea areas under the command of the holy demon sect were all captured. Kanglen Bahe sect and Mu Yuan Xianzong also became beneficiaries and became stronger day by day. The other forces also learned about the destruction of the holy demon sect through this incident, but the world was particularly confused about it. After all, they did not know the existence of Ling Pengyun. For a while, although those forces were somewhat wary of the 2 forces of Kanglen Bahe sect, they also had some greed in their hearts. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.